macroeconomic level, it's reducing the cost of energy, which is an important economic factor in society, regardless of environmental aspects. I think that's the greatest solution in the world, but some little things back on. Wow, the whole thing is 86% federal land.
Right. Isn't that amazing?
But it's basically like, what about indigenous land?
There are some, but not a lot. Do you?
Why? I mean, what do other provinces look like? Who owns the land there? Private?
It depends where it is. I mean, if you're talking states, we don't do provinces. So
Yeah, it seems. I mean, I'm looking at like the country federal land. It's like basically like on like the west.
yeah, it's all west,
like,
and so
mostly federal land.
East
on the coast is south, like
east of the Mississippi is generally more privatized land. Um, and it's more populated. Basically, the way ensure that there was federal power there, and there just weren't any people. So it's like, well, why do we need to make it privatized land? Even if you don't have a huge influx of people out west until it happened different times, but like the 1850s, and then it continues. Like there were no people who were living in the western United States, started taking more lands. And so what do I mean? Like the situation that happened in Nevada, where 86% of it is federal land, would not have flown at the beginning of the country because states' rights would have been more important. And also the corporation was became more and more powerful. And I don't mean just one single corporation, I just mean the corporation in general became more powerful. So a lot of the western lands were much more affected by the growth and strength of the federal government. Another thing that changed it is the introduction of the railroad. So it was in the best interests of the rail and the owners of corporation and bank to ensure that I don't want to say private hands. It was fine if it got into private hands if it were corporations, but not necessarily if it were in the hands of the individual. And then the biggest thing was probably Teddy Roosevelt, who was known as a conservationist. Basically, the reason system is because of Teddy Roosevelt, and he stated that there's a nice quote he has, or it's I don't know if it's I think it's based off of his idea that the national park system is America's best idea. Like of all the things that America has done, the national park systems are best idea. And so he did not want to give that to loggers. Pardon me.
Do you agree with that?
No, it's nice. It's a nice idea. I don't know if it's the best idea. Yeah, though. A lot of the land unavailable to the general because the general public would either sell it to industrial barons and such who would use and timber mining. So it was best for the United States to hold on to. It's being sold now, and I really think in the future a lot of it will be sold. And the reason why is we have a $36 trillion deficit. Like when I was a kid, when Bill Clinton was in office, he actually balanced the budget. He's the last president to balance the budget. And ever since then, no one's even talked about balancing the budget. And what does that mean? That means that you operate at a surplus, essentially, not a deficit. Ever since then, ever since the mid 90s, we've operated on a deficit. And we've gotten ourselves involved in all of these wars that are very expensive and basically have made it so that we have enslaved our younger generations who literally are just paying on interest on the debt. And so, in order to pay off a lot of that, there's the idea to sell off the public lands of the United States. I mean, I bet if you were to look at Canada, I don't know how it's defined, but like most of Western Canada is like a crown property, isn't it? Or in the end, a crown property. What percentage of Canada is a crown property? 90% of Canada is crown land, meaning it's owned by federal or provincial governments, not private individuals or companies. So, for as much of the federal government owns Nevada, Canada's worse. Do you have an opinion on this?
Is it necessarily bad that the government owns land? Some of
Um,
our land is like,
is it bad? It means that individuals don't have access to land. It means that generally private land then becomes more expensive.
I mean, it's still opportunity to build houses potentially in the future. Those cardboard.
I like it. I'm a fan of that cardboard and the bottles.
Hybrid cardboard bottles.
Really big is corrugation, like cardboard, like where both corrugated paper, which is that cardboard, and steel. When you corrugate metal or anything, it just makes it much stronger.
steel already like strong enough?
Well, not really. It has weak points. Like
Wait. I statement. You look at a bridge, chances are there's like lots of 45-degree angles, and those are support, which is essentially like a corrugated wood.
yeah, that's a point. Like if you ever look at a um like a car, a lot of times it doesn't have perfectly flat wheel. It'll have like a little bend in it because that stronger um integrity. If you look at like
It's like the skeleton of most buildings, probably all buildings, raised in triangles.
oh yeah, definitely. You know what becomes a like fear of anything of the 21st century is rebar infused concrete. Basically, it's concrete with little pieces, almost like state, like little. It doesn't crack, and it's able to support like 10 times the weight of a normal rebar. It's like a, it's like it's a, it's a. Have you heard of this?
Just grind it up
Yeah,
like long metal bars, just like ground up rebar.
exactly. Game changer. Let me look and see it like strength, like just the difference in strength. Yo, dog, what is the strength difference between rebar infused concrete versus regular concrete? Like, how much longer does rebar concrete last, and how much stronger is it? And I'm not talking about rebar and concrete. I'm talking about like little bits of rebar in concrete. Yo, okay, strength differences. Compressor strength, resisting being squished, 2,000 to 5,000 psi. Concrete with rebar is 2 to 4 times stronger. Load capacity improves. Longevity. Plain concrete has a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. Rebar concrete, 40 to 60 years. Real talk. Throwing a few sticks of rebar into a slab won't turn it into a highway bridge. Big difference for driveways, patio walls. No, that's not what I mean. Not what I mean. Not rebar. I mean like with little pieces of rebar. It's like rebar infused concrete. Okay, now I get what you're talking. You're talking about concrete that has little bits of rebar or steel mixed into it. Oh, this is known as steel fiber reinforced concrete. Yo, dog. Okay, so it is way better at resisting cracking, flexing, and impact. This is up to 2 to 3 times compared to regular tensile strength. Increases about 2 to 3 times regular concrete. Flexural strength bending, it improves by 3 to 100%. Impact resistance, it's 10 times stronger for impact. Crack control, it helps prevent cracks from spreading, even micro cracks. How longer does it last? There you are. How much longer does it last? It lasts times longer, so about 75 years. So a plain concrete driveway will last 25 years before cracking. Steel fiber enforced concrete driveway will last generally about 40 to 50 years. What are your thoughts?
And what's the cost?
What's the cost between regular concrete versus that steel infused concrete? Um, so like regular concrete is like $125 a cubic yard. Steel fiber is $160. So it's like not that much more for twice the length. I mean, it seems like a good deal.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And
I'm sure it does. As I understand, though, that papercrete did not. That was just coating on it, right?
papercrete is like grinding up old soggy cardboard with wheat paste, and then it's essentially concrete that is made out of paper.
What's the price difference between papercrete and steel infused rebar concrete? Wait, okay. Okay, so regular concrete is $125. Steel fiber concrete is $160. Papercrete is $30.
I thought it was like way too
Dude, that's really good.
made cardboard for free. Yeah, I think it could be cheaper.
Are you gonna start a papercrete company? What would you call it?
Crete fleet,
I think you can do better.
paper shaper.
That's okay. What about neat concrete?
Doggy doggy.
How about sweet concrete?
That's not an alliteration or a rhyme.
It is a rhyme. Sweet concrete?
Oh, yeah, yeah, somewhat.
What do you mean somewhat? Sweet concrete. Sweet crete. They rhyme.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. Um, you didn't like my Crete fleet, but
I think of
Crete
fleet, I
fleet,
think of like a bunch of boats or like a bunch of
bunch of boats is an armada.
it's also a fleet. Or just like a bunch of cars or something. Or planes.
Well, I don't know. It could also be a fleet of paper Crete bricks. Do you still have? Do you know what the Hawaiian state flag is?
Yeah, dude, I fucking hate it. It's got the Union Jack on it.
Yeah, it should not. Shouldn't it be a rainbow?
Yeah.
Is it a rainbow in the future?
No. Um, I think I moved there someday to Maui. I think that becomes a thing. I get houses all over the world, but like Maui becomes a big one. A bunch of really wealthy people already live in Maui, but especially after those fires, like We just like buy up all the land there.
Nice place to.
Yeah, I can tell you like the big places off the top of my head: Maui, LA, but a specific spot. Actually, there's this area between San Diego and Orange County that is known as Camp Pendleton, which is a marine base that eventually closes down, and all that land. It's like the most beautiful area of the world that currently is used by the military becomes available to people, and we build really big houses there, and it connects San Diego to LA, so that it becomes like a mega city. It already is. I mean, it's only like an hour and a half to San Diego, not even like you can make it in an hour basically. But once they shut down that military base, it opens up a lot of things. Um, what else becomes big? Cabo San Lucas becomes big. Just these are a lot of like strategic things. Melbourne becomes big. Perth becomes big. Kuala Lumpur becomes big. Shanghai becomes big. Um, what else? There's this city, Baku, Azerbaijan, becomes a giant city. Like giant, like it's already a city of the future, but it becomes major. Um, of course, Tel Aviv, of course, Jerusalem, Abu Dhabi, um, Cairo. Cairo is already the most populous city in Africa. Um, so Johannesburg's big, Cape Town's big, but Durban becomes big in South Africa. I have a lot of friends from South Africa, um, specifically those places. And then Pretoria becomes big as well. Um, what else becomes big? Ghana becomes big. Becomes big. I think eventually I get a house on Lake Victoria overlooking the Victoria Falls. Um,
I want your opinion on this for a potential solution.
okay, you have to understand something. I'll give you my opinion. I'm here listening. I just have to walk over here just for a second and do these three computers. So I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. Um, the student debt crisis is often talked about, and that it should be a rate, and other people don't necessarily think that. I'm just wondering what your views on it, and if you have
Yeah. So I think what happens in the future is debtors' prisons return. So basically, like if you can't pay to go to jail, they were once a thing in the United States and in like the British Commonwealth. They got rid of them, but that doesn't mean that they can't come back. So basically, if you're unable to pay them in the future, you go to debtor's prison. And then, have you ever seen that Black Mirror where people have to exercise to make money?
yeah, it's literally like the Rick and Morty episode.
So basically, you just exercise to pay off your debt, and it generates energy.
That's fascinating. So that so you don't believe that student debt should be a rate.
No, I do should be a rate.
You're just saying like you predict that in the future that debtor's prison will be a thing.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. I think all education should be free. I feel the idea of libertarianism that we should have personal freedoms, but safety net.
And free education is for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, at least so it gets complicated. Like, I think at the end of the day, I don't think that we should have borders or countries. We're like people of the globe, but so long as there are citizens, um, or like so long as we have countries, then it should be free for all citizens.
I'm down for that. What's that platform use that simultaneously streams like 50 platforms at once or whatever?
Right.
No, it's you included it in the description of your YouTube live.
You sure it's not Rumble?
I'm almost positive. Let's see.
Here, I'm reading it right now, or you can read it right here. 100 plus YouTube accounts, 100 plus.
Restream.io.
Oh, that, yeah. Yeah. What about it?
When did you start using and promoting that? Are they sponsoring you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Um, okay, so
Are you gonna reincarnate William Heath in the future?
absolutely, he's gonna have his own hologram. Holograms become really big. Okay, so Restream is a really nice platform that I use and that I've started using because it has disconnection protection. Like when you live stream as much as I do, you need consistent internet all the time. And for whatever reason, just because of how routers are and ISPs are, and like, power fuses blow, and I've got roommates who sometimes blow fuses and whatever, it can knock out the internet for a little bit. Sometimes it's only like 10 seconds, but sometimes that makes your stream go down. So Restream. Pardon me. Restream.io allows it has disconnection protection, which I feel should be just a default thing that YouTube has and that Rumble has, but they either don't have it or they don't have it for as long as I need. So what happens is on
How is
occasion,
that possible? How's disconnection a thing?
so what it basically does, if your internet goes out while you're live streaming on YouTube, let's just say it goes out for 1 second, not a long time, and it's not even like the whole thing goes out. It's not like your router restarts or anything. Just for whatever reason, there's just a hiccup in the connectivity. YouTube ends your stream immediately. What Restream.io does is it says, hold on a second, I think you just disconnected. I'm not going to end the stream immediately. I'm going to give it 10, 15, 20 seconds to restream, like in one continuous feed. When, if it's YouTube, it just ends the stream immediately. Does that make sense?
Yeah. How long have you been using that
for? Like 6 months or so. And I have um, like normally what would happen is my stream would go down and I would just restart a new stream. But this allows me to not have to do that. So it's very beneficial from that. I mean, it's just a lot less babysitting of the stream. It is a it's a freemium service. What do I mean by that? There are free tiers that I use, and um, what does that do? So you can do a stream, and one of my streams will be out, or two of my streams will be out, or six of my streams are still live streaming. It's like not that big of a deal up to me. It's the reason why I do so much more because my streams go out, and it's not even my internet. Sometimes it has to do with the app crashes or the laptop needs a restart or like whatever. When you do as much streaming as I do, there are like a lot of different scenarios that occur that can stop. So it's like, okay, if one goes down, I've got another one, and if that one goes down, I've got another one going. And then if any stream archive, no, but I have like 99.99%. If I ever have a power out or they have to do like some work on the router, I have GoPros that I use that I'll just put one GoPro on me, not probably like just a few times a year. Is it like, does something have to happen where we'll have to change out the internet, or like they had to get a new router like several months ago, even more than that. So when there's that switch over, or it doesn't happen as much anymore, thankfully. But I had one roommate who liked to microwave stuff in their room, and they would blow out the fuse all the time when like he would have like a bunch of power going on. I really liked him as a person, but as a roommate, I mean, I'm sure he could say the same thing about me at points, but he would like his oil. He would like cook like he would like cook like really Filipino dishes and pour the oil down the sink, and it would clog up. And I got it like to the ones in the house, and he said, "Well, I don't know what to do." Like frustrating, but anyway, he would knock out the power a lot. Um, they're just little, just uh, different scenarios that occur. So I use Restream as like a kind of failsafe for a lot of the disconnections that occur. The ones me are just when the internet cuts out for like 10 seconds. Like just I like I do all kinds of troubleshooting online for this. It's just something that happens with different ISPs and different routers. And normally that's not a big deal. And actually, probably 99% of all the doesn't even know what's happening because they're just like hit refresh on their computer or whatever and it works again. But I'm live streaming all the time, and because of that, I always have to have it working. It can never be down. Does that make sense?
No days off, no seconds off.
That's right. No days off, no seconds off, or as I talked about you at length yesterday about how nice you are. I sometimes just talk to the camera, and I was just saying that how nice you were and how nice it was for you to come in and how consistent I am. ones, that meant a lot to me. I I hope you can hear in my voice, like, think I'm coming to the end. Not because I'm quitting by any means, but I'm gonna get viral. I just look at, like, just as I was saying this, somebody talked about me 15 minutes ago, somebody talked about me 6 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like, those are more.
What's your blue sky bot doing exactly? Just
It likes, reposts, and comments on new people's posts. So, like, let's say you go on Blue Sky right now and you post something, there's a good chance one of my three bots will like it, will repost it, and will comment on it. So, like,
comment too?
Yeah, it comments this huge thing of text that says, um, it's the thing about, like, the biggest pimp of all time, yada yada yada.
I gotcha.
Um, so somebody wrote, um, "I'm becoming a meme," like, and that's cool. So somebody wrote 16 minutes ago and replied to somebody else, "Have you ever met a man named Rabbi Rothschild?" Somebody else wrote 7 minutes ago, "The rabbi showed up in my replies and was instantly banned. This is the power being a dragon gets you." And that's fine. Look, I don't care if it bans me. I have a list right now of 1,200 accounts that are ready to be populated. I've been working on it for like 3 months. Like, I've got literally right now, let's say lightning, God forbid, hit me right now. It would have 1,200 accounts that would spam until it ran out. So it wouldn't go forever, but they would have to ban 1,200 accounts, which would take days. Meaning, like, I have days of work of backup, and that's it's a really good bot. I've had bots before that were okay. My kick bot was pretty good, but it didn't work while I was asleep, and it didn't. Maybe it did. I don't recall, but this one works while I sleep. It allows me to talk with you. I mean, as I talk with you, I do little captchas, and all I have to do is make sure the captchas are being done, and that creates new accounts and puts them all in this big spreadsheet that I have. And then my computers take the information from the spreadsheet and spam people with those accounts. And I have it programmed that if anybody bans those accounts, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Here's why. In order to ban
For someone who might say that, you're using like a robot host or whatever, Twitter actually allows. I mean, there's like a banner like thing that says this is a bot or whatever, but Twitter already is allowing these autonomous agents to post like all the time. So it's not really like you're doing anything wrong.
Well, and I think you and I have done that investigation where you can make autonomous but you're only allowed to make one of them. I make hundreds, thousands, basically, and they don't allow that. That's ban evasion.
Yeah, I mean, I barely posted on like my Hello Yellow account and commented, and I still just got like flagged.
Yeah. I had that same issue, and I don't know what, like, I don't know. I mean, I just evolution of what they do to be able to prevent spam. And years ago, like when I started spamming on there 2 or 3 years ago, I could create as many accounts as I want, spam as much as I want. But now they have AI. You can tell they have AI. Really using AI actually just like in January of this year. Now, like with your or I do any kind of account, it triggers something in it and it bans it. Now I'm live streaming on Twitter right now. Twitter Spaces. I've been live in the Twitter 24/7 since February 14th, which like 4 months. And this account hasn't been taken down, but I don't post with it. I don't spam with it. I don't do anything with it. It's literally just a video space. And I get random people in there. I get these assholes. I mean, I think me. And, and it, it works sometimes. Or just to annoy me. And so I'll just hear like that. I mean, but that bother me too much. Now, when I sleep in here, a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer on which I'm talking to you, and people will come in here and just be screaming stuff or come in with chain noises or whatever. And I notice, like, if I keep that with the sound, I'll sleep like only like 4 to 6 hours. I have it muted, I'll sleep 6 to a lot longer because I'm able to see continuously. If I allow somebody to come in, like I get random people who want to come in here and talk with me, and that's fine, even though I'm asleep. And they're really nice. Like I'll get Zoot who come in here and he's like, "Are you awake?" And I'll be like, "I'm sleeping." And he's like, "Okay, well I'll just let you go." But like me saying I'm sleeping, it'll be like it'll like open my it'll keep me awake a little bit. And then I won't always be able to get back to sleep. So I do, but I don't always remember to mute it. Whenever I mute it, if you ever come in here and see me, I'll take like a bottle of something and I'll put it like here. You ever see that? It's like, why does he have that? I shouldn't say unmute myself, but to turn up the sound in the morning, because if I don't, sometimes it happened like 1 or 2 times where I will be here. I'll be like, man, nobody's come in or said anything in a while, and I'll look, and they will have been, but I had the sound off. So usually, I have two different. I got this one, and then the camera that has the podcast, and I can hear people that one, and I'll be like, huh, what's going on? Oh, this one's still muted. But when I would do this, when I would spam on Twitter, I would get one person talking about me. This is at my max because I was really doing it with one computer. One person every 3 days, and when I do it on Blue Sky, I get like on average one person an hour talking about me, and like increase in people learning about me. Then they become. I'll just get people. I know I've said it, but you feel good when they say, if like, even though nobody cares what I post on Blue Sky, I know the rabbi cares because he upvotes me, and then I'll upvote them like immediately. Or I'll get people who say, this place is a real community when everybody knows who Rabbi Rothschild is, and it's like, yeah, you're fucking right, they do.
Maybe I haven't asked this before, but probably did. But why do you not spam Reddit?
Oh man, Reddit security and basically anybody's. If I create a Reddit account, it gets banned almost immediately.
Even with a username?
Every random username, random IP address, random device, everything. Yeah.
But you also need the bullet thing.
Yeah, in a lot of them, right? But even though I've gotten that, I mean, I've purchased Reddit accounts, and Reddit has some kind of. I remember when this happened. Condé Nast bought Reddit. Condé Nast is like a magazine company, and they have this thing that they do. What device fingerprinting does Reddit do, or account fingerprinting, to be able to prevent multiple accounts being used to evade bans? It might not even tell me this. Okay, so it uses device count fingerprinting, ban evasion, and puppeting. So it does IP address tracking, browser fingerprinting, cookies and local storage, super cookies and cookies, account behavior fingerprinting, device identifiers on mobile and desktop. So it knows like your device model, your advertising ID, app usage data, install apps, login and session correlation, third-party tracking, email and phone verification. So the big thing though I find that Reddit gets me on is uh, VPNs. Like basically, if you create a new Reddit account with a VPN, it automatically flags it. It doesn't automatically ban it, but it basically automatically flags it. And Reddit's just a weird place that they give the moderators and like a lot of power, but they give the administrators all the power. And if there's an administrator who feels like you're spamming or something like that, they get rid of you. Have I spammed on Reddit before? Yeah. And so they've banned my accounts. And I do have some accounts that are still going, but I don't post with them because I don't want to get them banned. Like I have one at the Rabbi Rothschild because like Rabbi Rothschild got banned and Bible Rabbi, all these they all got banned. That actually
You like build a bot to post organically, like using AI agents to just farm engagement,
you can
or like rage based farming.
you can, but the best way to do it is in explain to me like I'm 5 and go to and filter by new, and someone will ask a question like how are babies born or whatever, like some simple question like why is the sky blue, and then you would say like because water molecules are reflecting light, however they are reflecting everything but blue. You know what I mean about color?
Yeah.
And so you would explain that in like a simple form. And because you do it really early on, you become the top uh, upvoted thing, and then you get the most amount of karma. And then that's how you get a lot of karma. So yeah, you can do it. Or there are already a lot of bots on it anyway, though. Like more than half of Reddit is probably bots at this point, and especially like the um like like some of the big subreddits, all they do is just take what was a really popular post like a year ago and just repost it with the top. The best way to get the most amount of karma is to take a post that was popular like a year ago and then go and take the top upvoted comment and make that the title.
Yeah, I'm going right a lot. I feel like it's not really for self promotion. Like you can't see what other Reddit people are in, right? And I don't think you like post a URL or something on your profile or
Yeah,
anything like that.
yeah, you can. Yeah, you definitely can. In fact, that's where a lot of the botting comes in.
So if people look at your profile, then they could potentially find, or is it just
Yeah, you can post 5 links, and you can write a little bio. Um, they can't see what subreddit you're in, but they can see what subreddit you've posted to. And so there are people. I think Redditors are creepy. A lot of them because they're like they make all these assumptions about you. They'll be like, granted, there are a lot of robots on Reddit, or a lot of people who are promoting OnlyFans, but there are just girls who are just making a post, and then people will just assume they're doing OnlyFans or whatever. And like Reddit suffers from such hive mind chamberism. Like, it may be the most hive mind echo chamber on the internet. It's unbelievable, but only so many people are allowed accounts on there. Did you join the William Montgomery subreddit?
yeah, of course.
What do you mean, of course? You didn't even know existed.
I'm his #1 fan.
Maybe in your house. Definitely not in this call. I had to teach you about the think of his performance on this last. Think about William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony.
I thought it was great. He knocked it out of the park.
Really, even though he didn't perform.
He was there in spirit.
So the reason why he did is, well, at least Tony said, because he only had 20 seconds put together. But I think he's shooting his movie, and so that's taking up some of his time. So I don't want to say he hasn't been on his.
That could be why he only has 20 seconds of the gold.
Well, actually, the reason why it's kind of complicated. The Tony and Red Band went to England and did the O2 Arena and bombed really badly. It was not a good show, people said. They don't do well in stadiums because of a few reasons. One, they can't control the crowd as much. Like at the Comedy Mothership, they have to do facial recognition, and you're not allowed to like have your cell phone and all kinds of stuff. But O2 Arena is much bigger. Same thing they did in Nashville. The other thing that happens is you get a small contingent of people in a very large stadium like that, or arena like that, and they start to boo people. When a small group of people starts to boo, then everybody starts to boo. So people shit on all of these comics, and so Tony has to get up there and be like, "Hey, let him speak, and all that." Then on top of that, at least in the most recent England Kill Tony, London, they had people broke out in fights just because of whatever. Somebody threw a bottle at somebody, and they just started. And then, oh yeah, that's the other thing is they allow alcohol amongst all these people. Not that they don't at Comedy Mothership, but they're watching what people are taking in much more at Comedy Mothership than they are in like a state in a big arena. Okay, so then they went on vacation for a couple weeks, but they still want to show new Kill Tonys. So what Kill Tony did is it set up some episodes at the Vulcan Gas Arena, or Vulcan Gas Company, which is another venue in Austin, and they were doing multiple a week. Did like 2 or 3 in a week, something like that. And William Montgomery, he can do 1 minute per week, but it's really hard for him to do 2 or 3 minutes in a week. So that's why he said he only like 20 seconds. Joke delivery and the fact that he's reading off cards, I really think I could do. I could do. I think I could do a minute a day easily. All I have to do here, we'll do it right now. Just I'm gonna go to CNN. All right. So like, what's a thing in the news? Uh, Loved ones share tributes as leaders. Well, that's a sad thing. I don't want to do something sad. Um, okay, Thailand was the first country in Asia plan. What did they setting tourism? And then boom, that's not bad. What Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. They had record-setting tourism. Boom. Next, I'm not saying it's like the thing is that I read the whole line. So if it was, hey, did you know that Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana and things allegedly didn't go as planned? Yeah, they were expecting to have, I don't know. I think that was a funny joke, the first one. Yeah, they had overwhelming tourism. Next one. How Qatar, let's see, the Bezos Sanchez wedding. What happened at billionaire Jeff Bezos' wedding? Hey, Jeff, here's my fucking invitation. Oh, brand, or whatever the fuck he buys, cereal I bought off Amazon. I thought that would at least give me.
I ran last week, but it didn't bomb as hard as Rabbi Rothschild tonight.
Dog, people will be laughing their ass off at these. All right, how about the Sean Diddy Combs case shows trialtainment has evolved in the post. I'd say it's the funniest shit ever, but it's like he just needs to come up with like 5 of these.
Joey Diaz joke about carpet.
Well,
What do you think about the demise of carpeting?
what do you mean?
Downfall of carpeting.
Versus hardwood floors or hard surfaces? Well,
Yeah, they're very popular at some point. Still in occasional like movie theater hallway floors might have some carpeting still.
yeah.
I don't think many public spaces typically have carpeting.
So the big thing about carpeting, and people don't realize this, 90% of all dirt, debris, but specifically dirt, soil, can be prevented with 10 feet of walk-off matting. So what do I mean? Basically, like when you walk into a building, 90% of all of the dirt that would be tracked in with 10 feet of carpeting right by the door. So that's why,
Big welcome mat.
yeah, exactly. That's why you see welcome mats where they are.
But yeah, in most establishments there's not like a 10-foot carpeted welcome mat.
Well, they have these things. They have track well that at least get some of the stuff off of your shoes. It depends where you are, but like a lot of places have them. I know, like I don't know, at like the store they have a big um thing of uh carpeting by the door. A lot of times, especially because it can cause a slip hazard if you have it like there's a slipping hazard from people coming from the outside inside if it ever rains.
Right? Do you think it's possible to make a carpeting that doesn't get like stained as easily?
Yeah, so they make all kinds of coatings, um, like Scotch Guard. Haven't we talked about Scotch Guard?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so you Scotch Guard it, and then the big thing, the way to clean carpeting, it's called dry shampoo. It is a so like the issue with carpeting a lot of times is it's really difficult to clean carpeting in an industrial setting or a commercial setting because you have to wait for the carpeting to dry. Even if you have huge air blowers on it, it still takes a long time. It can take overnight. And like if you're in an office building, people don't want to walk in when the carpet's wet. So what they have is it's called dry shampoo. And you put dry shampoo in the carpet and then you vacuum that up and it basically shampoos the carpeting with a chemical and it's dry afterward. And that's going to revolutionize cleaning of carpeting.
When when did that start coming out?
Um, since like 2015. Let me look at.
So very recently
Oh
compared
yeah,
to the
yeah.
first
It not like the carpet. Yeah, yo, dog. Like Joey Diaz, have him explain in 10 bullet points dry chemical shampooing of carpeting. Sure, here it is. Listen, cocksucker, this ain't your grandma's steam cleaning. Dry shampooing means no water, no mess, and no waiting hours for carpet to dry. They sprinkle this special powder, right? It's a dry compound. Got some chemicals and cleaning agents, like cocaine for your carpet. They work that shit in with the brush machine. The bristles get deep like you owe them money. Grinds the dirt loose and gets it up top. No soaking the rug, it's just out of the pool. No soaking the rug like it just got out of the pool. The dry stuff pulls the dirt out of the fibers without flooding the joint. They vacuum it up like a DEA raid. All the dirt, the grime, poof, gone. Carpets left clean and mostly dry. Perfect for places that can't shut down for hours. Offices, casinos, maybe even your weird uncle's shag carpet from '72. No sticky residue, no wet dog smell. Just a clean floor and scent of success or chemicals. Who gives a fuck? Not for deep, nasty stains, though. You spill red wine on or blood, call somebody else, or burn the carpet. Fast, efficient, bada bing, bada boom. In and out, like a hit job in Jersey. End of the day, it's maintenance, not a miracle. Keep your carpets clean, and you won't need an exorcism every 6 months. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it gave me an idea actually based on the staining
What's it?
agent.
What's that?
I mean, possibly this exists, but creating a modular like tiled carpet that will like interlock together.
They
That
already
way, if
make.
you spill wine on, they already have it.
They already make it. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's a useful invention that I know exists, but would have
Yeah.
been a trillionaire had I known about that.
Yeah. So it's like if you have an area that gets severely damaged, you can pull out the squares, or like by the entrance, you just like the places that get worn more often, they just get pulled out.
I mean, have you ever seen a hotel hallway with like, and I'm talking about like a not like an Airbnb, like the actual hotel chain hallway that isn't carpet.
That isn't carpet. On like in the up floors, they generally always are. I think that has to do not just with cleanliness, but sound as well. But I've seen hotel lobbies that are not that
But
like they're
you're right.
marble,
We didn't even think of the sound. It does dampen the sound,
right?
which is another added benefit of carpet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also insulation. But I think the big reason is carpeting hides stains much better than flooring does, or like tile.
That's true. So yeah, but you'll agree that carpeting has probably declined in the last 10 or 20 years. And do you think that it's like a information gap about this like dry magic cleaner solution?
Um,
Uh,
like the dry chemical has been around, but it's not as effective in getting out stains. The thing is, flooring has improved. So they're like you used to have to strip the floor and then put a layer of wax down. Now they have like much more. Like for instance, um, they like you used to have to like wax a floor regularly. Now they make these things, these discs that you can put on a make it really shiny, just as shiny as you would have with a wax floor, but doesn't need wax. There's a company that makes these things. They're like has these discs that have little diamonds on them, like not like diamonds you'd have in a ring, but they're like broken down, like diamond chips. And then if you spin those at a fast enough speed, they will floor. So there have been advances and stuff like. What'd you say? They do. They scratch it so much that it polishes it. So like if you have a marble floor or terrazzo floor or even some tile floors, it will shine them up. So that's been an advancement in the industry. Carpeting. Um, so let's look up what the like industrial industrial percentages are. Yo, dog. In the last 30 years, has carpeting increased in commercial areas, or has hard flooring increased? Hard flooring has definitely increased in commercial areas, while carpeting has declined. Here's a breakdown. LVT, luxury vinyl tile, polished concrete, ceramic tile, hardwood, and rubber flooring. Wide durability. It handles high foot traffic better. Aesthetics, modern sleek look, sustainability, more eco-friendly, cost efficiency. Carpeting on decline. It's still used, but mostly in office spaces for noise dampening and warmth. Some care and education settings. Why declining? Maintenance costs. Cleaning is expensive and time consuming. Wear and tear gets dirty and damaged quicker in heavy use areas. Health concerns can harbor mold and bacteria. There you go. That's our answer.
do you think the future of oh, do you think sorry, not carpeting will make a comeback at some point,
Um,
or will it go extinct, or just kind of maintain its market share?
I think it will still be popular in like some applications, like rooms, people like well, like people like having carpeting in bedrooms for warmth. So it doesn't have to be. Hardwood works. It depends, I think, probably in the climate as well. Um, I would say, they make a lot of like synthetic products now that look like wood that you really can't tell the difference when before you wouldn't have that. But even if you have like a wood or synthetic wood floor, a lot of people put carpeting over it. They just it can be cold to the feet, and people like warmth on their bedroom. Now, with that being said, um, like kitchens, in the '70s they used to put carpeting in kitchens, but you won't ever see that again, I don't think. And
The whole house was
whole house was carpeted with like indoor outdoor carpeting. And I don't think
carpeting, neon, and
carpeting in bathrooms that used to be a thing, but that's not
yeah,
hygienic,
that was brutal.
right? Um,
That's, yeah.
yeah. But I don't think carpeting will go all the way away. I think you'll have people who still want carpeting like throw rugs and like ornamental rugs. That's still popular, especially in like areas where slip hazards can occur. No fucking way. We've been talking about you all evening, Zoot.
Okay.
Are you ready, big dog?
Yo. And you go. And you go.
I've heard you, Zoot. Zoot, I've heard you as I've been falling asleep or been asleep quite often. How have you been, Zoot?
Thank you having responded to me.
What'd you say?
I've been in here the last 4 days and you never responded to me.
Well, you said a bad word right when you left this morning.
Did I?
Yeah, somebody else.
It might have been. I apologize.
No, you're okay. I know you have tics and things. Okay, I've sent you both invitations. The first night I responded to you, you said, "Have a good night, Rabbi," or something like that. Zoot, I know because you haven't been coming in here as early as normal. You've been coming in really late.
Yeah, because I've been busy at the gym because I go later gym sessions.
Okay, so I knew something had changed. Do you guys know that you have invitations?
Yeah. One thing, I'm just making breathing a lemon real quick. I'm not talking about the only one.
So, Zoot, what's your BMI? What body fat are you?
Uh, I've, been putting back on my that would be a bit higher, but I'm gaining more muscle because I don't have muscles.
All right, have you gone to the strip club yet?
Yeah, I did. I replied.
You reapplied what they say to you.
Yeah. So, let's play. I'm only gonna play one game.
We're waiting on Riser.
Oh, dude. No, you're finally fine. My battery's nearly dead.
Well,
I'm out. It's not like it was peculiar. Not in the bad way.
No, we're in the other one.
No. Oh, I didn't. Shoot the messenger.
Look at this shot of Zoot. Zoot, that was a good shot. Riser, did you squeeze your lemon? Oh, that was almost... Boy, both of you had really great shots.
Might be able to squeak that puppy in. What the fuck? I missed it. That was Zoot.
Zoot, great shot, big dog. Zoot, that was a great shot.
You're helping me out, Zoot. Thank you. Oh.
Zoot, did you know you had a really good shot?
This is the warm-up game, just saying it now.
Zoot said he can only do it. If you wouldn't have hit it so hard, you might have had a shot. Is this a straight-on shot? Bounce it.
No.
Oh. All right, I'll take that. I had a really good drive on the last hole. I'm really proud of it.
Rabbi, you were. Now this is. I don't think this is good for breaking. Raza. I want to think that shot. Can you do a better shot than Rabbi?
Riser, that's a risky shot.
That was terrible. But I don't think mine's going to be much better. If I actually spend more time in this game, I'd perfect that angle and then it'd be one of the best positions I've ever seen.
Thanks, baby.
Rabbi, that was a 9. And Riser, that was probably a 9 as well. That was a big.
It wasn't that bad.
Not as bad as that, though. Do you think I can get it in?
I think you may be able to.
I'm good. You can get it in.
No, he's got that ball in the way.
Not a terrible shot.
No, that's fine.
We both are going to beat Riser.
Riser's got a tough shot. Riser's fucking up. Just blast it straight in, dude. See? I helped you, Riser.
I knew I had to do that. It was a tough shot, but I wanted to practicing.
You like that? That was perfect.
I never played it any better.
Riser's got a big shot in front of him.
No. It's a 3-shot hole anyway, so don't worry.
What is Riser doing? What a shot. Oh, you just fucked Zoot. This is maybe my worst hole.
No.
Riser, that was not good.
Fuck. What happened?
Zoot, get him. Oh, shut that fucking shit off. Look at this shot. Oh, I fucked up. What a great shot. Newfie. Newfie.
I was spamming Roger with stickers and he doesn't know how to turn it off.
Oh, you don't know how to turn it off? You hit the little green text box.
I don't mind it. It doesn't block any of my screen. You're playing on the tablet? iPad, baby. How did my ball get all the way back?
I hit it.
Oh, cool.
Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yes.
Rabbi, you can't lose.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you, Rabbi.
If I don't score and Riser scores.
Riser, you can get it in for me.
Don't.
Oh. Greatest shot in human history. Oh, my Lord. That was terrible, wasn't it? Make my next shot, dude. You could have. Oh, that's an impossible shot.
No, it's not.
Rabbi, you have to get it in here.
And I'm going to. Easy win, boys. Stay up, stay up.
If Riser gets it in, you tie.
Riser, don't get it in. It's as simple as that.
Her middle name is Macho.
You-
Right. You ever had some?
And I have to hit Rabbi's ball, and you win. I IQ shot. So take a moment.
It's okay for macho men
Oh.
to show every emotion available.
Dude,
That was a roll.
Because I've cried 1,000
dude,
times.
you almost hit me in.
Rabbi's ball.
But
If I hit Rabbi's ball, you win.
Zoo, you're not gonna hit my ball.
I just want to hit your ball. You know.
Don't touch my ball, dude.
Fuck. Fuck. That was a bad hot shot.
I could make this to win.
That's not even a hot shot.
Riser, what are your thoughts?
That's a 7.
It's impossible for Riser to win.
Really like a warm-up game.
It's
Wasn't even trying.
It's impossible for Riser to win. Riser, no matter how good this shot is, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, that's got to make you feel like shit. Make it, make it, make it.
Literally, dude, like cut me off on the first hole. We all saw it. That's my fault. Explain over again.
That a boy.
So this is my last game.
Okay. Zoo, an advantage. You get to go first.
Why do I get to go first?
Home field advantage. What is that? What is that strategy? What are your guys' strategies?
Rabbi won.
Oh no.
Oh my god, bro. Rise and fuck me.
No, we didn't.
I fucked you both. I fucked you.
Dude, this is bullshit. You know it. You know that's not a nice thing to do.
And I made it impossible for Riser. She was blocking me, so I literally had no choice.
You had a major choice.
Okay.
You could have made it past him. That was a nice shot.
How do I have the advantage and then I fucked it? I have a feeling Riser's gonna fuck this up. Perfect. Riser, you just... Yeah. No! Finger fucking bullshit. Bullshit. Rabbi, you can make this job.
Stop right in front of his ball. Really good.
Check it out. Well, and then I'll be sent down. There you go. Make sure it goes in the hole. More fucks over my shot. Yes. Yeah.
What did you just do?
I just helped Zoo.
Why?
Alright, hold him on. Why did you get split there first? I think Riser's shot is strategic. Good strategy here. Terrible strategy. Oh, what?
Why was it a terrible strategy?
Because it wasn't like that size.
I don't understand.
Riser's gonna hit you.
Gentlemen, that's how it's done.
Or is it done like this?
Oh, Zoot.
I have Riser though.
Not really. Riser,
Off his ball.
make it, Zoot. Oh,
I was scared. I was terrified there. I hate this phone. Rabbi's strategy.
what are gonna do? Riser. I don't know about that shot. Riser, look how far back he is. Pimp. Thanks, baby. I like that the hole is very forgiving in this game. Can you imagine if it wasn't as forgiving? There's all kinds of lip outs. I would not like that. Oh, Riser. Riser.
Okay, Rabbi's not good at this off. Gonna struggle a little bit getting it out. You're in a better position than both of us. And Rise will just help you where you can get it in the next shot. I got that too. Turns out I'm not. You can get it in from anywhere. Oh, block his ball. Terrible shot. Dude, where's your shot again? Water?
Riser made it so that Zoot cannot beat me. And I am on track for a perfect game, gentlemen. Oh, I'm not good at this hole, though.
Great shot.
Thank you. Do it, baby.
What was the point of that? Point is, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to help you.
Thank you. I did it. You helped me so much. Get him, Riser.
Riser's going to hit my both stuff. And not going to just help me.
Oh, wow.
I'm in the best position I've ever been in. I help the two of us. Don't fuck this up.
Terrible shot. Already bad. I've ever seen. It's coming back. It's coming back. All the way. All the way down. All the way down.
I'll show you how it's done. Oh. Yeah, Rabbi has a trip.
Stop.
Down, all the way down. There you go. And I believe this is how it comes. You ready?
Yep. Nope. That's coming back. Oh, you got fortunate.
Gentlemen's agreement. Gentlemen's agreement. No blocking. No black lagoon. Something.
Fuck that, man.
Yes, I want.
Coming
Hey,
back.
Raza,
Coming back.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready for me to be Raza?
Get up.
Oh, you tried to hit me and you fucked up.
No, I didn't try to hit you. Oh, fuck.
Dad, you go back. Dad, you do. Okay, ready?
Yep. Riser's gonna beat Zoot. Riser just beat Zoot. Or Zoot just beat Riser. Zoot just beat Riser. Oh, I don't care about that. All I care is about the W. At the end of the game, it says that I won. That's the only thing about which I care. He made an amazing shot. Look at that. 1,113 wins. Zoot, are you ready?
Yep. No.
I'm so glad Zoot was here.
Literati.
Oh, yeah, I'll play you, Literati. Literati. They move around the thing sometimes, and when they do that, I get confused as to where it went. All right, Riser. Here we go, pimp.
There you go. There you go. Oh, here we go. Let's see. So,
I'm gonna let you go first, because you always say I get an unfair advantage.
do I have to turn the very middle?
No, you can move it around a little bit. No. It has to at least overlap the middle, though. Oh, that was good.
I don't. Let's see the full board at the beginning and then it shrinks here. Oh, you fucked. Oh, you're gonna do that again. what you start saying. Oh, he's still. And again, fighting.
Nipah. No one knows what that means.
Yeah, you know nipple? You don't know nipple?
No one knows what that is.
A palm tree with creeping roof, characteristic of mangrove swamps in India.
Of course it is.
Do you know I have more than twice your score?
Yeah, the point system in this game is
How is it absolute bullshit?
it gives you like 50 points for getting a word, and I got like one.
Oh, I see.
I just got a two, like a row and a column, and it gave me no points. It gives you 13 points, so you it's just like you can't win. Well, and like the odds are actually against you.
You got to go first.
Pizza, short for pizza.
Yes, sir.
People don't say pizza, they say za.
Yes, they do.
Again, steals my section. But this one.
I like how you think you own parts of the board.
I mean, it's just remarkable how many times I get cut off. I understand it's part of the game, but so coming in for a big pass here. Uh,
Did you know that the score was 199 to 90 and you got to go first? I'm at 226 to 90.
what did you? Well, you get like these cheap letters like Y and J. And I've gotten all of my letters are literally 1 or 3 points. So
I've
again,
had
it's like
I've had excellent letters.
and also I haven't hit any of the like. I guess that's partly my fault, but haven't really hit any bonuses. We have not gone to the left at all, really.
I know we got to start working our way that way.
No.
$30.
Oh, oh, well, uh, um,
Ball.
what's your record? like how this game could have easily not get it. If that cost me a ton.
Yes, it does.
You watching a Weird Al documentary?
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
It sure did.
No, it's something on KFI, Los Angeles radio, where they're talking about some guy retiring.
I kind of want to watch a Weird Al documentary, man. It's one of those that come down. Weird Al Yankovic. Hey, is that a song? Oh yeah, the E-Day song. That's a good yield right there. Oh, if I had an A.
Sand.
Weird Al song.
Pretty.
I've never heard that one, but it sounds great. What does orc mean?
I don't know.
Peter. IOU isn't that word? Yeah.
It's an acronym.
Acronym it counts.
I kind of think so as well, but then anything could be an acronym.
Sure.
What?
What? Wow. I gave you so many points there.
Thank you.
Wow.
What were your thoughts on here and
Kurt, did you know that was a word even?
oh, of course.
How do you even still have tiles without you? That is crazy how we both have roughly the same amount of tiles on the board. Their scores are so wildly different, but you have some good extra ones. This game is all about like connecting, finding like the squares that connect the row and the column. Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe, and Weird Al were on late night television together 2 weeks ago.
There you go. Weird Al from Downey, California.
Ooh,
You know, I played this game with Zoot like 100 times, and finally he just goes to me, "What's the 2L mean?" I'm like, "What do you mean the 2L?" He's like, "On the board it says 2L, 3L, 2W, 3W." I said, "That's double word score, triple word score, double letter, triple letter." He goes, "Oh." I'm like, "You mean we've been playing 100 games and you didn't know that?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, now I feel stupid for beating you so many times and you not knowing how to play the game."
What's the difference between L and W?
L is letter, W is word.
Oh, okay. So the W's are way more valuable.
Correct.
I don't think there's anywhere like an A and an H.
You can play an A. I think it's the Bible word and. No. E between the E and the T with the double word score on the bottom right. Eat.
So yeah, that would.
I got you, big dog.
Wow. That was just a warm-up game, but
All right.
next time. I don't want to play again, but
All right.
because that would make me absolutely lose the game. But yeah,
Dog, all I know is that I enjoyed my evening with you. Thank you so much for keeping me company. This has been great.
yeah, likewise. How long have I been here for? Like an hour?
I can.
I think I got back here at like 4 or something with my dog. That was it. It was a while. in a movie?
Oh, Daniel Radcliffe is.
What the hell? I didn't know there was a quote Harry Potter playing Weird Al. Are you serious? That's crazy. I'm adding to my watch list for sure. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Jack Black is in it? Have you seen it or you just know?
I just know of it.
And you will get some rest.
Thanks, big man. It's been great.
Thanks for talking. Yeah. A good little speech there.
Thank you. Peace.
Yeah. When people in the MAGA movement are saying "Make America Great Again," I think what they're calling for is give me a future I can actually believe in again, and that was happening in a massive economic way post World War II. But then, we become, instead of a labor-based economy, instead of a value-added based economy, we become a knowledge-based economy. So suddenly you need one Steve Jobs instead of 1,000 workers at a work, right? And suddenly labor goes to India. It goes to China. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest, because it doesn't care about borders, right? Yeah. And so that's one of the reasons that I think that we're having this reevaluation of what a country is. In fact, there are some people who think that we're moving towards this statehood as a service, right? Citizenship almost as a subscription. I mean, think what does your country do? Right? It provides protection. Sometimes it provides healthcare. It provides a galvanizing sense of national identity. But what does that mean when we can have relationships across the entire world? People are playing online with players from Russia and from all over the world. They have an affinity group that doesn't live where they live, and they're working. I worked from Albania for a bunch of different companies. and never where we are all becoming like digital global citizens. That's kind of creepy.
That is interesting. That's one of the things that people talk about when they talk about like type 0 to type 1, 2, and 3 civilization. As they say, like right now we're far more global.
We're also experiencing these enormous growing pains, and because of these growing pains, it's leaving, I think, a lot of the world with this huge identity crisis, and that's why it was so interesting to look at. It's only recognized by 3 other countries who are also themselves unrecognized. So that's their flag. Yeah.
Wow.
And
That's like a map of it.
yeah, it's so.
What made you want to go to Transnistria?
So they were having Russian elections. So I was in Kosovo for the 10-year anniversary, and that's in the book. And then I realized, like, wow, Russian elections are happening outside of Russia. Super interesting. So in this country where even Russia doesn't recognize that it's its own autonomous country, they're hosting Russian elections because it's a majority Russian area.
Right.
And the reason that it is a majority Russian area is because Catherine the Great went to war with the Ottomans back in the day, and they took this little slip of land because, you can see the sort of border there? Yeah, there's this river, the Dniester.
Okay.
Yeah, the Dniester River, hence the name Trans.
Zoom out a little bit so I can see kind of like the whole area.
And so what it does is it lets you have access to the Black Sea.
Right.
And so caps to the Black Sea. And then when the Soviet Union started to hold, the Bolshevik Revolution kicked off, and suddenly they needed to gather up all of these areas. They needed to gather up Malta. They needed to, push their borders all the way out to Central Asia. But they needed to install all that galvanizing sense of identity within the people that are there. But these Russian-speaking people who were in the Transnistrian area, and so they're sort of sandwiched between Ukrainians and Moldovans. And as the Soviet Union started to rattle apart, they were like, "Oh, we want to keep the dream alive," and so that's why they still have Lenin statues. That's why they still have portraits of Stalin. I mean, it's literally like going back in time to like what the Union would look like today, except in this sort of weird oligarchic way. Like a lot of the things in Transnistria are run by literally a grocery store brand called Share. Wow. Yeah, look up grocery. If you want to have sort of like control over an area, like what do grocery stores do? They're responsible for large. They partner with local businesses and they right. So Share,
Second largest company in unrecognized breakaway state, Transnistria. Sheriff Supermarket under construction in the city of Vendry.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yeah, so they own the majority of everything in Transnistria. And, it's a way of having a sort of de facto government. A great way of doing that is keeping control over the food. It's keeping control over how resources are brought in, supply lines. And since Moldova has this, has a sort of agreement with their companies, you can do business so long as they're considered Moldovan companies. now sheriff is kind of guilty because they have relationships with the.
Like that logo. Your literal sheriff star.
Yep. In fact, they even have
Did
their.
that come from like the U.S.? Was that inspired by like?
So I've heard different things that I in no way can confirm, but I heard that the inspiration from it was the fact that the sort of the lawmakers in the town, the sort of secret police and so the lawmakers that were still active in Transnistria were like, okay, well, what are we gonna call our company now that we need to have a legitimate company? It's like, well, what are the sheriffs of this town? Sheriff Star. Whoa. I don't know if that's true or not. I really have no idea. But that Sheriff Star exists for a reason. They even have their own football team.
Sheriff football team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Really?
like soccer.
Soccer football.
Yeah. And I think they did pretty well this last year in something. But yeah, it's a bizarre place. And it kind of feels like you're being watched all the time. Feels like you're being followed there. I don't know if I was. It certainly seemed to be the case. But it also feels like you're kind of living in this fossil. People in Transnistria have like 5-6 passports because they need to have some recognition outside of Transnistria because nobody recognizes Transnistrian passports. So they'll have Moldovan, Romanian, Russian passports. Okay. And it's you look at that place and what it feels like being in that place is like, well, what's the future that people want here? Is it that they're once again subsumed into larger Russia? I don't know.
What kind of sense did you get from people there?
I got the sense that people considered themselves Russian, but they also knew that they were kind of between this rock and a hard place. That, and I certainly can't speak for all Transnistrians, but that they were sort of on this island, which they clearly are. And a lot of the stuff with the Ukraine war now too is like, well, is the Transnistrian military going to activate and go into Ukraine? Because they have Russian tanks that are over there, and they have a Transnistrian military. So I'm actually surprised that it hasn't really activated the same way. I'm actually super surprised that Transnistria has not really been a part of the war effort. But from what I understand, anyway, there is this strategy of trying to connect the land bridge. If you go along from southern Transnistria all the way across to the occupied territories in Ukraine, that would sort of help them gather up the larger Ukraine, or that would help them gather up the larger Russian forces.
So what side would they be on, Ukraine or Russia?
The Transnistrians?
Yeah.
Like Russia. They're Russians.
It's like with a lot of areas in Ukraine, right? Like Crimea, mainly Russian.
I mean, what I've heard, I don't know, I've never been to Ukraine.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, this is totally something that I've heard the same, but I truly don't know. It's a really strange place. At this point, I was sort of 3 down that were all unrecognized, and during this time, I was in Iraq. I told him about my project, and he's like, "Oh man, if you like unrecognized nations, you should get a load of Lieberland." What's that?
Lieberland.
It is an island in the middle of the Danube River, the Free Republic of Lieberland. How big is it? 7 square kilometers. About as big as the Vatican. And so this should call it better. I agree. That flag is a little busy for my taste. So this journalist was like, yeah, well, you should you can come for a 30-year anniversary. And I was like, done. To the Danube. And so ran basically all the way across from eastern Moldova to Novi Sad, Serbia, which is where they were sort of having their 30-year anniversary celebrations. And somebody was like, okay, if you want to meet Liberlanders, you got to go up to Ireland at the time. I knew that they were the world's first libertarian microstate, and that was it. Like, that's all I knew. And so I go up to the small harbor in Apatine, so I go up to this small harbor in Apatine, Serbia, and I see a boat, just like a houseboat, hanging out of the harbor, and it's flying the Liberland flag, and I'm like, where is it? And so their website.
Great weather for a country.
I know, right? And so go up to the boat, and there's like, this shirtless Dutch dude of it, and he's like, are you a Liberlander? I'm like, no. And he's like, well, come aboard. Let's change that. And I'm like, okay. So I go on this boat, and I start talking with this dude, and I'm like, this is what I've been working on. And so he starts talking about how, like, they are not only the world's first libertarian nation, cryptocurrencies. And so what, they've done this really fascinating little trick of statecraft, right? So when Yugoslavia fell, there was this declared no man's land, Croatia. And in that no man's land, that was the Danube, there was this island, that island right there, that nobody really claimed. Croatia decided that they weren't going to claim it, so nobody was on this island. Cut to the future, and libertarian political scientist guy. Well, I guess I'm just going to call it so. Anyway, the president of Liberland is like a Bitcoin millionaire, and he goes up and he's like, puts a flag in, and he's like, I got a country. I just got to work on recognition. Because remember, if you start a country, it's two things. It's like declaration, recognition. And so they start building actual infrastructure. They have Liberlandians. Mostly they're just like Bitcoin millionaires. We're just like, this is, the future of state. What we do is we're going to have this sort of libertarian paradise where we fund ourselves to interact with the, and so that's why I'm talking about this shirtless dude on a houseboat in the middle of the Danube River. And I'm like feeling kind of two ways about this because, like, on one hand, I've been through all of these countries that have had these violent revolutions, blood and treasure to draw a line on the map. And meanwhile, a bunch of cryptocurrency millionaires decide, well, we can take this land because nobody wants it, and we can start our nation here. We can sort of live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own. We can live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own laws on this little island. Because again, now we're in a place where that's.
So these are going to fund all this?
I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now. I ended up with them for their like I said, the 30-year anniversary, and eventually, after bothering the Liberlanders, this possible. I ended up in this sort of cryptocurrency in Serbia, and I was just talking with the various Liberlanders, and at one point somebody was like, and it turns out he was coming to find me, and so, after talking with the sort of shirtless Dutch crypto anarchist, I was like, is this just right? What is Liberland at this point? This dude is like this really genteel, super smart English guy, and so we sit down and start talking about legitimately. He's like, yeah, and I'm like, how? So so he sort of starts talking me through like the various ways they're gaining recognition. And one way was actually pretty fascinating. So they kicked everybody off of Liberland and Croatia. And Serbia nominally supports them. And so the Croatians kicked people off of Serbia, or pardon me, the Croatians kicked people off of the Liberland Island because they said it was a affront to their national integrity. But through, they have no claim over the island. So the president of Liberland ends up getting himself arrested by the Croatian authorities. And so what that does is it makes them have to make a legal decision. Do you have claim over this territory or not? Because according to this treaty, you don't. But you arrested somebody who is a European citizen for apparently illegally entering your country. So either you have a claim or you don't. And so by taking them to court, they were able to sort of start carving out recognition from Croatia. And then meanwhile, at the same time, Croatia starts running patrols up and down the river, hoping that people just don't go to the island. But what does that do? It gives them a de facto border. Almost like this Aikido move. And so I find out from the Liberlanders, I still can't remember what it is supposed to be. It sounds good. It does sound good. I find out from them that like this whole thing is going to be on the island, but the 30-year anniversary is going to be this boat party, right? And so they have all these boats, like the sort of flotilla of boats that's going to like. I gotta like this is my mission for the day. And so I find the biggest boat and I get on that boat because I assume he's going to be on that boat. And I mean, it's a boat, so there's only so many places to look for the president. I can't find him anywhere. And then we take off and we're starting down the Danube River. Suddenly, Croatian patrol boats start coming alongside of us. And they're like, sure that we don't eventually go to the island. It's like this sort of party-like atmosphere, like Liberland wine, Tierra Nullis, and just like out of red solo cups and like dancing to top 40s hits. And I can't find the president until I see him like speeding along on a jet ski throughout all of the different boats and in between the Croatian police. And so what he's doing is he's like going to each of the boats, giving a little speech, and then like coming back and like giving another speech to somewhere else. And I'm just like looking and zipping around on this jet ski, like between Croatian police and all these Bitcoin millionaires on like tiny boats and big boats, and I'm just like, I gotta get on a jet ski somehow. Like this is up of the back. I'm like, how can I get on this jet ski? And I'm jet ski, and the jet ski. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, I'm the foreign secretary. Is everybody just like nominating them? So, like at this point, a hobbit could have come up to me and been like, oh yeah, I'm the diplomat of Liberland. I'm like, okay, yeah, sounds good. And he's like, so turns out the foreign secretary, he lives in Florida. And he's like trying to win other countries for Liberland, for recognition of Liberland. So he ends up waving down the president on his jet ski. And I finally get on the back of the jet ski with the president of Liberland. And that is like the weirdest first impression that you can make on somebody that you have to hold on to. That's exactly what it is. You wear a life jacket. Yeah, probably should have. I don't know, think about it. Yeah, so I'm just like clutching the president of Liberland. Beautiful. It was the strangest first impression. This is like police. Oh, there he is. Yeah. And so I'm like holding on to him like a spider monkey, and he's like, hold on. And then we just sort of okay, I get there's a single question to ask the president of a country that just got created, even though it's been like on this like at this point 8-month journey through unrecognized nations. And the only question I could come up with, and I'm like yelling it in his ear. I'm like yelling it in this dude's ear. I'm like, so you created a nation. What? And I'm like, speed me back to both. I don't know if, like, this is how nations will be created in the. And he's like, so where's the final stop on your trip? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to Somaliland. It's like an autonomous region in northern Somalia. He's like, we have an embassy there.
It's like all these nation states that are trying to become nation states are like linked with them.
Yeah, they recognize one another.
Yeah,
And
they're the first one.
yeah,
They're the early adopters.
that's right. Yeah. And so he's like, you want to stay at the embassy? And I was like, I mean, yeah, totally. Yeah, that sounds great. And so I have like a little bit of downtime in between going to Somaliland and I'm kind of waiting in Bulgaria, anything from the brass at Liberland. And so I start sending like furious text messages, polite but firm text messages. Hey, where were you so I can stay at the embassy in Somaliland? It's like at this point I have forces are drained and like there's nowhere to stay like safely in Somaliland. It's a safer place in the Horn of Africa, but it's not the safest. And we had like $300, so I really needed to stay somewhere. And so I get a call from the president, and he's like, "So we had a plan. So there's no way I can like just show up in Somaliland, not knowing anybody, not knowing anything, or not having a place to stay." And so I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point. And he's like, "Well, I don't know if this is mess up here, but like, would you want to do that?" I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Do you want to be the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland?" He was like, "Can I stay at the embassy?" He's like, "Yeah, but you also have to do stuff for us." And I was like, "Yeah, okay, totally." So I became the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland.
Still currently
No. I was just the.
Oh, you resigned?
I resigned. Yes, I was there for like 6 weeks. My embassy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you went there.
Yeah. So I went there and like
Where exactly is Somaliland?
So you have North Africa, and you basically take the full top part of it, right? And on the horn is another sort of organization called Puntland, and then there's Federal Somalia. Then there's Federal Somalia. According to Federal Somalia in Mogadishu, the entire Horn of Africa is theirs, but Somaliland is trying to create its own autonomous state on the Horn of Africa.
Can you zoom out so we can see like the whole bottom of Africa?
Okay,
There you go.
Yeah. So if you look at Hargeisa,
Capital of Somaliland.
that's right.
Wow. Google recognizes it.
Google recognizes it, but probably with the dotted line. That'd be my guess.
I click on the map.
That's called the breasts of Hargeisa. Those mountains.
Yeah. Dotted line, red dotted line.
That's just around the city, as far as I know.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, but if you go back a little bit more, yeah. Oh, it doesn't even have a dotted line. Yeah. So in the beginning, I basically had two jobs as ambassador to Somalia. Or in the beginning, I had like two jobs as acting ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland. First job was to buy furniture for the embassy because it was just like an empty mansion. And then the second one was to like establish diplomatic relations between Liberland and Somalia. I have no idea what that means, but like sounds fun. Yeah, let's do it. I can buy furniture definitely. Let's figure out that other stuff too. So they had set me up with a contact who was like their attaché to the UAE, and he was like building roads in Somaliland. Okay. And so he kind of gave me a contact in the Somaliland government. So I ended up having like a meeting with the vice president of Somaliland, and it was astounding at this point because I was like I'm just some dude who was on the back of a jet ski. Like I'm just like I just showed up in Somaliland. I have no idea what's going on right now, but like I have to go ambassador, and I was shocked because like as soon as I got in front of the vice president of Somaliland, I was like, all right, let's just say whatever a politician would say. Like let's try and say diplomatic stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, so that's Abdul Rahman. He was my my main contact. Okay. And he kind of plugged me into the infrastructure of Somaliland. Incredible guy. Sadly, he's passed. Oh no, how did he die? I don't know. But he was truly incredible man. Yeah, really wonderful human being. Right now we're in the middle of the Somali desert because that relates to the third job that I had when so I spent about like a week in the country, and then all the internet was kind of shut off, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went to the sort of like local international hotel, and I was like, "Do you guys have internet?" And they're like, "No, there's no internet anywhere." I had like zero clue what had happened in the country. When the internet came back on, we found out that a cyclone had blown through the country, Cyclone Sagar. And yeah, there we go.
It's from our embassy in Hargeisa, Somaliland. Thank you, Eric. Cyclone victim. On behalf of Lieberland_org, we'll have food to 100 families for EID.
Yeah. So the third goal that I had, other than buying furniture and diplomatic relations, was to deliver aid. I'm Peace Corps volunteer. Like I taught English to Albania for 2 years, and like we're a mobile library. I have no idea how to deliver aid, and specifically, I have no idea how to get money into Somaliland.
Right.
So I'm like, so I started like a Somali bank account on behalf of Liberland. That was a wild conversation. I literally had to go to a bank in Hargeisa and be like, I am from Liberland to Somaliland, and I would like to use your bank as our official embassy treasury. No idea what they thought it was, but they thought it was hilarious. But then when the cyclone came through, I was talking with the Secretary of State, and he's like, "Well, that's not going to work because we can't get the money there soon enough, and we need to get it to our aid team." And I'm like, "Who's the aid team?" And they're like, "Oh, nice, good." And so they transferred money to the guy who I was working at his office, the Syrian guy, and Bitcoin, and then he just like handed me $15,000, like in cash, and
In U.S. cash?
yeah. The money in some which was like super unsatisfying how few bills that was. Like I was kind of a metal piece or something, but it was just small stack like that. To there's Puntland. I have to use this money in order to figure out how we deliver aid. And so again, I go meet with the vice. If you go to my Instagram, you can see a picture of me with vice president and Abdul Rahman. I'm out of pirates. No, that's I was pretty far from the ocean. I did go an element that exists in Somalia, but it's not like, you're not saying like, people going, I'm a pirate. Right. At least I didn't. A largely nomadic culture.
How far is that from the Red Sea?
I think it took me about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
That was a weird road trip. Because this is a total sidebar, but like there's this one hotel that's kind of like the international hotel in the area, and I walk in one day and there's this white dude there, and like we stand out in Somalia. And this guy sees me in the coffee shop, and he's standing up and he's like, "You want to have coffee?" I'm like, "I guess." And so he's with Reverend Anthony, and this guy is named Rabbbi, and he was also with like a Chinese student that was studying in Ethiopia. I'm like, wait, in Hargeisa right now, and they're like, "What are you doing in Hargeisa right now?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess. I mean, whatever story you have probably isn't as weird." So, fair point. And so, what they were doing, Rabbbi used to be in the American military. Preacher they connected was in, I guess, some military school in Coronado. And I never quite got an understanding of who the Chinese student was. He didn't speak anything that I spoke.
Right.
But Rabbbi spoke Cantonese and also speaks Swedish. And so what he was there to do was there is some geopolitically unstable area. He goes in and he has manufacturing in China, and he decides to sell cell phones or whatever in these areas. And the dude had a passport like that. I mean, if anybody, he was a fascinating guy. I was, but anyway, he invited you can see Reverend Anthony, and I don't know if you have my Instagram up, but anyway. So anyway, we're having coffee for a bit. I tell him that I'm the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland, and he's like, "Oh, cool. Well, we're going on a road trip to Berbera tomorrow. Do you want to come?" I'm like, "I mean, I'd like to, but to travel outside of Hargeisa, you need armed guards." And I'm like, "I don't have the money for armed guards." And he's like, "Oh, it's fine. We got them." I'm like, "Okay." So decided to just like get in this like, and then this like Chinese student and we just like went sightseeing together. Like we went to these caves and saw like old cave paintings. Then we went to Berbera Port and we were like sort of looking around. And we're like, "Yeah, it's a port." He's like, "Someone started a cell phone business here." I'm like, "Cool." Because like, I have no idea what happened. Yeah, super interesting dude. But anyway, yeah. So so cyclone comes through. I figure out how to deliver aid. Meet with the vice president again, and I'm like, "Okay, we're trying. All I'm asking is we provide translators and guards to take us out to the affected." They gave us an idea of what these people's needs are, and it's like fine. And so I think it was like $8,000. Me and Abdul Rahman, and we just bought food. We bought like I think it was like bags of flour, oil, sugar, salt, and just equipment and sort of loaded it up in this enormous truck. And they drove it down to the center of the desert. And I was like, "Okay, great, we delivered aid." And then I was like, "No, that's not the local aid. like we sent the food out there, right? I go out there, it's like we need pictures and stuff. Diplomatic aid is soft power. So it's not enough that like we're just giving people food. It's a what matters is the story around the aid, right? And so we all traveled up to the middle of the desert. Find this group of nomads who were really affected by it. The cyclone had come through, pulled a lot of water pumps out of the ground where they were irrigating their animals. A lot of the wells in Somaliland was kept in the form of goats. Killed a lot of goats. Even killed a lot of the people in the area. But then there are also these second knock-on effects of a disaster, because when you don't have this sort of robust system to deal with a disaster like a cyclone, then there are secondary effects which are even worse. So nobody has pumps to get clean water, so suddenly there's cholera out. And so we drive for like 8 hours through the desert in the center of this sweltering heat, but mountains and a couple of them improvised structures around us, sort of like these 6 tents. And nobody's there. I go talk to one, I'm like, where is everybody? It's like, oh, they're got some cholera. Yeah, so this is over there is the vice president of Somaliland at the time. On my left is Abdul. I don't know if you can tell. I'm the one in the white shirt. Oh, sure, guys. Yeah. I have the glasses. Right. Great. Thanks. But you know, we're just sort of sitting there in this empty village, and he's like, we gotta wait for people to come back from the funeral. This doesn't seem like a lot of time. Like, can't we just leave the group of people? And he's like, no, you know, this is the point. This is what we're doing. And like, it was at that point that I was like, I'm not an aid worker. I'm a political worker. And I just like, so the sort of head of the village is walking me through, and he's showing me the areas where the people and all of the that they look like stone. They said they were sandblasted. And they die. Sort of embedded into the ground, all this diesel and stuff. And showed me all these goats that look like they're running away from the storm, but it was water. And he's telling me, you know, we need that, we need the other things, we need pumps, we need livestock again. Great, but we need other things. I'm listening to him, I'm thinking to my friends there, it's like, I'll relate all this information back to their life. Relate all this back, but at the same time, I know that my God was with this too, and it wasn't a and it was at that point where I was like, as an acting politician for like the briefest amount of time, I realized so quickly that I was behaving as a politician. I was, the beneficiary of respect, because I was just operating on behalf of something that was slightly more powerful than myself. People were treating me in a way that was like respectful and deferent. That people were treating me in a way that was respectful and full of deference because they assumed that power, which I got because I was acting more determined that I acted. And so I was like, I'll tell the president. But I didn't know at that point, like, is it cruel for me to give this person a certain amount of hope that Neverland will come and help them heal? And so I came back from that day after delivering aid, and I was like, I don't know. I was the beneficiary of the illusion of state-backed power. I was a political creator for a photo op. I brought food to people. Cool, but like, to what end? Right. Is it just to gain recognition?
I said, fuck you. Son, I kicked the chair.
I mean, it's like very small scale yeah, and that's in smaller countries where the nation has to push to gain recognition in whatever way possible. Again, it's like that concept of how do you doing your best to care about it. How do you get somebody to say, I'm here? You can do that at the end of the gun. That's the way it's been done throughout a lot of history. But you can also do that through gifts. Like I said, I'm good. So I went out with just went like I guess the smaller version of IKEA. I was just like looking at bed frames and offices, and there was a surprising amount of bed frames that like glow in the dark and had like a round edge drawing on them. It was sad. I mean, really, beds look pretty cool. Actually, it was. But it was like, this is not fantasy furniture, right? Yeah, I did think and they fucking giant head furniture. I didn't do that though. So I ended up in the furniture. As far as I know, the Lieberland Embassy in Bermuda is still going. Yeah, I think so.
Your furniture that you got.
New Jersey to Denver, and that's really 3 o'clock. Get me in there like
it's 7. You should have chance to Somali for I mean, we might have like on the fucking firsthand. I didn't expect to experience the great learning.
I kept spending all my money.
Don't know at all. No, I was when I was briefly in there, I was like my area was like I was researching a lot of Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan, pretty much over to I never was like the way you're speaking about like states and how they look at the future. Israel is very interesting. Probably one of the people I've talked to, they have like best and like person for person. Like I don't think there was a war between Russia and Israel. I don't think there was a war, but when it comes to like their intelligence apparatus, it is far more effective and they're willing to go way farther. I think in Israel, I think the citizens are going to have a certain military power. So, I mean, like I said, I've never, because my work that I never touched on it. And also, specifically with this book anyway, big, highly politically charged, unrecognized nation. Because, I mean, especially in the case of Palestine, I think the last thing that the world needs is like some dude from Los Angeles being like, I got it, guys. I figured it out. Yeah. But I think that, to your point, what I'm saying is like, when you think about that, think about Israel, it's like they have more of a national galvanizing, for lack of a better word, story than anybody. Like, look at the great one, look at the history of Israel. Like, anyone has more Europe to continue to drive into the future. Well, I mean, I'm sure well, I mean, I think that from one perspective, you should look at the constraints and imperatives of Israel, right? You know, they're a small nation, and they are surrounded by antagonistic nations. So what does that necessitate them to do? Turn everybody to like have incredible defense apparatus, right? Have strong international relations. That's the imperative there. They're constrained by land mass because they don't have they're constrained by their land mass because they don't have the natural buffers that we have. Right. So that's a big part of it. But I think, I mean, and in terms of national story, sure. I mean, according to, I wouldn't speak for an Israeli, but like, it goes back to Bible times. So, right? Like, that's a pretty compelling story, yes. You know? I mean, I think that when I think about the countries that I stayed away from, I mean, largely I was constrained by the fact that, like, one, I didn't know I was going to go through all of these other countries because I didn't think it was going to be a big Turkey. Crazy. But the other thing was, like, I wanted to sort of shine a light on this conversation as it is globally. Like, these aren't the only unrecognized nations that exist in the world. There is literally ways out. And that's, you know, there's, like, you look at Taiwan too, you know, there's partial recognition of Taiwan. Tibet is another one of these areas. There's constant independence movements in Spain, obviously. Romania even has an independence movement. So I think it's like there are independence movements in the Transylvanian area. So this is kind of indicative of where we're moving globally, in my opinion. Because now the things that previously, you know, we're not a part of empires. Like, we're not a part of the time of empire is largely spent. And now we're, as you say, like, trying to become a global community. What does a global community mean? Right. Can you separate your identity away from the pool of wealth that you hold and its ability to do violent force, presumably on your behalf? And that I don't know. You know, what, it kind of goes back to the question about, like, us as Americans, right? So, without the American military, without it being a wealthy, prosperous nation, like makes us American, I think so. Here's an experiment that I think about. Look at, you know, America goes away. Population of America spread throughout the entire world. How do we move up? You know, how do we move up as, you know, an American contingent in, you know, Beijing? We have a America town? Little neighborhood where all Americans go? I don't know, probably not. Like, I think we separate differently than that. Because again, it goes back to individual nature. It goes back to the individual nature of being American. Whatever our previous nationality was. I don't know. Like, how do you find those people who believe the same national stories as you do? And because of that, even though you don't know that, you have right now we're seeing movement of people who I think they're calling them the gospel. Where it's like, okay, well I have a bunch of but the U.S. makes it really difficult to cash out on cryptocurrency. Framework in the state. Malta is like this huge place where you have multiple passports, everyone has access to the EU, and they're pretty liberal in terms of working with the and so we're already seeing wealthier classes start to find alternatives to their citizenship. Wow. And there's even this is such a great point, and I can't remember what it's called exactly. The seafarer movement? Seafarer? Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, this is really dope. It's like billionaires who are starting their own nations on the sea. Try seafarer or Peter Thiel. There you go. Steading. Cozy up. Peter Thiel. Whoa, what is this? Silicon Valley billionaires' dream. Floating libertarian utopia. They have finally been Peter Thiel is really like that. Going down. So the seasteading movement, what I understood was, well, again, this movement where you can have the benefits of coming from whatever nation you come from, but you can also resist any detriments that come from taxation. Right? Okay. So I live on these crazy lakes. Maybe on an island in the Blue River. Or in the meadows. This is the thing that I'm talking about the statement is so model. Right? Kinship that the things that a nation provides for you. But it's essentially the wealth and protection of the nation state. Actually, the culture or the my entire French school. So if you're living on a yacht, a seafarer, you still have businesses in America and make tons of money not to pay taxes, but you just don't get. But can you stay from having residence there? I have no idea. So a seafarer like this would be able to legally a citizen of the United States as well, as like some other countries. So there are certain countries that allow like dual citizenship. Yeah. And the U.S. is one of the few countries in the world that taxes no matter where you live. It's actually weird that one of them is Eritrea. Yeah. So that I don't quite understand. So what happens if you're a so you pay taxes? Right. Then this is sort of spelled out in a book. And so what it does is it predicts the rise of the failure of nation states to provide what citizens would need, and the rise of self-sovereign individuals who can provide their own goods and services. Right? And so, like, I mean, and you'll see in the book, like, I'm over the whole time about, like, the libertarian in the cryptocurrencies in that certain because I think that there's like going to end up becoming hardcore libertarian. It's like, one, you're wealthy enough to afford only private private services.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The other way is your state's going. And suddenly you're a libertarian overnight because so suddenly you just became a libertarian. And so I think the people on the other side of things, they become wealthy enough to afford only private services to sort of dance at the and to fund themselves beyond borders and all that kind of stuff. They let the rest of the state-based population are like, well, there's what can't get. And it's like, well, a lot of capital just sort of escape the loss of the nation state. And at the point when you reach that escape velocity, you're not believing that national story anymore. In my opinion.
Yeah, man. That's probably true.
Like, what is the U.S. do for you at the point that you provide your own protection? You put on everything. You need that, well, at some point, like, okay, let's take Elon, sure, for example. He relied on a lot of government contracts for, like, SpaceX or Tesla, whatever it may be. So, it kind of depends on the U.S. for this stuff. So, if the U.S. wanted to strong arm him into paying taxes, they could say, okay, we're just going to get rid of all your contracts and basically like choke off all this money from your company. Same thing with Bezos, right? Because the U.S. could, if they wanted to, they could decide to restrict Amazon or like put their foot on the neck of Amazon and sort of like cut off. Like that's what's happening with that's what's similar to what's happening with in the FDA right now with supplement products. So there's in the FDA, the pharmaceutical companies, I don't know they have. Yeah, I know you're get on that. There's these patents, right? These patent laws where pharmaceutical companies can basically get patents on certain drugs and they get a ton of fucking money on these drugs. But there's this really blurry line between certain supplements and patentable drugs. And if one of these big pharmaceutical companies or which they work with the FDA, they literally somebody who works for the FDA get hired to work on this, figure out all the tools. So if the FDA decides that they want to help the pharmaceutical company by this supplement, a quote-unquote drug that they're patenting, the FDA can strong arm Amazon into taking all that shit off of Amazon. So the government can do things to manipulate these big companies that like all of ours. It's totally accurate, but when we say the government, you're talking about the American government. And suddenly we're seeing the fact that America is more there's an enormous amount of wealth that's coming up in China, in Southeast Asia, in Africa especially. There's a enormous amount of wealth there. And when you have a business, let's say a digital business, where you're trading bits and not atoms, then you'll put your business in whatever country is the most progressive and has the best yield rate. So yeah, certainly the U.S. could stop on Elon Musk's company, but what would the U.S. miss out on? What would they have access to? And a lot of right, privatize R&D and stimulate businesses that are doing things internationally. So if you stall on businesses that are within your national interest, then what happens to your country? And this is the dangerous thing about that. And so what happens then when there's an enormous amount of fiscal flight to more permissive areas. Like, what happens to the people that are left within those borders? Are they going to have that are stuck believing a national story? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the sovereign individual sort of predicts that everybody will have a certain amount of sovereignty, but this will come after a period of, chaos that are emerging from sovereign nation states where their identity is plugged into a nation state to being a global citizen. And I mean, there, and of course in the community, there's this huge, it's like, they want one more purpose. It's like, and watch a great tinfoil hats strapped on. Like, what do we progress towards? Do we progress towards globe that's dominated by one power? Or is it a group of nation states that are subject to one power? I don't know. I think it ultimately depends on our reassessing of what national identity is. Can you separate that away from, again, military power?
That's exactly.
Like, does that happen? There's some really cool sci-fi books out there. There's one fantastic book called Forever. It's not, there's like Forever War, and that's what Iraq, but then Forever War is not fixed by and it was written in the 1970s, I want to say, incredible book. But it's about a soldier who sort of shipped off to war, and he has to, on another planet, galaxy far, far away. And he has to go through every single time. So every single time he stays the same age. Also, since his military pay, getting dumped into his account, since he's constantly gets paid from his military paycheck, he's well beyond imagination, and he doesn't really do it himself. And this was a book, from what I understand, it was a book about the sort of dislocation that soldiers returning from Vietnam felt as soon as they came back from the United States. And so, in one of these versions that the soldier comes back to, the world had, or at least the United States, has sort of subdivided into these farming economies, which are, they are still well fed, but they're also sort of workforces. And the sort of decadent city centers with smoking. Which is like, you'll have an economy that instead of going like this, where you have earning more and more in the sector, you have sort of like a you'll only have people who are laborers on one side and the sort of highly paid technocrats on the other, and everybody else is sort of operating on which I think is in the book. Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, we just did like 4 hours. Did we? Yeah. Oh, but 3
buy it? Where are they coming from? So this looks on Amazon right now. You can get it in paper and I'm going to New York. Yeah, I'm actually off. Yeah, I'm gonna go right to Albania and chill out for a while. It's been a lot of pushing on this book to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, there's some other thoughts of projects that I want to do with weird travel stuff. I want to do Arctic. So that's one thought of it. It kind of is like a future book. I was thinking about doing this travel book about how to love the future. Because it's I don't think anybody takes seriously what you're giving this right? But don't we have to? Yeah, man. And so it's I'm curious about places and technology that actually see that as a serious thing. And actually in the they have a project there where they're doing kind of work where they have the Arctic Sea Vault, which is this crazy vault built under a mountain. And obviously the Svalbard is as close to the North Pole where there's human habitation. And so they have all of the seeds that are donated by sea banks of respective nations, so that it is a cataclysmic event and some type of species out, then they can go back to the sea Svalbard, which is under, it's actually been used a couple of times in Syria. And on top of that, they also have, which is a store of the world's data. And it's literally in a mine. I went to, and nobody's allowed in. Even the king of Norway is not allowed in. And it's sort of operated as a global service to the world on behalf of Norway. And so the memory project is okay, so we have this, if you look up the sea vault, it actually looks like a level from 007. Yeah, so that's the sea vault. Yeah, it's cool, huh? That looks like something from Star Wars. Yeah, it's not as big and impressive as the thing, which is unfortunate, but it's so you have to go into this mine to actually see what's going on. It's fucking crypto wall. They didn't let me in. They keep seeds in there, but then they also keep oh my god. The thing that they told me that we're kind of at, we have a problem that's called the global memory project. The human race is around for 1,000 years, even if there's some cataclysm. We have the problem of the decay of the data. What do we store it? And I'm at the bottom of this mine with this really nice Norwegian tour guide. And she's the future of this is really storing data on DNA because it won't decay the same way. And it's a little mindless in this lady talk about storing the world's information on DNA. So that's one thought. That's super, and then I don't know. If somebody wants to do a crazy travel thing, I'd love to do it. The other thought is to do a back in time travel day and recreate what's called the Hippie Trail, which is an overland journey from Austria to Calcutta. That hippies used to do back in the 60s, really around for 10 years or so. But it's not around now because it goes through Afghanistan, it goes through Iran. And I had the idea of doing it with no technology that existed past 1969. Oh, that's great. That'd be cool. Yeah, you can do that whole thing. Exactly. Technology would be like that. No. Yeah. Fuck yeah. It'd be really cool. That would be great. Anybody wants to pay me to do that? That'd be pretty cool, man. Well, we'll get you back in here and talk about it. Absolutely. Dude, thanks so much for having me. Honestly, yeah, huge fan. All right. Good night, bitches.
I voted the first time for Obama, and he said the whole thing 100 days up close to Guantanamo. That was the first thing he said. That's coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't know that he could close it. I don't know, but how do you hold them accountable? You can't. It's great. It's just like, let me ask you something just for the sake of argument here, because I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm a little high though. You got it still? I'm very high. Yeah, I'm just making sure everybody's high. Why was it important to you that they were closed one time? Why is that such a I'm not arguing with you. I just don't know. Personally, I have no thoughts on that, but that was just the only thing I could think of right now. Right. Like that was, he said in 100 days I'll close it. I don't know if that's good or bad. I'm not sure. Other people want them to close one time? Yeah. Why? Because they're not giving them fair trials and just keeping them there. I did comedy there once. Actually, yeah. For the troops there, you're not the president, but it was pretty fun, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you so much for coming down
It's
there.
chilling there.
The show,
The chicks,
sharing
we had 7 chicks, not even the house.
Very fascinating and
Some of
terrifying.
the guys seem friendly.
Your book has a very dystopian vibe to it, I'm gonna lie. The countdown. How our modern world is threatening sperm
My dad was
counts, altering male and
that's
female
how
reproduction.
70, but that was 7.
Wow, you just made this up. Reproductive development and imperiling the future of the human race. How did you first discover that this was a problem and that some of these chemicals and plastics were actually correct?
But you don't know what kind of hats I would wear, special pants I would wear if I was the president. You ever wonder that, man?
I just want to thank you for getting me. I'm so happy to be here and talking to you and
Somebody breaks
people who are listening about this problem. So how did I get into this?
Yeah, we're streaming right now.
I have to say that, way back in the middle 90s,
That's
I
crazy.
knew nothing about
Was it?
endocrine disruption or any of this. I was completely, I got asked to sit on a committee, federal committee called the National Academy of Science and deal, and
Oh, yeah, man, I get it.
because of my neutrality, I think. So usually those committees, there's people who take one position and the opposite position, and people in the middle who are neutral. Although they didn't say that explicitly, that was clear. And so I was completely open. I'd never heard of endocrine disruptors or their effects or determine whether these chemicals, which act provide hormones known as endocrine disrupting chemicals, whether those are actually something that we need to tackle, right? So I love puzzles, and I thought, wow, this will be fun, and I'll meet people, and yeah, and one of the first things we did was look at this paper that I had years ago. And this paper was alarming because it said that sperm count had dropped So
Just throwing it out there, man.
although it wasn't related direct to
Yeah, you got all that.
that
Just, I
hormone,
don't know. That's some of the level,
which is what right? So we had this
that'd be crazy.
that appeared to go on.
Yeah, somebody, I mean, yeah, he would. What a whole dude. That
And I have to say, I was not well, first of all,
Yeah, let's get
it was number of words and pictures and data. And the data that were there, it's kind of graphic, show it to you. If you've seen it, then you think it's there. And the data were in recent years, they kind of spotty over the, and more if there were not you know, any of the factors that we worry about, which might cause a concern. So I, when I wasn't sure, and so the committee said, well, can you investigate this and let us know? Unfortunately, be on sabbatical and be able to do that, and I spent 6 months answering that question. So let me just give you an example. So you might yourself think about things that could make us, that you read about, so not just, but, you know, somebody approaching this might think, well, okay, it went down because, you know, in more recent years, the men were also. That may be done some of the time, dramatically. That might be a small factor. Maybe the men are more stressed. That's probably, and stress actually does well. And could have been more obese. And obesity lowered. And maybe most importantly, you might ask, well, maybe the way we count sperm has changed. So that in recent years, the counting method counts lower. So it's changed. And maybe the same for 50 years, right? So, and you can't ask an artist to get a sponsor. Right. So the artist volunteering has to have the motivation to do that.
As soon as I was tall enough, like 11
he's
years
still
old,
happy
being 11
he's
years
going to
old,
get a vasectomy.
and my
Then
dad
there's her
being like,
sperm count, right? Because he's
hey,
having
drive,
children.
you know,
Or
because he
maybe
can
he's doing that because
so
he's
like,
having
he's like,
trouble
hey, will you
conceiving.
drive? And I'm like, yeah, I'll
And then
fucking
his
drive.
daughter.
He's
So
like
the
5, 10,
selection of the population is really important.
So next thing you know, I'm driving my dad.
So there were 61 studies, and so I took out of those 61 studies that got them,
fucking hit like 7
between
cars,
them,
and
looked
fucking
through
side
them,
of my dad,
and
and
took out of them
like a Delta 8,
information I had on these
straight
and
up
other
fucking rig
relevant
right up
factors.
front.
I also took out what country
And
they were,
I was just, and it was a piece of
got
shit. It was
in,
all
and so on.
and I would just
All
go
the
around.
details I could
And then
have
once I'm on the interstate,
And
I was
I
like
and my
70,
colleagues
80
put
miles
them
an
in
hour driving the highway about like 30
spreadsheet
miles.
and
But they're
ran
just fast
a
asleep.
more complicated analysis that had multivariable. Because there's all the things in there, right? Just looking at it.
Well, these stories weird to tell
And
sometimes.
Johnny,
They're
it
weird
was
to tell.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
It's not the whole American family. Maybe I
to
say
see
family.
right.
that after all
See
that work,
people share that same little as you get older.
accounting for all these factors,
Appreciate
the
those
slope
stories. Don't let it anyway.
0.93
Drive
to
the fucking
minus
car.
0.5.
You know, that's cool. You know,
Didn't change a lot.
back and I drive the
That's
fucking
really
car.
for
It's
the lower.
right. You know, cops know each
And
other. You know, blood. It's chill.
Wow.
30 fucking
I
years
just
in
like,
those
I
days.
went
Yeah.
back.
Just the
I
fact that
can't make this go away.
sometimes you get parents give
It
you a
looks
lot of
like
trust
this
that they
is
saw
going
life
to detail
what it
unless you want
was
to.
and said,
Where I re-abstracted the studies from the literature thinking maybe the original ones were biased, you know, and ended up with 101 and said more studies, longer time period, and then the slope was minus 0.14. You see, nothing made any difference. Right? It's so, I mean, it's so unusual in science to see that consistency. So I thought, okay, this is something I really have to mystery story, you know, that I tell in countdown, and I tell people, and we can tell it today, of how I began unraveling that and trying to find out what was going on.
So what year was it that you started your study? Your study where you took how many patients or how many young men that you studied?
I feel like kids can't have anything like that anymore. Like all the
2017 was
before some of the
actually not
technology we have
a
now.
study,
It's made
it was
everything.
a meta study. So we didn't actually study anybody. 2017 was just sperm decline paper,
Oh, right.
right?
Because of my
So do you know
paranoia,
that?
I wanted to walk.
I think so. I think you mentioned that you in the study that involved 250
the one that's ongoing now is Tides, and that's starting in 2011. That's a different, kind of a different story. But now we're talking about sperm count. So in terms of sperm count, what I asked after I saw this, not making, made it go away. So I thought, well, what could be possible? It's a natural question. You see something, you don't know what causes it. So I decided that an interesting thing would be to think about what the environment is doing. Because we couldn't explain it. Right? Those other lifestyle factors, right? Stress, age, obesity. But maybe something in the environment is making this happen. And maybe that's changed over time.
What made you probably could explain by the lifestyle factors, right?
No, because when we included them, it didn't change the slope at all. See? So that those factors did not make this go away. Adjusting for those. By controlling for confounders. Yeah, and when you can control for something like a confounder, you'll put that in the model and then the slope will change or the result will change. But when we put those in, nothing changed. So they weren't accounted for anything. So we thought, okay, maybe it's environment. So how do you address environment? Is it really not obvious what to do, but what we did was, what I did, I selected 4 cities in the United States with different environments. And I, in exactly the same way, it wasn't that problem with selection models. And I told you how to do that. And then we measured the sperm exactly the same way in each of the 4 centers. And to make sure we were doing that, all of the technicians from the 4 centers came to UC Davis and we trained together. And we used the same counting device, the same counting chambers in all places. And then every month they had a quality control sent out. So what they did was they took one single sample, split it in 4, tested it in Davis, sent it to the 4 centers, and the 4 centers sent back their findings. How many sperm, how much did they move, what were their shapes, the way they evaluated sperm. So that in that way we knew that throughout the study, everybody was doing things the same way. We were trying to replicate the same study with 4 places, right?
Which cities?
Okay, so at that time I was living in Columbia, Missouri, which is semi-rural center of Missouri. Very much exactly in the center of Missouri. And they grow a lot of crops there. So that was the agricultural center. And then we included Minneapolis, which is obviously urban. We included New York, and we included Los Angeles. So maybe not the best pick, but that's what we picked. And we wanted them to be distant, and we wanted them to, and we wanted to be able to work with the people. We had to find collaborators, right? So, by the way, in Europe, a similar study went on independently. These 4 cities. And they had a similar findings to what I'm going to tell you. So, so what we did, the first thing I asked was, how should we improve? So that's always a question for population. Whenever you see a result of a study, you should ask, how many ways of, so we wanted to get a realized population. Also wanted to know what's called so we're going to get a sample, and where is it coming from? You can't see them from a man on the street. You can't get a random sequence sample. Just can't do it. Okay. So I decided that always goes for medical. So I decided to recruit pregnant women in order to recruit their husbands. was on the, about consumer qualities, but they turned out to be really, really bad. So in these first places, we identified prenatal clinics that would work with us, and we became partners, and that was for the study for future families. So we enrolled the woman. At that point, we took her when we could get her, so we didn't control the time of pregnancy. And we asked her, would you be in the study, and would you ask your partner, husband, to be in the study? And some did not want to ask their partner to give the semen sample. Most did, and most did agree. We weren't asking them for a lot, we were asking them, the women, for a urine sample, and a questionnaire, and a blood sample. But they did that anyway with their partner. So it wasn't really. And then, for the husbands, we wanted in addition. Right. So we got over 900 men to do this. Approximately equally distributed to our centers. And then everything we had tonight is cleared up. And what we found was absolutely alarming and unexpected. And what we found was that the men living in central Missouri, had half as many mood swings as men in Minneapolis.
Making people laugh is the funniest. That was the best thing. Like,
That's what I said.
laughed. I was like, what the fuck are we doing? We're just doing all this other shit. Rarely somebody says something funny.
But your question, I know where you're going. You're going to say,
we do all this other shit.
right.
Somebody's laughing.
So that's the obvious difference between those
Pretty
places.
funny, man.
But you can't conclude that that's the reason unless you actually show it, right? And unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to do that on the whole population. So how would you do that? How would you find out if pesticides were important? Yeah, to make it, if pesticides couldn't count for the difference. I should have my stupid.
I guess just has to get people who are nowhere near that stuff.
A lot of red tail.
Well, they're fixed. We've got them. We've got their averages. They're fixed. We're not getting new people. We're just going to stay with these people. And we want to know if these two groups of men, let's say 250 in Missouri, 250 in Minnesota, that have very different semen quality, exposure to pesticides with the question here, that would be pretty expensive.
They could do semen into a
So,
pond.
turns out, very luckily
They
for
are
us,
so.
that you can measure pesticide exposure in urine. And it's never appropriate we got them in urine.
What is that?
So, and we got them the same time they gave the semen sample.
Yeah, man, I remember that. Right? That made Mr. Blackwell.
Five pesticides are very different. Atrazine, so those were big fights.
When they were going to get, and this other with this game where you, because they had this one rabbit, and it was honestly, it was like almost, you can just throw a rabbit in narcolepsy, you know, just trips on. Because it's a rabbit, and you would set a rabbit on top,
They didn't explain it.
and without waking them up.
There were some
That was like the biggest
pesticides exposure. Potential, but it's also through the air and water and through the food, which of course.
First thing I ever said in class, the name was in science, they also
So
taught you sex ed,
everybody
right?
gets exposed to
So,
pesticides, and
first
yes,
day,
the
this kid
sprayers
was there during the
and the
sex ed part,
applicators about
and he
more
goes,
exposed, but we had 50.
he goes,
We also asked them how many miles they lived from the farm. to look at that.
Yes, the Russian teacher.
So-
Like, series is gonna be like, where's pop that Jerry meat?
Just let me say, the European study also found significant
Banging some
differences
girl like in
between
sixth
the
grade, right?
four cities, particularly
And she broke up and broke his heart. And he
in
started like
Denmark,
rap music
where
with this
Finland
t-shirt
was
that said,
high and
"Make
Denmark
the
was low.
rapper that he wrote on the longer,
But
right? But he only
they
put one
didn't
D
do
in it,
this
and it said Nick the
kind
Raper
of
on the fucking
investigation
shirt that he
into
wore.
specific chemicals
And they
in the area.
fucking expelled him. They expelled him.
Okay, so we
That's
published
racist.
that, and that
I
was the
guess he was
first study
But
that
he was
really showed that
he was a
pesticides
bad smeller, and he fucking was asking
can
stupid
directly
questions.
affect sperm.
Pop that Jerry meat.
Maybe not first, but it was important study.
We're not saying you don't hear that anymore, dude.
But
Never hear that shit.
that's only, part of the story, right?
I never popped into the shirt.
We asked
You still out there, though?
later,
No, I almost.
Let's see,
Right now,
much
where you
later.
get a little bit of fucking trim that's fucking never been anywhere.
I guess around
Dude, I'll tell you this.
2014,
Buddy of mine, okay, first time my buddy got spread mud.
what's happening
We were at this
now?
dance,
with this
and
sperm.
my buddy ended up,
Because we've seen it going down in the Carlson study,
after
and
the
then in
dance.
the studies
And we
that I
all were
conducted,
sitting around this fire.
it didn't go away,
And
it was
house
still the
later,
same rate of
so he's
decline.
like,
But then
telling
this
everybody
is
what
a
happened.
long
And my buddy's dad
too.
came
And
in
so I
right
thought,
early.
okay, what's going on
Kept
now?
smelling my buddy's fingers and we were standing up
We
by
were
the
at a
fire,
meeting,
dude.
and some
For
colleagues
like
and I, and
40
we were saying,
minutes.
should we do this? Should we figure this out? And yes, we said we like to do that. That would be good. And it's funny how these things get boring.
And then the same night, bro, I was
And,
sleeping in this guy's
I
room.
think
He
I
had a bunch of
presented
pet
there,
sack
and then they wanted to,
because he loved
what's
all
next?
kinds of things. And we're five of us sharing a bed.
So
right?
we put together a wonderful group of researchers
All night, I
to
can't sleep, right?
update
Because
that picture.
I'm scared all
And
the
the
time, bro.
2000
I'm scared all the
And,
animals, bro. I can't sleep, right? And so,
Then
I'm
a
just
couple things
thankful
that
this
happened.
one
One was that the methods for evaluating the literature, which Carlson had done back in '92,
outside the window, he's barking on like,
kind of
I'm
not
awake, I
very well
can't sleep,
developed
right?
methods
Hold on,
because they
before
weren't
kids is
there.
better asleep. And you can
Those
see
had been
his heads moving,
improved,
and
and
just
the
he had a
method,
big
which is
seal in
called
the middle of the room, right? So
meta-analysis.
it's like the world of all
Have
these
you heard that?
beds, right?
Yeah.
And they're waking, sleep is
So
keeping them awake. You
meta-analysis
gotta think,
was then
the seal
had
paper of
become
bed, that's gonna be like,
a term of art. Everyone was wanting to do it, and it really
we
seemed to
don't
be
think about
the
that, you
most
know?
objective
So I'm
and
fucking laying in the bed. Thankfully, it's
rigorous
all
way
works every now and
to
then.
do
It keeps me
analysis.
company, right? Even though it's outside.
it's often used, for example, to compare two
Somebody's
treatments.
dad
You know,
walked out
treatment
there
A,
and
treatment
killed
B,
the
how do they
dog, right?
compare? There's been
Outside
20
the
studies
fucking
of this.
window.
How do you put them together?
Okay.
Right?
Got it.
Back to
But
sleep.
this was different. This wasn't
Same
comparing
dude that
treatments.
hours
This was
bro,
saying,
I've been smelling
here
young
are
man's
these
hands there.
data
Same
all
thing.
over there. What
And that's what blew my mind about the world. Like,
do
how
they
good it
report
was over the
as
guy
a,
being
as a
so
body of
gentle.
literature in terms of
And then, yeah,
So you can
and
see
then
it's
7
quite
hours later,
different, very
people
challenging to
freak
figure out what's the
animals in
context of
because it was
this.
bark.
And we,
You know, you have an animal in
what
the
we
woods, bro,
decided
it's gonna
was
bark
search
down
the
the woods,
literature
you know, he probably hears
for every study
They said
that
they can
has
hear
certain
everything.
keywords in it.
Imagine hearing 6
So
times something.
keywords like sperm
You'd
count.
be angry with, your neighbor, 4
concentration,
houses over.
And
I don't know, man.
they didn't have to say trend, or they didn't have to say decline, or anything like that. They just had to report. And the other thing they had to do was not include men that were biased in different ways, and other exclusion criteria. It had to be in English. They had all the data, not just the abstract, and so on and so forth. And so they ended up with a large number of studies, thousands of studies. In fact, we went to a meta-analysis expert and told him what we wanted to do, 7,500 studies, and he said, no. And the guy, Levine, the first author of the book, came out, who was the head of epidemiology for the armed forces of Israel. He knew how to get things done, and he said, oh no, we'll just get more people. So we enrolled a group of 7 people who would work with us on this, for no money, by the way. And we spent over a year going through these 7,000.
So down there. And then I'm going to single semester and see if it's like a
You want to
university,
do
like
it
a floating school
consistently,
that goes,
you want to do
you go to a
replicates,
circle navigate
so
a little bit
you
on
know,
the college.
one person looking over another shoulder.
They had an
want
open
to
mic
make
on
sure
there, and they had a senior
you're
pastor
not
on our
missing
course that
anything,
didn't die,
and then
right?
you
So
just
it's good
capture
to
the data.
praise it, right?
And what
So
we
I just made
captured
some
the data
jokes
on
about,
was 185 studies.
cool
So
cuts
it
and
came
shit,
down to
like this sandwich tastes
185
like
studies that were
berry,
eligible.
and just fake shit like
at the
that.
numbers,
Kids are
they
kind of
look
laughing.
biased,
So then I
so I
got
can
up,
tell,
and
and
I can
they're
open mic and go
weakness
there.
there.
And I got up on that. And that was pretty. It was
No,
fun.
epidemiology, because not epidemiology, epidemiology for
I trust my fucking combination. Thanks, man. Well, that's
He was an epidemiologist, and he was in the armed forces, and
I never did that.
anyway, that's really not really important, except to say that a guy
To be honest, my brother, I
knew
killed
how to get things done. That
Yeah,
was what that's
right there
okay.
was
Yeah, yeah, but
I swear to God.
so,
I used to work on this farm in the summertime, right? Man, this man let me push on someone, man, just
The process
and
of
I'm back around
bacteria
and
that in which
every
eligible
deer
when they sperm are insane.
damn start.
I think it's easier to get accepted to Harvard than it is to
There you go.
donate
You
sperm.
probably know the name.
yeah.
You feel like, yes,
Yeah, but I
to be educated to a certain level, where those are the other criteria that was crazy.
Health criteria, I don't actually. Went to that sperm bank, sperm bank in California, and that's where we got so,
And that's due to what the women demonstrate, right, that they want.
no, a sperm bank will not accept what's below standard ratio standards. It's not about what the women might want something having to do with the man's interest or education or height, but what we cared about was their sperm. And because they're selected to be in the sperm bank, they're actually sperm donors, they're going to be way above average, right? And so we didn't include them in this that we're talking about, the men. Yeah. So, that study started at that meeting in 2014, and it was finally published in 2017. And it just blew me away. You better have the same results, basically, as Carlson. Still, 50% in 50 years, still 50% per year. But that, we did. I've seen in my 2000 publication was that there were very few studies from, and then a lot, most from Western. I'm putting it in quotes because Europe, North America, Australia. And those are the places where there were a lot of children. And countries that are Western, whatever that means. The other countries, South America, Asia, and because, here's the kicker, because the non-Western studies were made in the time period, if you think of the line, they were all up to the right of the line. That's where they came in. There weren't any early studies, very few from the non-Western. That means that there's a bias that the end of the early years had mostly contributions, whereas the late years had a number, fair amount of contributions from other countries. And so that's called confounding. You can't separate the effect of geography from time. Right? And so in order to do that, we did what's called stratified. So we divided the studies into Western and Eastern. And then we could look at the slope specifically in Western and specifically in Eastern. Right? We're going to make you into an epidemiologist. Okay, so then the other way we stratified was what kind of men were these? Yeah, yeah, how do you categorize them? And the way we categorized them was in two groups. Those men who were known to be fertile. Okay, that means they'd had a child they were married to a pregnant woman. And the other ones were
He's exceptional. That guy's got $1 million hearts.
they had not been. So the fertile men were selected in some way. They had proved
It's
it.
really weird. We live in a place where people do weird things. You know, like people do weird
There's a
things.
question about whether they should have been in there at all, because generally we try not to select on anything that was related to sperm count. But we kept them in there because they were very good and, you know, my study, European Porcity study, you know, and it seemed like we wanted to see what's going on, but those men too. So we kept them separate, fertile men, and the other men who did not know their sperm count, did not know their fertility, were the most representative. So, you see, they're ignorant. So they can't select in or select out on that basis.
Right.
So, 4 groups, 4 slopes, and the strongest slope was this unselected western man. And that's where about half of the men were. And that's the line that's very much the same.
Oh, he did. We went to Dolingo.
And how, what is the earliest that they started measuring this sperm count in Western Europe?
In our study,
Yes.
73.
Okay. And it's gone, or sperm count specifically that has gone down, say by 1% per year, and it's now recently up to 2.5%.
We'll get to that. Yeah, 1% per year mean in that study.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt this episode of the podcast.
Okay, we're not in the study.
Not in the
No, okay. No, that's a sort of a separate switch. So let's get to that after. Okay, so let's just finish this one count. So, although it's not finished. Okay. So we published that 17, and it was a huge paper. It's just a huge paper. It was the front page cover of Story of Newsweek. It was all over the world. It was global. It was viral. And it led to Countdown. So after this was published, an agent came to me and said, would you like to write a book about this? And I said, I don't think so. I've never written a book, and I write papers for scientific audiences, right?
Right.
But then I began to think, I know a lot more than, after this came out, than I did when we started these studies. And I thought, well, there's a message here that people should be hearing, and they're not going to learn about this in scientific meetings. So I think I have to talk to somebody else like you and your audience to let them know what's going on. And so I decided to write the book. And I got a wonderful co-author and so now let's go back to the spring of time, because I haven't finished that yet. So we did publish that spring count will decline 1% a year in unselected land in Western countries, and also fertile land in Western countries. In the other countries, which is Asia, Africa, other Africa, we just didn't have enough studies to say.
I'm curious, what did you see specifically South America? I'm curious about.
I can't tell you that there weren't enough studies to say. You see, what we see is this studies in large area, a lot of very big. You might see a line going up or down, but what we say is not significant because the possible alternative lines are very, very wide. Wide, what we call confidence intervals. And you can't draw any conclusions. So you have to be careful when you read a paper if it says, this, happened, this went up or this went down. Look a little deeper and say, how sure are they of this? Right? And when you ask that about the anonymous 100 and say, how sure are you about this? You gotta say, not sure enough. Not sure enough to make any conclusions. So, years later, we decided, this gets boring, sorry, that we should do it again. And the reason we should do it again is we know from tracking the literature that more studies have come out in these non-Western countries, and maybe now there wasn't. And from looking at the literature, it looked like things had gotten worse.
That's what I would love about maybe like New York,
So
New Jersey.
we started slowly deaths and got in a 7-year period from the time our last
Yeah, I had a buddy actually. I had a buddy who's like Kentucky Blue, right? He lived out in San Francisco, so I was like, all right,
got all the literature and we extracted the data and we put it in a database.
but I can do like a blue. But you know, it's coming in this
We
weekend, right?
started
He's like,
in 18.
down live. So I was right with him.
And
I just stayed for a
we
while.
published it in 2022.
I get you, bro.
So maybe it was 17 at
Thank
the
you.
time.
Because there's forever. Oh, I miss every day, man.
Still 10 years. Anyway, we published 7 years.
Four times a year.
And
When you go back, you drive with family miles. Oh, yeah.
one is, yes, there were enough studies in non-Western countries now to say that in unselected men there was a significant difference.
Thanks, man. Yeah, pretty excited.
So that's answer that.
But yeah, it's a chill place, man. Good family.
Of course, we'll
Good to go home.
do this again and again every
Right.
but maybe more alarming, and this is what you alluded to, and I said, wait, that the 1% decline that we had seen in us was now, if you look at studies in recent years, that was from 2000 to, I think it was 2015.
You really?
I think that's right. The rate was 2 points.
February fucking 19. Wow.
Right?
February 20 match slash fisticuffs.
Not only have people not listened to this, they haven't done anything to make it any double.
And she knows what's going on, guys. And she sees me. She sees the other guy on the floor. And she looks at
So,
me. She smiles. So
that's
she knew what time it was.
the path from when I started looking at this about 95 to this publication in 2022, right? Where I am absolutely convinced that there is a worldwide decline.
Because for me to be a
So let's take a breath
I have
and
to be
say,
a gentleman to you young guys. What makes me
what's going on?
trying to make me a
And why is this going on? You are the one asking the question, so I'm just going to stop here and think about it.
So, okay, so first studies basically found out that the sperm count went down, and you start looking for sort of things that can correlate with the environment or with that was basically beyond the lifestyle, right? So when you look at beyond lifestyle, that could have a major impact on what was like sort of the lowest hanging fruit that would have most negative impact.
They sat there and they sneered instead of sitting there and being supportive.
We touched on it later, we can look at that so much later, but yeah. But we should talk about that. So there really isn't any low hanging fruit. It's all hard. Because if I asked you, well, first of all, let me say, if you throw away lifestyle, because we know about that, and that's, exercise and diet and smoking and alcohol,
Everything that's fine.
everything gets fun. And by the way, the things that your doctor says you should worry about in terms of your heart health or your overall health also affects this one. Okay, so that's,
I was shocked to see this like screens. Staring at your phone or watching
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's a Danish study. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. It accounts for this. It's tied to that. So you're watching your screen, you're not outside exercising. You're not riding your bike. You're not, right? So these are never one factor at a time.
You know, that's something to do with like joking to your right.
That's right. There are now, to say, a lot of interest in the question of whether electromagnetic radiation from devices. And
that's like laptop. With a laptop to sit around the crotch.
right, or in their the phone in their pocket. Endorsing that, or just, I'm just saying, it's not the area of investigation. Yes.
Instead of hate,
Because they go to
guys,
you.
I learned
So it
from
doesn't
here.
affect
You guys keep me.
the nature.
I sit there smoking and fucking.
So, let's go back before variation. And you asked, what other factors? What are the low hanging fruit? Well, the problem is that if you decide, by the way, genetics is not playing a role. 2 generations. 50 years, 2 generations, right? That's the evolution. So then it's sound, radio frequency, and so on and so forth. Those are not chemical specific, but they're also chemical. So I'm going to put all that aside. It's not what I study. I go over to the chemicals. Along with the increasing, rate of infertility, which we just talked about, and the decrease in sperm count, at the same similar rates, there's been an increase in the chemical burden that people have. But it's huge. It's, 80,000 chemicals. So how do you know where to look? And so, since I was starting with reproduction, I wanted to think about chemicals that could affect reproduction, and the major players there are the chemicals that can interfere with the body's hormones. Okay? Because that testosterone matters for reproduction, estrogen matters, these are steroid hormones. Okay, so if somebody could mess with that, because that's so important for reproduction, it could affect, it could affect. So I began to look, and others began to look, at class of chemicals which were called endocrine disrupting chemicals, or EDCs. By the way, the committee, remember that committee I started out with? That committee was looking at those chemicals all the way back in the mid-90s. So it wasn't a news story, but it was a new way to look at them. And so I began to focus on the chemicals that could affect reproduction. And then a very lucky thing happened. I went to Japan, which had a 5-year big research effort on endocrine. And I was sitting next to a chemist. He was a friend. And he said, Honey, you should look at that. Why should I? I said, Alex, what is that funny word? It is a funny word, and I've never heard of it. And so he said, well, first of all, we know through studies at the CDC how to measure them, and we've shown that they're in everybody. Over 90% in the U.S. samples that we have. They have them. Yeah, really? Right? Probably that's a also. Anyway, so he said, Alex, and I said, okay, why would you care? And he said, well, and then he told me this story, which changed my life. He said that his colleagues at EPA and at the National Toxicology Board had $50 pregnant mice, rats, rodents, offspring, in a way that was not completely natural, not completely what you see in the genetic mail. It was not okay? And this, they've studied this over and over and over again until they were really sure that they were repeatedly, and then they published. And what they published was that when the mother, let's say, was exposed to the phthalate, let's just say, I'm going to give you a name, diethylhexylphthalate, DEHP, just so I can talk about it. That's probably the worst actor in this class for lowering testosterone. When the mother was exposed to that early pregnancy, then her male offspring developed smaller penises, smaller scrotum, testes were less likely to descend, and there were internal changes as well, changes to the vas deferens, and so epididymis, and so on. And this distance that they've been measuring for years, with which I and no other, the distance from the anus to the genitals became shorter. And they called it the phthalate syndrome. So this is the first syndrome that was named after that a woman is exposed to.
Just there to watch you fucking fail. These guys in the panic first one. So that's why.
Sorry?
You guys all the gentlemen in Japan. I appreciate that same thing when you get older.
Japanese, he was an American at CDC. American.
Oh, he was at CDC.
Yeah, he studied the chemistry, but the people who saw this and discovered this in rodents were Earl Gray and Paul Foster at the EPA and National Toxicology. So they showed it, and then I found out this, and I thought, well,
San Diego 17th is already sold out. So what's they gonna have in the
John
second
said
show?
we're all exposed to it. So what? Did we see this? We do. So that became my next big project of unraveling this mystery. Right? By the way, I'll tell you a couple of other things about that. What Earl Gray said, HPV is forever. So if you have a small HPV, sometimes called or the gooch, or the grundle. Yeah, those three terms are better known than the technicals. But when, you know, that shorter,
That just came out after 18 to 20 days after conception. It was like kind of like now, like all the
gestational day 18 to 20. And the analog in humans is not as specific. We don't know exactly what it is. But we know it's the first trimester. We know it's the early first trimester. So I wanted to see how to look at this. So they had rats, they fed the rats the phthalates. We can't do that. We can't feed pregnant women phthalates. Right?
No, that would be unethical.
But remember the study for future families? The
Yeah,
first one? Okay, remember I told you that we saved the woman's urine? How lucky is that? Now we could go back, get those samples, test them, and see how much phthalate is in their urine when they were pregnant. So that was just really fortuitous. And all my graduate students, I say, you can't collect it. It's cheap. It's easy to store, and it's going to turn out useful. So we had this urine, we sent it to John Brock and others at the CDC, and we said, tell us how many which phthalates are in these women and how much. And there was a gradient. They all had it, but some had a little, some had a lot. And then we wanted to do that. We wanted them related to the offspring generally, right? So we had to get the kids, all the people to come in, and that was no easy task. But we got many of them. We got many of them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we could look it up, but it was in the hundred, it was like several hundred. Yeah.
By the way, what was this brand, Stephen?
You had the goods, but now you start hearing things.
Ah.
It's like Ronda Rousey right now. Ronda
out there. For a bunch of. What is that little? Okay, that's like that's Eastern Europe, or Western Europe.
I actually don't believe there's anywhere that's
Yeah, giant spike right on like what is it, Iran or Saudi Arabia? The giant one. And he's mostly heavy.
So MEP, monoethylphthalate, hair products, makeup, that's very solid. He's a big player there. One of the worst actors in terms of the and then dibutylphthalate, and there's a butylphthalate. And now what's interesting, they're new ones. We can talk about that. The new ones that are yeah, so I wanted to figure out. So, John, others at CDC, what do you look at in this one? So it wasn't obvious HEV was in it. We knew it wasn't a rat. It took a while for the pilot studies to actually figure out how to replicate the rat exam, if you will, to an infant exam. Pediatricians and developers, etc. So we could do it reliably and repeatedly. And and once we figured out how much we measured markers are simple in these children. Okay, so this means that the mothers with the higher levels of the anti-androgenic phthalates, particularly those three mentioned, were more likely to have a child with these symptoms, and most markedly shorter. Okay, right? And we're going to use that in conversation. But sugar, and that paper also made it really good. But maybe you can have scientifically, and lots of other people started measuring. It also made an impact. Public health, because phthalates been investigated, and in the Consumer Protection Act, and testified there, and they did that, and when they laid their reports, they recommended that phthalates be taken out of children's products. Protection Act of 2008. The paper came out in 2005, and campus legislation they were a little off the mark because products that they banned these phthalates from were children's products. That's too late. The internet. That is right. But they really so I think it's great that it came out of apps and toys and rubber ducky. Important also, certainly continued exposure is not a risk, but it did not protect pregnant women. Right? Anyway, this paper made a huge impact. And then it left me with this question, and they alluded to this earlier, which is, who cares? If you look and measure the HEV, it could be big or small, and you wouldn't by eye see the difference. It's not anything that jumps out at you. It's not like the child looks weird, right? It's just something you can measuring.
Sure, get 10% off your first order. Me, I'm an M protein, go type of dude. And I don't like
Is there an equation?
No, there is no proper measurement.
At least I know.
Because
Like my
it's
brother Lee for taking third place
function
in the
of
fucking John Christmas
body size
He
and
didn't take
age.
the room check. I thought he would take
And
first
so
place.
all of these
Anyway.
measurements are, how, what's your
All right,
height?
here we go.
Big child's height. You say, is that child very high? They're tall? It depends on their age, right?
Right.
Right. And for something that's measured very close to birth, which you say, what's the, I don't want to, then people read the paper, they can read the book, but I don't want to have people going out and measuring their children's AGD and worrying about it. I don't want to do that.
Sure. Like, for example, when you have a newborn, you can bring them in for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months checkup, and they give you a percentile of height, and circumference, weight, and all that. So you do that with AGD, you don't do that with AGD.
Unfortunately not. This is one of the things I really, really would like to see. I'd like to see this as a standard of care at the newborn exam. Just like you measure a kid's head circumference, you can measure their AGD stuff. And it would be simple, quick, and would give us unbelievable amounts of information. Because it turns out this little measure is kind of incredible. It tells us something about the past and something about the future. So I told you a little about the past. About the mother's exposure to things. Not always, but other things. What does this have to do with fertility? What does it have to do with function? What does it have to do with in general? Right. So we fast forwarded and thought, well, because these children were very young, we couldn't see their function sexually, but we could look at young men and girls. Had told these forever. If you just the height, body size, then short, I told you, it's short forever. So the man, Alex and our study included how small it is.
Small balls, or testicles are
We didn't measure the length of the penis, we measured the depth.
So there's a strong correlation between the width of the penis
Yes. So, I would say more directly, there's a correlation between yes and also to the ballot. And the ballot levels and the length of the age. So, we went to Rochester where I was living there, university, and we put up posters and I had a wonderful postdoc working with me who started the study, Jaime McGill, and he ran the study, and he got these volunteers to come in and do a sample and let us measure it and complete a questionnaire. Okay? And very, wonderful and helpful. And one of them said, well, for $75, I'll give you anything. Because that's what we think. And so, what Jamie found, that the longer that, we'll start with sperm count. The longer the sperm count, the shorter the AGD. The longer the AGD, the higher correlation, linear correlation.
Right.
But in California, in Mike Eisenberg,
What that
look at
means is,
an
let me
infant
bring it down for you even better.
fertility
For
clinic and did
9,000 years,
this similar thing.
that's how
He got
long
the sperm count and
news about which wine to drink,
HB,
red,
and he
white,
showed that,
Chardonnay,
again, that it was related.
You get a headache.
Sperm count were related. But also that fertile men
It's the
had a
shopping
longer
that causes the real
HB.
headache. So many choices, what to learn, they eat chewy chicken, they
So
got beef,
when people
and
say
there's no
who
guarantee
cares,
you don't like what
I
you
say
find. All right, let me tell
everyone
you
should
something tough in the
care
world,
because that
especially on the
measurement
holidays,
tells you something about the future, not only about the past,
This
what
is
was
why I
in the womb,
recommend this
but in the
morning.
future,
I
how
joined
that boy is going to function.
They changed the whole way.
Right.
It's easy. You go to
So,
club.com. That's club.com. He answers 6, 7 questions. Their algorithm creates a valid profile just for you. Let's say you
So
like
that's not
fruity
directly
wines,
with ballots. That's
okay,
another,
chicken.
it is women primarily, and there's a whole other line of work
taste.
to get into today, but it's very, very important and interesting. That ancient puberty in women is dropping,
What saves you a
most
dose?
markedly
So
occur
you get premium wine customized to your taste. And if you even
What
have a
just
no
explained
risk
to me
20%
how
guarantee
during
that you
development,
love what they said.
the
Let's do
baby's
this. Let's
sort
have
of
the
like
fucking
sexual
property
reproductive
right now.
organs are made.
Love
You basically
Club
explained
W.
there's a certain time where
Your first order when you go to
testosterone has an opportunity to kick in, which creates this certain area of groin area
Stop wasting
groin
time.
that
Stop
develops because he's
messing around at retail
and
stores.
it seems
Stop
like
drinking wine.
when these phthalates are introduced,
Go to
it stunts the growth of that area specifically.
50% off your first order.
and that's very well put. So let me just back up and say,
That's
before
clubw.com/Joe.
those leave phthalates out of it, just
I want to thank
feed every
that shit.
baby.
I want to thank beyond
In
these. I
very
want to
early
thank
pregnancy,
the
the
reason why I was
male and
gave
the
up was
female
as a
genitals
candle
are
right
the
there.
same,
And all I kept thinking about how that candle was
right?
like that piece of
They,
meat.
you can't separate them. You don't see ovaries, you don't see testes, you don't see penis. They're just, it's actually just a rigid tissue.
Sunday night, we might be back
Okay.
Saturday.
And then
We might do our own little
at
fight companion.
the critical time, which we know in rats specifically, we don't know specifically in humans, it's early pregnancy, the test
Thank you. I want to thank my main man, Lisa. I got to go over here with
and that's genetically programmed in an XY
That's it, guys.
individual, right?
I'll see you next week.
And
Don't
so
forget, next
They
Thursday, San
start to
Diego.
form, and
So
at
that's that. I've been
a
to
certain
at the
point, they're
Chinese
able to
restaurant.
produce testosterone, and they do that
Amen.
in the genetic male. Female also, oh, but just a little bit, but mostly much more. Okay. So what they showed in these animal studies is that when the mother was given phthalates in food at that time, when the testosterone is surging, that the surge is
This show is brought to you by Tracker. Never lose anything at your
eliminated. The
Tracker.
graph is very
Listeners to
dramatic.
this show, the trick what's happening
Completely
now.
flat. In
Get a
male.
special discount of 30% off your entire
So
order.
that says that that male
Off your
needs
entire order.
that testosterone
Just
at that time to develop normal.
THEtracker.com
Okay?
and enter promo code church.
And so
That's right. That's
the default, if he doesn't get it, that general factor will remain the default, which is
off your entire order.
Right.
And the show is brought to you by
so the
Helix.
degree to which it differentiates from the female,
To get a
so
custom mattress
the
online
development
for
of the
hundreds of dollars
testes
instead of thousands. Go to
and
helixsleep.com.
instead of ovaries, and the development of the penis instead of the clitoris, and so on and so forth. That the degree that that separation takes place is dependent on this hormone.
It's helixsleep.com.
There's a large variation in how to develop the genital community in these babies. So
Go to helixsleep.com.
in your book, you describe this lady Tracy and her son Barry, who was a boy who identified as a girl.
To get 10% off all other optimization products like
sort of
Alpha and
correlation did you find
right now,
with
right there for the track on your
children specifically with gender dysphoria, and as it relates to sort of like a more recent surge with transgender movement? I know there's no actual evidence. There's been no real study. But what is your take on that? Do you suspect there's?
So first of all, in terms of our studies, we did not study it. We did not have children. We did not get information on identity from the slavery. That is an important study, and it should be done, and that should be related to chemicals that they were exposed to. But that they haven't. My suspicion that just as the generalists differentiate the brain also does, for example, man, this is a stereotype. Okay, and it's the social stereotype is very difficult, but there are certain things like socialization seems to be easier for females, and which is testosterone dependent, seems to be testosterone dependent. Spatial,
Like visual, spatial.
yes, you ask men to rotate a figure in space in their minds, do that, and much more quickly and easily. That's a real mind probe.
Okay.
But my understanding is it's too early. Not really. So in any case, there is a difference. No question, there's a difference. Development of the brain, and that these are so they could have maybe no for generals and physiologically the child, but perhaps the surge to the brain has limited the development in that direction. So this is just a wild hypothesis and maybe totally wrong, but I believe that these are only driven over. And so I think that whatever we find as we go down the road, dysphoria is going to relate to exposures in humans. That's the only hypothesis I have. Whether it's going to be due to a specific chemical or a class of chemicals or not. And let me just say that this whole area is very difficult because it's difficult for trans people. And I totally understand it because in medical issues, their identity. They say like this. They don't ask that generally. But, and it's similar concerns for people of other groups, atypical development, for example, ASD. What causes that? I'm not sure that question is not make people feel that the way they are is the way they should not be. I don't want to give that impression.
Right, but it seems like it's very important study to relate to some of these people that and getting the longer intake is genitalia, not necessarily 100% developed.
So I get
With testosterone or testicles, like dropped testicles. Imagine how that would translate to somebody being, or the way people describe, I feel like people say there is a male in a body or a woman in a male body. That, I can see a connection. Ask Brad how to feel. Answer that. What life do you feel? So it's definitely curious.
I think we're all curious about that. And I think maybe, animal toxicologists will find some clever way to figure out what animals want to have sex with. And they can produce rats as I told you, that can be produced with the pesticide we talked about before, atrazine.
I saw that show when they stand on bullshit.
Homosexual frogs.
Right. So that is possible. But what that has to do with gender dysphoria is a really open question, and one that I think is very delicate, and we have to be careful about even asking without offending people. I think, honestly, that we need some trans people to come in and do this research, because they will do it sensitively and they'll understand what the concerns are. And as a non-binary person, I'm afraid I'm, at risk of stigma, and so I'm being really careful. Maybe you could have somebody on your show who's trans and would talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's hard, serious academics like yourself, they don't want to talk about it. There's a very big risk of trying to discredit it does stifle like you said, you don't want to touch it. And that's a problem.
I didn't want to touch it. I said I didn't want to talk about it now because I don't know. I can just tell you a study that I think is relevant and that I think should be done, right? And that's what I always thought. This one is going to be hard, but it could be done. And there are databases in Europe and the United States where urine has been stored from a long time ago, and you could test that urine for environmental, whatever. But this, we didn't talk about other classes, pesticides and so on. And then you could see, if you have a very large sample, how their children develop and what percent of them were trans. Graded. And see whether these cultures correlated with behavior in, say, the adolescent years around sexual identity. That study would really value here. The problem is that, like I said, asking that question and writing it's controversial, and I'm afraid that we are going to take a very open-minded funding agency to say, we're looking at this, we want to fund this, we want to find this out. But I'm not against studying it, I'm just against talking about it with ignorance. Talking about it without the participation of the affected people. We can't always include the affected population in our, to the extent that we can. I think we're being more and more sensitive to this. So that's what I would like to say. I actually know the person who's an ethnologist who's I think that happened, but I don't think there's
a correlation with gender.
And certainly genders for people are considered social pressure and stressors, so I wouldn't use it kids if there wasn't more anxiety and prescribed I don't know those data, but I wouldn't be surprised. Right.
Imagine if you combine the two, right? It's got a layer. This
So obviously testosterone is very key here. It's important for the production of cases, sperm. And by the way, now that more and more young men are seeking testosterone,
we talked about this.
I'm concerned. They're gonna have. So, yeah,
I've been on some kids on there, like bodybuilders who are in their late teens, early 20s, that are a lot of them, some not, but some getting their blood work done beforehand and having a big testosterone. So they're talking about how their testosterone goes from 1 to 200 nanograms per deciliter versus a very, very moderate scale. It's just the trade-off. Do I start testosterone therapy and feel great, feel like a normal person, and be able to go to the gym and feel healthy, and sacrifice not being able to have kids? It's like, it's a very, there's a huge advantage to doing it too because you feel that.
The information I have about testosterone, which is increasing as I study this more, is that it is declining just as sperm count, and probably at a comparable rate, right? But that doesn't actually prove it. We have to do something similar that is good. For example, there's
It's funny. It's so funny that you drew that last.
That would be really, really interesting. Fascinating. And then you have measured testosterone movements several points in young man's life to see whether there's a relationship. So that's, I give that out to people.
So, testosterone, sperm count is declining currently by 2.5%. Do you know what the number is for testosterone? How that's declining per year?
But the study, no, and the studies on testosterone are not recent. They're not as recent as the ones in sperm. Look, that little upgrade we did and what it is. Yeah, we haven't done that for testosterone. Okay. So, we will do that. And then I can come back and tell you. Okay.
Testosterone is very much linked to cardiovascular health, cognitive function, many things.
Yeah. And by the way, so is sperm count.
Really, because it's tied to testosterone.
And it's hard to separate, isn't it? Because they're intimate. It's one that kind of comes down to your time. But I will tell you that there's studies now that show that men with low sperm count have more diabetes, have more reproductive cancers, and die younger. So it's a marker of overall health, right? As is infertility, as is women's infertility. So all of these things are not, they don't stand alone. They're a mix. complicated picture where they're all interrelated.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder if you had some people there that held out the sperm. And he wasn't able to produce sperm. That's the same thing. Still correlates to a shorter lifespan, worse cardiovascular health
Yeah.
because of that.
Great question.
It has to be through
Designing all the studies here. No, it's a very good question. And by the way, I have a friend, a young man who did go through putting up as a child for cancer, and he did banks of sperm. And he was told that he was spermic, had no sperm in his ear. But in fact, he did conceive a child. Yeah. Well, counting is not you can't be guaranteed to counting every sperm. Had some left. It's possible, and he worked out. He is very well and healthy, and I'm happy to say. So it is not an absolute.
We talked about it last night. Who's the gentleman who studies life that comes from sexual?
Tyrone Hayes.
Okay.
Yes.
And he died. What are the specific chemicals that he used to do these drugs?
He studied atrazine.
That's
the one that we showed was related to sperm count.
right,
in men.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask you about glyphosate.
Surprisingly, glyphosate Roundup have been one of the most poorly studied pesticides out there. And given that it's the most widely used pesticide in the world, there are now studies going on, and we have some pilot data showing that glyphosate exposure does affect anagen resistance, but in these studies, which are small, and I don't, know what's behind this, these were the females of it, and they had longer pregnancy. And yes, so chemicals can be anti-androgenic, knock down androgens, knock down testosterone, or it can be pro-androgenic, increase testosterone. So anything that increases testosterone will make girls anagen resistance reach longer, more in the male direction, because they're getting more testosterone, right?
Right. Doesn't happen to men too?
No, because they're already so high that the amount that can be increased by an exposure will be longer. But if you're very low and you get an increase, it could double. And so, but this is very, very tentative, and this is an area of very current study that people are looking at the effects of glyphosate in various hormone, obesity, lots and lots of things. It's one of the hot new.
It seems like all of this is put it all in the same bucket of problem trying to treat it. And one of the big problems with glyphosate and Roundup was that they used to spray the crops and just spray the weeds individually. And now what they do, they develop this thing called corn ready Roundup. Have you heard of that? Where they basically take an airplane and they put acres and acres of farmland with this Roundup, and you get all over the corn crops. But for some reason, it only kills the weeds that doesn't affect the corn. So basically, this stuff is pretty good. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah. And this just goes back to what we're doing now because it's convenient and probably safe. But how do we turn the ship? Like all of these massive plastic and chemical companies that should have trillions of dollars and have lobbying behind them, how do you convince them that this is a problem? How do you convince them to leave billions of dollars on the table and from their perspective, so like, okay, we'll have thousands of people unemployed and potentially collapse our corporate empires for a benefit that will only be seen in 100 years, right? 3 generations from now.
I think benefits will be seen more quickly. term type is some specific individuals who have personal concerns. So some powerful person who has unable to have grandchildren, or they're unable to have a child, or they see various, problems related to these exposures in their family, in themselves. I think, that's why people donate money. Many donors are donating because of the personal experience. So that might be one way so as we get this information out to more and more people, couple things. One is you can take personal action. Good. And I definitely recommend it. In the book, there's a couple of chapters about things you can do. We can talk about that. And not at all, those are very important. And also make us feel that we're doing something, which we are. We can take action by, sending letters and that's nobody wants to do that, right? Scientists and others are speaking, very about climate, but they weren't being. Then, partially through personal experience of hurricanes, floods, whatever, people became more concerned, personally concerned, and then they began to take more action. We started out by saying, but, and by the way, it doesn't happen with this. Right. Our problem here that I'm talking about today is maybe people don't know this, but the chemicals in plastic are made from petroleum byproducts. So it's not really a separate problem. And research, the research in many people in the field that as we start making fuel and homes and cars going out of other products other than fossil fuels, then those resources will go somewhere and they're going to more plastic. In other words, that changing the source of our energy away from fossil fuels will increase the problem with us. Yes, as we, as a society, say, okay, we're going to go to clean energy, we're going to go to, right? So we're not going to use fossil fuels. So what's going to happen to those fossil fuels? And they can be put in combustion. So there'll be more economic and so they're out there, and their use probably will increase as in these areas, household products and so on, as we, who knows, that's a speculation. But, it's just another way that we're dependent on fossil fuels. So, I told you I got rid of all my things. I made my wife throw them all away. That's great, but that's not so, to the extent that you can, if you can eat unprocessed foods, like carrots Pyrex in a bunch, another set of pad.
And it's wrapped in plastic. There's a lot of carrots come out of that.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the thing about chemicals leaving the plastic. If they're warm or if there's liquid, it's more likely, if the environment is warm or liquid, it's more likely for the phthalates to, or the bispheноls to leave the, right? So, carrots, I'm not so worried. But if you go to a farmer's market, if you're lucky enough to go to a farmer's market, you can just buy it from the farmer. That would be the ideal. That's it. Where they took this farm, and some of the cows were milked by hand, and some of the cows were milked by milking machine, and the cows that were milked by hand had no phthalates in their milk, and farmers that, and those cows that were milked by the milking machine, that milk had. So it's really hard to avoid them. If you go and buy a container of milk, even if it says organic on it, that could have been processed through the milking machine.
Yeah.
Know that.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. You gotta make sure all the labels are on every single product. The FDA designation, all that stuff.
So you're asking something that most people can do. So I would say, if you can afford it, looking at that,
We never known any.
what's
he saying?
He's just saying like
send like you fucking sunland, bro. He was there, bro. Doing all this shit.
in general, organic food is more careful with respect to okay? So if you can afford it, and not everyone can do it, farmer, you know, like that farmer boy fast food.
Fucking alcohol, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't need any Elvis, bro. You know? We got 2,000 people, we need fucking gas.
Again, that's an economic problem. People,
We need ideas.
you know, grab a meal at the end of those huge long day, you know. But so then in the home, besides food, we talked about this, but there's we need to treat water because we now know that water contains lots and lots of micro and nanoplastic, and I would prefer not to drink that myself. So I distill my water, and I know you use a reverse osmosis. Those are both very good ways of drinking water. You can also get a filtration system, which is a little more problematic because you have to change the filter. But don't buy water in plastic. Right? Right, don't leave water in plastic bottles in your car. And then as far as air, our ambient environment, our air is full of so HEPA filter is pretty effective. Another thing that's effective is to put some bigger shoes at the door. That you're not bringing in those particles from outside into your home and vacuum the vehicles. So try to keep your air clean. You know, so these things come in every which way. Through inhalation, through ingestion, and eating and drinking. And dermal. So the dermal is your skincare products, sunscreen, you can work out what's in those. And we don't have a completely fixed way of reading those. The Environmental Working Group does a good job. And they have a consumer guide to and cleaning products also contain a lot of these products. Some of the guides we suggest in the book, or you know, some of them haven't suggested, but you can look for on the web. Try to buy products that have been screened to some extent, none very thoroughly, I would say, but to some extent to free of these chemicals.
Now you talked about how you walk me through how you distill water and how
doesn't mean it's a bad thing. And that's how it works. You sort of fill it up. By the way, I don't want to be endorsing any particular brand here, but just say this.
Oh, yeah, we just look at the first one I saw.
Yeah. So, you know, if we put it in at night, comes into that picture. And so we clean it out with vinegar, and then we're ready for the next batch. So we do that every couple of days.
I've seen some of those water treatment. Build the water treatment tanks that filter all the toilet water for all the cities. Giant tank, bigger than an aquarium, and it pour like chemical stuff in there, filters out, and it's all siphoned out to our drinking supply. Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I got it. It says like these. I've got these 3 courses.
It passed through a distiller, an RO, and a home filter. And then blindly ask people if they prefer and test them for chemicals. That would be it. A very simple experiment.
And you always dealt with this crazy shit.
Yeah, that's
It's not in plastic. You know, I think it's like 70% of all recycled plastic goes in landfill.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
It is not. It makes people feel like they're doing the right thing, which is, you know, unfortunate because in fact they're not.
Right on that. Can you see if it is 70%? I'm sure it's not. Where does this go for humanity? Generationally. Like, start turning this shit now. Right? If we're staying on the trajectory we're on right now, where do you see this going in 50 to 100 years?
Well, first of all, you know,
Okay, 79%. Only 9% of the and you mentioned in your book, so the 79% goes into landfill. But you mentioned in your book there's giant polluting of the ocean the size of Texas. Right? Says all these
it's a great book. People have probably are tired of seeing these animals, fish, turtles, with plastic around their neck, and, you know, the impact of these chemicals on wildlife is tragic. But you were saying, where do I see this going? I just want to say, I think I am an optimistic father, and so I have hope that we can, once alarmed enough, make changes that will really move the needle. And I think we did that after COVID came out, and we the vaccine quickly, faster than any vaccine, right? So I just think that what we need is alarm. We need pressure to get governments, philanthropists, and, you know, have resources to do this, to say the moonshot. This is the moonshot we have to take. We have to make alternative forms of plastic to clean up their personal environment. And in animal studies, in 3 generations, will hurt children from being restored. We don't have 3 generations. Because for an animal, 3 generations is 6 years. A rat?
For a rat, right?
For a rat, you got 6 years. 3 generations.
Years is the lifespan of a rat.
And for us, our life, we have intergenerational is 25 years, so we get to look at 75 years. At the rate at which sperm count and other things are declining is probably not enough time. I think we have to clean it up. The other thing that gives me hope is that we have alternative ways of conceiving. And more of those are, artificial insemination and assisted reproduction in general has developed tremendously. And I think that we will continue to do that. We'll get more and more techniques for reproducing. For that to happen, people have to want children. And that's something that worries me a lot. We talk about this a little bit, but in many parts of the world, the desire to marry, to have children is decreasing also. I haven't looked at the rate, but it's pretty dramatic in some countries. And South Korea, Singapore, Japan. So for the species to maintain itself, we have to have 2.1 children for every couple in their lifetime. Okay? That's man, woman replace themselves and a little bit extra because there's something else. Right? So that's called a replacement rate for children fertility. And we're below that, and we're dropping, and that's gone down about 50% 50 years also, just like sperm count, right? And think about 2.1. That's where you want to be. If you want to keep the species replacing itself. South Korea is now at 0.8. And other Eastern Asian countries are around 1. China has a big problem. And here's the thing. People don't want apparently to have more children. These countries are giving economic incentives for people to have more children, and they're not buying it. So I don't know what will turn that around. And economically, countries are recognizing that if you don't have enough children, you won't have the middle of the population pyramid to support the old people who are increasing, and you have economic chaos.
When I talked about earlier, culture, I personally see younger people, my generation and younger, you ask them why they don't have kids, they're just like, oh, I want to wait till I'm rich. I want to wait till I get my life figured out. Or I want to get my career figured out. A lot of people want to wait in their mid-30s, I get never, 30s and even 40s consider having kids yet because they aren't where they are financially to have kids. And I think that what I'm alluding to is that there's a societal thing that's happening with women in particular that are finding more and more successful careers in various industries or whatever it might be, that they don't want to necessarily raise children, they want successful careers. They think maybe I'll do that after, but they realize that you can't do that after.
I think,
and then you keep sorry, you have like Kourtney Kardashian, who just came out as she's pregnant with her 4th child with Travis Barker. She's like 45 years old. People think, oh, Kourtney Kardashian did it, I can do it too.
Right. And some can, but it's much more difficult. And the pregnancies are complicated, And actually, parental age is a risk factor. Lots of bad outcome in life. Interesting. For example, older parents have more
Sometimes I remember it's funny, there's a running the chance of having that from the above 30
so it's risky. If you want to see. Chances, and so more chances for failure. We didn't talk about this, but if you look at couples going for assisted reproduction and test their urine, and that's the man and the woman, the presence of a number of producing chemicals in the urine affects the success of that attempt to conceive that pregnancy. The embryo quality, the number of embryos retrieved, the embryo quality, the number of eggs retrieved, the embryo quality, the implantation rates, and the birth rates are all affected by the chemicals in
That's if you bring a chick home and she would fall for her place.
that's a study out, many studies out of Harvard, a lot of what's called the Earth study, and other people are looking at that too. But it's not affecting the utero, it's affecting the fetus. Well, it's not a fetus, but affecting the eggs, affecting sperm, affecting what after there's a birth, and even affecting the embryo, even after it's been implanted. So there's risks all along the way. For the failure.
It always has holes in the because they always feed the rope in the gut.
I hope it does, but it's going to take a lot of time.
Just shake it up. It's a little shaking up the charge. You wait for that. You know what I used to use that for? Yeah, that's absolutely. Colorado,
Is there anything that we should talk about?
Yeah, I would like to just say that it's not just vegans,
it's a little thicker.
right? So, I mean, there's a lot of information on declines of multiple species, insect decline, insect Armageddon, plant decline, you know that. You know what I'm talking about, right? And showing even sperm count in horses and dogs is declining as well as humans. So, of course, animals living in an environment, or domestic animals, are going to be exposed. Those domestic animals, those dogs, to the same air that we are, and the same water that we are, and probably they have a lot of stuff in their food that I've never analyzed. But in wildlife, like the alligators, like the papa, that were producing smaller and smaller litters, and by the way, having smaller energetic bases, smaller penises, right? Penis size, that was the first thing that Lewis showed, was that alligators and lake papa have smaller penis. Lake papas can contaminate by pesticides. So that was, when was that? It was like in the 90s. And so this is not a new story, and it's not just a human story. That's a point that I don't think I talked about, so we can get into. But it's planetary story. I won't rule out that there are some other forces that are changing, but certainly we see direct relations as in like and I think everyone knows about species decline and other species that are declining and are endangered, and actually as well.
Play the charades when you fucking, you know, that's what it's like, dude. Nairobi or from fucking China, you know, because that's how these moments.
There's all these sugar plantations and pesticides are running off and are creating this giant algae where it's basically killing hundreds of thousands of fish.
What's your answer?
There's been any sort of people looking at this on a long, like on a macro red tide like this or anything that we're missing.
Probably, but I don't have that. I do know that there's it's actually polluting deliberately with PVCs and left the other one clean, and then compared the survival of fish in those lakes and showed very dramatically that the fish in the treated lake was so there's no question that we do that. That's going to happen. And by the way, a lot of the chemicals that capture have byproducts that go into the runoff and head into the lakes, right, for the waste disposal. So it's not a happy picture. But I'd like to just end by saying, countdown, first of all, is very little. Yeah. First of all, the book has a lot of humor in it. There's a lot of personal stories. It makes it. Yeah. And my co-author, Stacey Colino, is an environmental journalist who was really responsible for that tone, that, ability to bring some light to it and some humor to it. And we have 2 chapters of things you can do. So don't feel totally discouraged. Get the book, read it, and then share it. I think sharing is really important because that's how we
Where why don't you tell people where they can find more about you?
ShaunaSwan.com. That's me. It's all over social media. You can look for me there. I don't remember my Twitter handle, but
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Or I can send it to you.
Perfect. I already got it.
Yeah.
Thank you again. I very much appreciate this. And that's all, folks.
It could be just like, hey guys, this is the way I want to talk. I don't know what the fuck you're saying right now. You sound like that right now. They probably put you in that context. It's like, oh, leave it. You don't know what you're saying. You like that fucking. That's the winger in the special class. That's who you sounded. That's what that dude sounded like. Shit. I'm overheating. Buzzing in my God, people started late. And now he was looking around the room like, and now he's making a buzzing in the mic. Listen to him. He's a walking buzzer, man. What I was saying. Louis Castellino. Right after ACDC at the Palladium. So after ACDC came back, so it was a Saturday night, right? Used to watch that. I had no idea.
How did you get into this world of publishing books?
Yeah, so I was a lawyer for a couple of years first, and then I joined my father's little publishing company. I worked with him for about 7 years, then we sold the company, and then I started Skyway.
Is this book right here the book that kind of like really set everything off for you guys? Is that like your biggest selling book?
Yeah, this is definitely the best-selling book that we've ever had, and
Hold up. That's your big one.
yeah, it's just a great story. So I'd love to tell the story. Yeah, but yeah, the Via Land Fauci, I don't know where to start.
How many books do you sell? Of that.
So we wound up selling 480 copies of it, which is kind of an incredible thing when the fact that they were just clearly so many people who didn't want anybody to read this book, and they were just doing everything they could do to make sure that it was hard to find, that it wasn't was on lockdown. We didn't get a single news in any major newspaper in the country. Nobody would interview Bob Kennedy to talk about it. They were scared to death that this was a book that was claiming that the whole government narrative of everything Dr. Fauci was saying day after day on television, that was just all corruption and was all just a process of trying to make more money and have more control over people. It was never about public health. So the idea that a book comes out by somebody like Bobby Kennedy, who's a well-known guy, who's got 2,194 citations, he's got blurbs from doctors and lawyers and Nobel Prize-winning scientists. I mean, it should have been a really big event, and it should have made, senators, congresspeople question it and want to sit down with Dr. Fauci, interview him, interrogate him, and find out whether this is true. Because this is somebody who's risking their whole, somebody who could have had an easy life, standing up, speaking out, and saying that he doesn't care what happens to him. There's no benefit to him, which makes him perfectly trustworthy. That Dr. Fauci is corrupt. The government is corrupt. And that they're trying to hurt people. And the thing was, they just tried to pull away. So even the first ad on, in newspapers, the New York Times turned down an ad. Usually they're chasing me down to get more ads. They turned down an ad. And, they had no reason for it. So I asked them why. And they said that they wouldn't take an ad of any kind. So they have this division called standards management, where they look at ads and try to figure out if there's something in it that isn't true. So basically, they're saying they don't care whether a book makes claims that are untrue. All that they're looking at is whether the ad itself makes claims that are untrue. Okay. So they would not tell us anything. They would not ask, they didn't ask us to change anything. They just said they wouldn't accept an ad in any way, shape, or form with any language for this book. So they changed their whole policy that they had prescribed to me clearly beforehand, and just would not place it. So they were obviously getting pressure from the government not to be involved in any way. So the only thing that all the major newspapers were willing to do at the time was to run hit pieces against Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Just to say everything bad they could possibly say, try to discredit him, to try to claim that his books and his speeches and everything that he was putting out was misinformation, it was misleading the public and it was harmful. But they wouldn't say why. So they wouldn't debate him. I mean, Dr. Fauci could have come out Yeah, the black helicopters. Yeah, definitely. They're here, and I don't care. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't care. So, here's the thing. Dr. Fauci, at the time, was probably the most powerful person in the world, right? He was making all the rules that told everybody on the planet what they could do and what they couldn't do. So he could have gone on any show and treated any expert that he did. So why was he so afraid? Wasn't he just to meet with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a network TV show and debate him to the end? So if you're really worried that there's not going to be trust in government, the best way to do that isn't through censorship. It's through dialogue. It's through proving that what he's saying isn't true. So it becomes more powerful in many cases is by being censored, right? Because people wonder, why are you doing that? I mean, if you really have plans, go through some of those 2,194 citations and tell us if we're wrong. Make a real argument. So we was discussing part of yesterday, let's go some shit that's going on. Just
rallies that people that kind of question this stuff, people that want to get deeper into it. Because people that jumps it off of YouTube or jumps it off of New York Times, they need to look into it more and figure out what's going on. What are they actually saying? Right. So it seems like that probably helped a lot with some of the stuff.
Well, I think what happened is, we got this whole team of people, and I was part of it, and I just went on to every show that would have me on, every radio show, and I was doing it all day long, just going to that, going on to small shows, big shows, everybody would have me. And there was a whole group of other people doing that. And I think that it helps all doing that, and by the time doing that, it could just sort of crack by. But it was not because people were hearing about it from the mainstream media. So the idea there was they were just going to ignore him and hope that he went away. Because he was doing something that's hard to do. He was standing up for the most powerful people on the planet. To the most powerful government on the planet, the most powerful public officials probably in history. And he was telling the American public that they were all lying. And that's a pretty gutsy thing to do. These are the most, so if you believe that these are the most corrupt public officials in history, these are the most corrupt companies in history. These are the biggest, most powerful people, the biggest, most powerful companies. And he's standing up and saying they're liars, they're corrupt, they're stealing from the public, they're ruining your health. These are really dangerous people. And it was difficult for them, I think, to know what to do about it. And I think they probably sat around thinking, if we engaged in dialogue, we're going to lose it. We don't really have it. Right? So we're telling the world what to do. We're forcing them to do it. We're threatening them if they don't do exactly what we tell them to do. They're going to have consequences. They're not going to be able to work. They're not going to be able to go to a restaurant. They're not going to have a life unless they do exactly what they're told. And he was telling them to do that. After this show. I would just imagine that there would be some sort of something going on. There might be an intimidation. Yeah, I don't really know how that all works. Really good. This is 17,000 doctors stood out and kind of disagree. All over the world, this doctor vaccine narrative. So, that's a lot of doctors. It's not a lot of doctors in the sense that there are tens of thousands of them, but it's a lot of brave people standing up. They go after a lot of those people. They went after their medical licenses. They tried to discredit them in every way that they could. It was the same kind of playbook, but there were a lot of other people in the background just not willing to accept it. What was it like? Did you try to get this book published by any other publishers before coming to you? Or what was that process like? Did this book sort of open your eyes to everything that's going on? Yeah, so I had known Bobby Kennedy for a while. He had published a book called Dinosaur, What the Science Means. I think it was about 2014. And when that book came out, it was the same sort of story. I mean, it was a much smaller issue at the time, meaning that it didn't involve every person on the planet. But it was still a big story because Dinosaur, which is a form of mercury, is in certain vaccines now. In the past, it was in many more. Many vaccines that are sold all around the world, importing them. And Dinosaur does have really bad side effects. And so he came out with a book that went through hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed studies. And while the CDC was saying that it was perfectly safe, they said that they took it out of certain early childhood vaccines, basically because they were just being really cautious. So they basically said, it's really safe, we didn't do anything wrong, But then they refused to take it out of all the vaccines that they send to Africa or to South America to poor countries. They get the vaccines with full Earth. So, the depravity of something like that, when all of these studies, this was an incredibly safe project. And once again, they didn't respond to any of it. So they didn't say, some of these peer-reviewed stories have been proven to be incorrect. Nothing, not a word. So the book came out once again. He's claiming that tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of children's lives are being ruined by something that's in the vaccine that's being given to them, and all the families are being told they're perfectly safe. So it's the same kind of story. And this book comes out, and there's no research, there's no journalism. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of mixing up of the ownership and the boards of all of these different companies, and they're all corrupted. Even when you look at the CDC and the FDA, you find that people working for the government can own some piece of the patent. Right. So they're supposed to be regulating one of the pharmaceutical companies, for example, and yet if they approve something, if they approve a drug or a vaccine, they can actually earn royalties on it. So the entire public health system is just riddled with these conflicts of interest. And once again, nobody is investigating it. Nobody is, there's no sort of watchdog group that's looking at these vaccines or these drugs really, really carefully. There's nobody protecting the American public. Bobby Kennedy sometimes says that the only people standing in front of real harm to children in this country are mothers. The mothers know their own children, they know what their weaknesses are, they know that they have a prior vaccine and had a bad reaction to it, they can very likely to get another one. But the whole idea of public health now is just to give the exact same thing to everybody. Yeah. And so the reason there is that it's all about the money. Because if you were not concerned with just maximizing your return on investment, you would look at all the supplements. You would say, well, do we want to give the same dosage to a kid who weighs 200 pounds that we give to a kid who weighs 50 pounds? But they don't do any of that. They have no reason for public health. It's just want to help their pharmaceutical partners. They get as much money as they can. Relationship with yeah, so I had listened to him giving speeches at various places, something like 12, 13 years ago, and he was giving some speeches in New York City where I live, and where I still live, and in those speeches he had just been saying that there was this growing corruption in public health, and so I was really happy to publish and then I stayed in touch with them when this book was I was all in to hear the whole story, to learn about it. I was part of the entire process of writing it. Not writing, but I backed it, and I was in close touch with all of his team. His team was just incredible team of fact checkers, and they were so meticulous 7 days a week for something like 10 months, and he was just at it, and he was so incredibly invested in it for one reason only, not that he was going to make a penny. He doesn't even get royalties on this book, but it was nothing in it for him. he was so dedicated to that, and that's why I think he would make such a great president. Because I don't think we've had a president in recent history where the person is genuinely dedicated to make the world better, to solve problems. Not just public health problems, but any problem. And so part of the reason that we published another book, which is to reveal our AG, it's the same kind of pilot. Yeah, but the idea was that many people have an idea of who they think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is. And they have that idea because of an incredible sort of a psyop of control over what the media does, and also over what people think. So when you have just incredible censorship on the one hand, then you have propaganda, and the whole media is sort of helping with propaganda, almost like they're reading, the same press release that's given to them from Dr. Fauci or somebody working with Dr. Fauci. So how are you ever going to know who a candidate is if that candidate is censored so incredibly? Even when he went on to ABC News, they taped him for something like an hour, and they cut it down. Then they weren't even happy with cutting it down. They cut out some of the things that they disliked and tailored it to a presentation that they were happy with. But they decided to kind of bookend it. This claim of saying that it was missing, that Bobby Kennedy couldn't be trusted. And then they added in that many of the claims had been debunked by serious scientists. So that is so incredibly improper democracy to do that. This is a candidate, a serious candidate, polling at 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party. At the very least, they should bring in people who disagree with him, and give them the opportunity to respond. But to let him speak and then dissect it, put the disclaimers in there, call his name, call it misinformation, and not give him a chance to respond to any of those counterpoints.
Yeah, I saw something recently where he combined all of the recent articles that have been published about him in like big publications. Yeah, every single like 10 headlines that all started the headline with the anti-vaxxer Robert Kennedy Jr. Right, and it's bonkers. And they put it to just like discredit him as an anti-vaxxer. What? And my point is right, if I haven't done the research, but what does he say can be done if he was to become president as far as showing public health in the country and fixing these issues like he's got?
Yeah, exactly. One of the first things he would do, and what he says time after time, is that the people running the agencies of the U.S. government, the FDA, the CDC, the EPA, many of those people, many of the top people are corrupt. But most of the people working there are honest, sincere, hardworking people who care, who studied for years and years, did all kinds of research, and he believes firmly that they really want to do the right thing. But the problem is that the most corrupt and the most greedy people rise to the top. That this is a country that's just based on money, and you have to find a way to kind of decouple money from public health or from any of the other agencies. So you can't have this sort of system where time after time people work for the government, then they go work for Pfizer or some other big company, and they all know that their whole life is tied to greenlighting certain products. So when people say that Robert F. Kennedy is an anti-vaxxer, that's a ridiculous statement in the sense that what he said all along is that he wants to look at the safety of vaccines. He wants to look at what's put into vaccines and what those things do to people. anti-vaxxer. It doesn't make you anti-anything. That's just a word that they come up with to confuse. Or that they use words like misinformation or even domestic terrorist. Or they just come up with all of these terms, conspiracy, when they don't have a real argument to prove it. Because if they believe in dialogue and debate, they would have to call people names. Not be against vaccines or for vaccines any more than they're for a pill. So you look at a pill, nobody would say pills are safe. Right? So the question is, what pill is it? What's in it? What do you need? Right? Let's research it. Let's figure it out. What is a vaccine? It's a delivery mechanism for things that are in it. So if you put cyanide in a vaccine, I think we could agree that wouldn't be a good thing, right? So if you're putting mercury in a vaccine, and mercury is toxic to a child's brain, clearly that's not a good thing. If you're putting aluminum in there, is that safe? What's the research say? Perfectly fine for serious people to question what's being put into their children's bodies. I mean, it's insane for them not to question that. It's like anti-pharmaceutical. So I don't see that he's really anti-anything other than the greed and corruption that has taken over this country. I mean, if you look at some of the research that's been done on vegetables, which we did all think of vegetables, blueberries, raspberries, they're all racist, right? But, even there, you have to think about, what's in it? Are these, just doused with, drenched with pesticides? And if they are, they should be the most toxic foods out there. You might be better off, eating a candy bar than having broccoli that has pesticides in it. So it's not about what the delivery mechanism is. So if it's organic broccoli that's really good, healthy, clean broccoli or good, healthy, clean meat, that's probably really good for you. But you want to know. So you can see two pieces of steak, and one of them could be pumped up with hormones that could look exactly the same. One of them could have all kinds of chemicals in it. You wouldn't want to feed that to your family. You look at the other piece of steak, and you have no way of knowing that steak is, fed much better food, isn't pumped up with hormones or other drugs, is grass-fed. I mean, any of those kinds of things really matter. And there's nothing wrong with people wanting to investigate these incredibly large power-needy companies and a government that is in touch with them. And I think that there are thousands and thousands of people seeing what he's done, seeing he's suffered in his, quest to kind of make world war accountable. How is it that people, that the news reports, that they don't question the fact we're the richest, most powerful country on the planet, and our children are the least healthy? How does that happen? So, I know countries all around the world, and their infant mortality rates are rates of autism, the rates of our So how is that possible? Sorry to interrupt. So the podcast by versa. We all know the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep at the age. It's something I'm really passionate about, and as discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists. I take self-esteem every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD level with powerful ingredients such as NMN, transresveratrol, and EA. NAD plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body, but declines with age. Keeping NAD plus levels high helps guide longevity also. So genes are called longevity genes because they activate and support overall health and slow down aging
It's an iron muscle. Now you can't take NAD plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. So NMN directly converts to NAD plus, whereas Veritol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD plus more than just NMN on its own. Verso also publishes third-party testing that each fat produced absolutely guarantees the patient. Head on over to ppr.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% off your entire order. Or go to ppr.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. Now back to the show. It seems like the big publications are very much co-opted by the government. And I had a guy in here a few months ago, Jack Murphy, who was doing a report on this. Some spy operations, sabotage operations that were going on in Russia. And like some railroad tracks being blown up and some factories being lit on fire. And he was basically through all of his sources. And what he discovered was that there was a NATO ally working with CIA to conduct some of these operations. And he was working with one of these downstream organizations in the U.S. on this story for probably 6 months, close to 6 months. And right when they were getting ready to press the publish button on it, they told his deputy director of the CIA, got him to fuck out deputy director, and he said he's has an off-the-record agreement with this publication. Yes or no, or show this, or don't show this. And they have to do that. They can't. So, for example, if you want to publish the article, this and this and this and this, they can't do that. They just say, okay, everybody just killed the article. Right. So that's what happens with some of the biggest publications. They're all in cahoots with. And look, I get it. I understand that CIA's job is to keep covert ops off the front page, right? Right, like national security or whatever it might be. But in this case, it just blows my fucking mind that it is literally affecting the health and lives of kids in the country, and they're still getting away with it. But that's what happens when people get too much power. So, you know, there was a Rachel Maddow clip that I saw yesterday, which was Rachel Maddow talking to Chuck Schumer. And they were discussing some claims that Trump had made, where he was coming down hard on the CIA and the FBI. And you know, this is, I don't know, 6 years ago. And Chuck Schumer said with a smirk on his face that Trump will learn what happens when you go against the intelligence agencies in this country. And he seemed to, in some way, be proud of that. And that was a scary moment, but it's easy to find. And it's real. And he obviously knows that they have an incredible amount of power, too much power. And it's the same kind of thing. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy, Bobby's father, was a corruption fighter. And he was saying the same kinds of things. And JFK was saying the same kinds of things. And, you know, they were likely shut down for saying those things. They were likely killed for saying those kinds of things. So it is very serious, and like I said, it's very real. And, you know, it's hard to imagine. I think it's hard for a lot of people to imagine that there could be people there who would children something that isn't safe. So I think that's one of the why people often don't believe it, because they don't think that there could be this many powerful people. It's sort of like the general theory that conspiracy is too big that it can't be real. To imagine a conspiracy where there are no thousands that people that are together, but how can thousands of people, right? So like the opioid crisis, and you see the same kind of thing. I mean, there were years where I think 200,000 people died unnecessarily, and that's not good. And I don't think that's just the fact that I mean, they were sort of like, they were the face of it, but it was pretty clear that
many of the other big pharmaceutical companies were doing exactly the same thing. And people all the way down the chain were just sort of following. Like the government, the doctors, the pharmacists, and they were all taking part. So if you see that,
That's the crazy
you see
part.
that they were
Some people would be like, ah, that's
hundreds
fucked
of
up, but
thousands of people
to be brave enough to just let yourself go like that and
Why
relax
is it such a leap
that's a
to think that maybe they would approve and sell and force you to take and give exemption for safety to all of these big companies who are creating a COVID vaccine that maybe doesn't work and maybe millions and millions of people. So that shouldn't be such a leap of faith. That should be a real sincere fear after what we saw with the opioid crisis and what we saw with mercury in early childhood vaccines, what we saw with just time after time after time. So nobody should be shocked by that. But it is hard to go up against these just incredibly powerful forces. When it comes to the presidential race, which is it's kind of premature right now, but it seems like he is the only one that is like openly talking about it. A little bit, I guess. But yeah, not really covered. I don't see much of it. I know he's doing like rallies and he's doing big talk. Biden is saying anything about it. Who is there besides Biden that has a chance to think on the Democratic side? So let's go back to the first thing that he said, right? Nobody else really seems to be running. I think that's a great point, because I don't think Biden really ran for president in 2020. But he's certainly not running for president now. And, because all of his handlers, all the people on his team, they want him to say as little as possible. They would never let him debate Bobby Kennedy. They would never let him debate anybody that didn't absolutely have to. So Bobby Kennedy, on the other hand, flying all around the country, talking to anybody who's for him. On every show, little shows, and he is going full. He knows that he has to break through this censorship. So, he went down to the border. It was last week or something like the week before. And, he has gone down to the border. He actually created their news. So the mainstream media didn't really cover it. See a big New York Times cover. But he pointed out in an interview, something like he found people from all around the world coming across the southern border. Nobody stopped them with no system, no plan. And they were from China, they were from South America, from everywhere on the planet. So, that's a real problem. And that's not xenophobic. It's a problem.
Come here. No, no one has ever told you that. No one ever told you that.
And I think, that's a major power in this world. Just like
You're not trained. You're not. Come here. Come here. No, you're not trained. I don't know why. No one has ever told you that. No one ever told you that. You're not trained. You're not. Come here. Come here. No, you're not trained. I don't know why. No.
And there's nothing wrong with having
give you money, bro? Give you money to you.
Bobby Kennedy would do without that. It doesn't mean that so many people would it means that the immigrants coming into this country would do so in an organized fashion, who know who they are, who have some kind of balance of where they're from, what their skills are. I mean, that's just good planning. Everybody should want that. That's something Trump wants to do, right? Like, he ran before the wall, building that wall, but he did much, or not think much got done. It seems like some people around this grand ideas, and again, I'm not
hear him touting it the way Trump was touting it. Right. But there's this thing that seems to happen throughout history. People will run on these things and they get into office. It's like there's some guys that have come in and suits and say, this is going to happen, this is not going to happen. Yeah. I'm sure he got be aware of that. Yeah, family history. I think part of the reason that Trump wasn't able to get anything done in that area and in some other areas is that so many people hated him so much, vilified him so much, that they have this idea that everything Trump said, even if it was just accidentally correct, anything at all that Trump said, they just wanted to do the opposite of. And I think that that's where Biden trouble with the whole that he then told the whole world that we're sort of like this, where we're going to treat people better. So what is that trying to do? Right? So he's not going to have any science, he's not going to have any real order, and he's telling people that they should go, but they're not going to process, they're not going to be able to work, or we're not going to have to know anything about or where they're from. And that was going to result in a lot more people coming, and therefore getting less and less organized. So I think that actually it's a talk that I have here too, which is called Get Trump, and the threat to civility process and constitutional withdrawal. So the idea there is that so many people just wanted to get Trump, wanted to get rid of Trump, wanted to, discredit Trump, that they did not care at all whether he had a good idea in one specific area or whether it was a bad policy. So the whole point was just get Trump in any way you can. And part of that may well have come. Chuck Schumer may have been right that he went up against the intelligence agencies and they were going to find a way to get him back. And in that clip, Chuck Schumer with a smile on his face, they will find a way to get him back. Right. So I think that's a great point that Alan Dershowitz makes and that Bobby's made many times too, is that when you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. So people say, well, we want to, get rid of COVID so we can force people to do all kinds of things, censor them, we can, make them stay home, we can do everything that we want just as long as we have this goal to end this crisis. Or we can try to get rid of Trump and just say it's okay to do anything. Take away all of our constitutional rights. Let's just get rid of Trump. Let's get rid of COVID. Let's end the war on drugs and the war on anything. There's always a war on something. So there's always a reason now for people to give up their constitutional rights because we're in this constant state of war. But the problem is that once you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. Once you give them up, you might never see those rights again. Alan Dershowitz, he's in a similar boat to Bobby Kennedy. He was having issues with censorship public. He was having a lot of, my view of him is that he stands for the rule of law. So, he's a real lawyer in the sense that he believes in constitutional rights, sincere, hardworking lawyer, and he's guilty in this country until you're proven innocent. And then we go to the whole question of cancel culture. And so he was right in the middle of that, sort of what we call cancel culture. But, we've gotten in this country to the point where one of the pictures called guilt by accusation. And the idea there is that you can accuse somebody of something and they have all the consequences for at least three of the consequences that they would have as if they had gotten their day in court and were found guilty. Right. Especially when you have these publications that have so much trust by a lot of people in the country, like the New York Times, everything. So people take it seriously. because they're posting stuff when they have throughout history clearly been wrong about stuff, and they've been trying to fix stuff. But they fix stuff, on page 22. So they run their big story. Biden's laptop, right, was Russian disinformation. I think they ran 7 stories on that. And they ran a whole bunch of stories that, Bobby Kennedy was one of the disinformation dozens. That whole story of the disinformation dozen that came out right at the right time was that there are these dangerous people who are going to tell you things that aren't true. We don't have to disprove them. We don't have to have any real discussion. What we say is that democracy, we can just tell you that they're part of the disinformation dozen. Nobody even knows where that comes from. So it comes from this very little nonprofit that's very well funded from a bunch of kind of shadowy groups. So it's this entity which has no gravitas. No history, no scientists working there who have researched things. So how did they decide that this information doesn't? And it's obvious how they decided. They were told to put on that list because that was a government operation to control the narrative. And they had to create these villains. And they had to say that everything that they said was wrong. Even in many cases where it's so clear that what they said was right. And at the time, many people thought it was wrong. Now it's sort of mainstream knowledge that you can still get COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still spread COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still get heart problems if you were. So, all of those claims, which were considered to be disinformation by all of the major newspapers. You take somebody like Dr. Mercola, who's a sort of a well-known natural doctor, has a big, has a podcast and a daily newsletter, and he was called part of the disinformation dozen too. The New York Times wrote a big hit piece on him. Then they did a video on him, which was at a very high level. They were really going after him on all these different kind of platforms in the same way that they went after Bobby. And so the fact that Dr. Mercola and Bobby Kennedy and so many other doctors and scientists were actually, even by the mainstream now, they've been proven to be right. Nobody has apologized to any of them. Nobody's taken them off the list of the disinformation dozen. Nobody's taken down. The Times hasn't run articles saying, hey, we're really sorry that we said these things about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're really sorry that we said all these bad things with so many people. Just hundreds and hundreds of people vilified, have their lives ruined. And they were right. And it isn't even clear now, in many cases, how right they actually were.
Yeah, and when it comes to presidential candidates, it seems like the ones that the quote-unquote deep state, whatever you want to call it, one of the best terms that Trump came up with. My favorite one was drain the swamp. I think that he was right on point with that. It is fucking strong. But like the people that they're worried about the most are the people that can't be controlled via Wall Street. The ones that Wall Street, they don't need the Wall Street Trump being one of them. I don't know. Right. I don't know Bobby's situation with that. But it seems like some of the people who are most controlled by Wall Street are the ones that are most easily controlled, period.
I mean, Bobby Kennedy can't be controlled by anybody because he's not in it for the money. He's not in it for the power. He doesn't want to go to Washington and be a politician for the rest of his life. He believes that we're at this kind of turning point in history and that we're at this point where the future of mankind is at serious risk. So I think he wants to be president to kind of set it right, to put people in at the heads of all these agencies who will actually change them, who will
pharmaceutical companies, the big agribusiness companies, and set the world better direction, and then go home. And with the FDA specifically too, when you're talking about some of the big part of pharmaceutical companies, but FDA, Food and Drug Administration, food is like food. Oh, I just had a guy in here who was a former executive at the FDA, who was in charge of the Senate branch of the. I forget the exact title he had, but that I think it's upwards of 90% of their budget comes from pharmaceutical companies, and like less than 5% of their focus is on actual food. And food is a huge problem. Yeah, with overprocessed foods and you know the amount of people that are unhealthy and overweight. Yeah, that's a major part of it. Yeah, and then there are all these, you know. Well, so I mean, the first point is a great point, and there was a, you know, to the New York Times' credit, they ran a good story on how something like 75% of the FDA's budget comes from the companies that they're supposed to be regulating. So it's just so clear that that kind of system won't work. It just can't work. It's just much too much of a conflict of interest. And the idea of it was that they would get good products that would help people to market quicker. So that's how they sold it to the government. You know, that they said that we're willing to pay for the CDC, we're willing to pay for the FDA, we're willing to pay for the EPA. And all that we want is a much quicker process. But the problem is that with a lot of these things, you don't want a quick process. You don't want a quick process with something that you're going to put into the arms or the stomachs, you know, of billions of people on this planet. You know, you want real caution and real research, and you want to listen to dissenting voices, right? So you don't want to, you know, like I said before, weaponize all these terms, disinformation, conspiracy theory, you know, as a way to just get an outcome that you want. And, you know, the outcome is really just more money and power. It's not health, it's not progress, it's not speed to market of life-saving drugs. I mean, it's a process by which everything is controlled by most powerful people. So, you know, Bobby often talks about how middle class has been gutted in the last 10 years, that there was a new billionaire, I think, every day during COVID. Right. And so then, and more powerful. And, you know, so when you look at that, you know, there's a system in place now which isn't good for anybody. And it's so clear. I mean, even the mainstream newspapers run stories like this one. And Bobby quotes this one from time to time. And that story is about how 53% of the people in this country don't have $1,000 that they could spend on an unexpected charge, like a medical charge that came in. So the richest country in the world, you know, with more billionaires than any other country, more powerful corporations than any other country, and yet the country itself is suffering. So we're not only, you know, extracting money from countries all around the world, but we're not happy with that. We're not happy with our sort of empire that we're extracting money and bringing it back to the people of this country. But we want to also extract the money from most of the actual people who live in this country, so that, like I said, there's worse healthcare here than in third world countries, right? Worse health outcomes here than in third world countries. Yeah, we're like below Costa Rica when it comes to health outcomes here. I think I heard Bobby say that. Yeah. So that, I think, is really what Bobby is fighting. It's not about vaccines. It's about corruption, and it's about corruption in all areas. Corruption at the border, corruption in our foreign policy, corruption with our funding of other countries, and corruption with pharmaceutical companies and agribusiness companies. And, you know, it's just a like a system of funneling money from the people who do the work to a very small number of people, and with no regard whatsoever to, like you said, the health outcomes of millions and millions of people all around the world, or their lives, to actually make their lives better. Yeah, I mean, there's so much focus in our government on different countries around the world, like the military-industrial complex, what's actually happening to the people inside our own country, like inside the walls of the United States, when it comes to how much we pay for healthcare, or how many inner cities that are dealing with this poverty, like figuring out a better way to educate people. Right. To make your country better, you want to have smarter people. You want people to have an opportunity, or at least a shot, if they're interested, to get a higher education and become something. They should at least get that shot. Yeah, right? Like, and that's something that has, there's all this sort of crazy stuff going on where, something like $200 billion range, and we're funding that by cutting people's benefits here. Right. So we're sort of saying, screw you to the middle class here, and we're getting involved some war there. And we're actually pretty clear objectively. It's not to save Ukraine. It's not to make people's lives better even in Ukraine. It's really making people's lives worse here, because we can't do any domestic projects here. We can't deal with homelessness here. We can't give people, decent benefits here. But it's all about this sort of chessboard of the world. And so, people have to recognize the period where everybody has a Ukrainian flag, in the back of their car, in their front lawn, hanging from their window. That's funny, a Ukrainian restaurant is open down the street. I've never heard of it. I've never had anyone saying, hey, why don't you Ukraine? Yeah, never. But when you think about it now, in the same way that people think that maybe Bobby Kennedy is crazy, and they think that because they've been told to think that by the most powerful, most well-funded people on the planet, who are running these disinformation campaigns and these propaganda campaigns. So they don't want you to know who the real RFK user is, which is why we did this book. But at the same time, they're telling people it's all about Ukraine. We're going to make our stand in Ukraine. Nobody even knows what they're fighting for, or who they're fighting for, or what the plan is. So they've forgotten all about Afghanistan because they've been told to forget about Afghanistan. But they shouldn't, because Afghanistan is a big problem. There are millions and millions of people there who believe in us, who believe the things that we told them. We believe that our adventure there wasn't about politics, it was about actually wanting to help people in this country. So we went there, we spent, $1 trillion, some huge amount of money that's inconceivable to anybody listening, and is inconceivable to me. Right. And we spent it there, and we got nothing for it. Nothing. The people there are no better off now. And to some extent, they're probably worse off, because it's possible that certain countries have kind of a development that takes time, and that there's sort of steady progress that they could make, and then it would be legitimate. So we went there and we promised that we were going to give them a shot to real lasting change, where people were going to have rights that they never had before. The idea was that they would have rights, but they didn't. So they got the taste of what it's like, but then they got the incredible disillusionment they've lied to too. The same government that's been lying in this country has lied to people all around the world in the promises that they've made, that they really are looking out for their welfare. And you have to know, why did we go to Iraq? Why did you go to Syria? Why did you go to Afghanistan? And why is there no kind of reconciliation continuation of that whole story. Like, we changed the world there. And there were millions of refugees who flooded the entire planet. And like their objective didn't succeed in anything that anybody can point to. Yet, you know, because we have much power, we didn't commit any war crimes. Russia is said to be committing war crimes all the time, and for all I know, they actually are. But it's inconceivable that in this, you know, almost 20-year period of us fighting wars in all of these countries, finding people all around the world and say we care about the environment, or say we care about gun control, or something like that. But how do we really do this? And the idea is that it's the same kinds of issues that are raised in the military faction. That it's all about money and power. And if it's not really all about money and power, then I say, you know, explain to me what it was about. Yeah, so he says that he wants to bring the troops home from all around the world and try to have the kind of peace that his uncle described. His uncle didn't want to go to Vietnam at the end. He was getting closer to real negotiations with Russia. He was incredibly well-loved U.S. president in Russia. People, you know, put up posters of him in Russia, but all around the world, people put up posters of John F. Kennedy because they believe that he stood for peace, that he wanted to envision a world where we could peacefully coexist with people. And so I think that is Bobby's view. Now, you know, clearly when you have to have some kind of question and it has to be decisive. But I think that it's clear that so much of it for us now is just once again about making money. It's about making weapons that we're never going to use. It's about selling weapons to just as in the COVID vaccine game and in any other of these it seems like he's hanging out with publishers this. Did that start with Rothschild, or is that sort of the truth? Did that happen way before this? Yeah, I don't remember a specific turn point, but we're the biggest publisher of JFK's assassination books. I think we published in like 60 of them. Many of us were classics.
So I'm like psychedelics a little bit when I was younger.
But I think that
And what else, dude?
that there's been
And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop partying.
government.
So now I got about 6 months under the service. The last time I walked out, I got whenever the Empire just said I don't want to sure they were flicking the lights on the
Bigger and bigger part of
I still have a video, man. I'll put it out. I'll put it out.
And talking to John too, that carry off
36, whatever it's called.
Yeah, definitely.
It's time to
And they try to throw blame on some of the work that they've done.
you have no space for saying you have
John Carriot.
a spectacular
He was really trying to stop it.
right. I can't feel it's
And there's this incredible bureaucratic force that is just unstoppable. Right. There's a prison. Right. So if you disagree, and if you push back, and if you want to kind of toe the line,
So what happened that night was, let me read that for you. So what happened was I went to a party, bro. I didn't even plan on drinking.
example of that.
I'm in New York City.
You know,
Yeah,
as is
I'm in
something
New York
like
City.
so
Yeah, I was doing comedy. I had a sublet there. I was just kind of experiencing the
below
city. We
that,
talked
have
once or
you
twice when I was
in
there.
your life, like
You know, and I was
personally,
enjoying it, man. It was
this
good.
kind of stuff? And do
And
you
then
have
I got to a party
try
one
to
night,
describe
and
it
afterwards
personally
they
for
were
publishing some of
drinking
this
at the
stuff, or
party.
was it all for you?
And
Yeah, some of the time people
I
ask
just
me
felt like,
whether
to be honest, man,
afraid of,
like I felt uncomfortable,
and I
bro.
think that's a
What
good
it is, I
question.
get uncomfortable.
But I think
Out
for
of
me
place, out of
personally,
place. You feel that?
afraid of the consequences of
What do you mean?
not publishing the books that I want to publish
In
are
place,
important for
that's a
people to
weird
read.
time.
And not personal.
I was talking
So
about
if there are going to be
because
consequences, I
we
think
see
that
New Year's Eve.
the
Yeah.
consequences
But seeing
playing
some Times
with
Square,
honestly
seeing the shots of the
and
clubs,
fighting for
maybe
freedom
should
of
have done
speech,
something a little bit more social, but that is not.
that
I would
so far outweighs
I'd rather be
anything
in
that
a
ever
club.
seems
Like it seems it's that would feel
to
good.
be
Like
proud
like that's
of
you don't see
things
in
that
a
I've
club
done in
today,
my
so
life.
you feel
I'm
you
laying
can
on
get
my
fucking all
deathbed
blasted in
at
the back,
hopefully
man.
120.
You know, like at least light a candle so feel like you do
Not
anything.
that I back down or that I complied,
We run away the weekend before we went to Long Beach. Just like
to publish something, say something. And I think one great things that's happening.
So anyway,
now,
I can't even do
I
it.
think
Episode.
COVID brought that out. So I think that, 5 years ago, there were a lot fewer people questioning their government, public health choices. There were many more people who just believed what they read or what they heard and did what they were told.
It sounds like the
And
no
then brought
people
government
on
to
Health Central.
this was something that we but I think that during COVID, we had this incredible force of people just saying no. People just saying, I don't believe this. That the government is trying to maybe about 6. I can't believe that the books on the New York Times bestseller list are actually the ones selling better. I can't believe that I really need to be protected from Bobby Kennedy or the disinformation does. And so those people have led to this kind of show and so many other shows where hundreds of millions of people all around the world are hearing information that isn't censored and that isn't controlled. And that I think has never been true before. So, I don't know where that leads, but I think one of the ways that you see that is you see that with a campaign like Donald Trump's campaign, where 35% of the people who vote for Bernie Sanders voted for Donald Trump. And they were just voting for an outsider, they were voting for somebody who they thought couldn't be controlled. And I think that if Bobby Kennedy was allowed to actually speak to the American public, and if Biden started actually running against him, and they debated, and people were able to kind of honestly look in their newspapers and on their TV shows at 2 different visions of what's going on in the world. Biden's telling you that the government on what they do is for your benefit, and Bobby Kennedy saying that that's true. I think the American public will not vote for Biden. They would not want Biden to be there. It's pretty clear that they don't want him to be their president alternative. It's clear that the generation of people which is getting older and older, the generation of consuming content, people have more respect for that kind of stuff. This is long-form discussions that are unedited, not curated on television itself. But everyone has their own favorite podcast that they drop, and there's more this growing sort of organic movement online with podcasters, and Bobby is some of the biggest podcasts recently. Yeah, I think he was on a podcast with shut down the yeah, I was just listening to it 2 weeks ago. It had 2 million views on it. I went back to it the other day to sort of finish watching 30 minutes of it. It was really long. Yeah, that's a great point. So there's been some focus on maybe less censorship now than there was during sort of the height of COVID. But you see time after time now that there's a lot of censorship right now. Right. And it's sort of quieter, but there are things being taken down shows that Bobby Kennedy did that were on YouTube that you can't monetize. Right? So they just sort of take them down. They don't even tell you that they take them down. They just quietly take them down. So I think it's probably a little bit like Twitter, that the probably people who are embedded there. And that those people are acting for, government agencies to kind of curate things and just try to sort of spin it towards that Mike doesn't have to run, Mike doesn't have to talk, he's just going to be handed the presidency. Personally, when I see one or two or 3 or 4 podcasts get shut down by Bobby Kennedy, Yeah, a lot of people pay attention to those podcasts. So it's nice to see some of those other podcasts get shut down. They're doing it almost just enough to get people's attention. So they're censoring just enough to show people, look, we're going to censor. So they're going to let it go on some of these bigger platforms. So it's like, I'm get his message out. What he's talking about. What's the worst part? He's being censored. So it's almost like they're wiring people up. It's like lighting a fire under their ass. So how aware is it? Is there any reverse psychology going on? It doesn't seem like it's hurting him at all, right? It's like it's helping him. I don't think these people are out. What are the plans? And, Biden is a tough one. So if you get too early Wednesday, I'm popping to someplace. It's hard to imagine that anybody would really want that, other than just as a figurehead, right? He's being president. Maybe it's just an easy road. But I think that Bobby's able to break through and get on all of these shows, and these shows are harder to shut down. So if you try to shut down Jordan Peterson or Tucker Carlson, so Tucker Carlson it's a strange story what happened in the last couple of weeks, where they were people writing stories that is on Twitter. That it was found, when it was just starting. But if you look up his first show, it's got more than 120 million views now. When has there ever been a show that's gotten 120 million views? He was getting 3.5 million viewers when he was at Fox. So how can anybody call that a failure? When Bobby Kennedy posted on Twitter his take on what had happened to Tucker Carlson, he got something like 12 million views for that. He just said that he believed that it was a sign of corruption, that it was him going against really powerful people. It was him in the prior week he had Bobby Kennedy on, where Bobby was talking all about the Ukraine war. That's my ideal law. And to be strictly honest with you, it's like 3 or 4 days before. So Bobby was just saying that he believed that it was a sign of the same kind of censorship, the same kind of corruption that he's been calling out in government. And it clearly resonated with millions and millions. But then once again, like, you don't see the New York Times running a big story and Bobby Kennedy's tweet getting 12 million views. First new show getting 110. You would think that would be the big story. A story saying that. And so all of it. Even with the indictment of what Trump or not, you can't say we're going to leave Hunter Biden and not indict him and not really follow that story where he down Trump and still really have a constitution. Didn't Bobby Schroeder actually get friends with the White House at one point when he was talking about people on there all the time about the environment and the environmental issues going on? But as soon as he wanted to talk about it, most of the people like, I would never have you on the box. And my neighbors know if you wanted to let it, they'll be fired. Yeah, so I think that story, or at least the way that I heard it, was that he met him at a restaurant and kind of asked him, why he wouldn't let him talk about these kinds of things, or why he wouldn't have him on to talk about the kinds of things that he really wanted to talk about that he thought were newsworthy. And the guy from Fox said 70%. Actually, I don't think the guy was from Fox. It was from some big network. And he said 70% of our advertising comes from pharmaceuticals. Because it just can't do it. We would fall apart if we didn't do it. So you see that on all sides, that the companies are funding all of the media, they're funding universities, they're funding all the research that people are afraid to come up with science that disproves the people who fund it. There was something on Twitter.
Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But I would, for some reason, I kept making excuses that made me like
90% or no,
less than, so like, oh, it's my fault that I don't fit in here, instead of just being like, oh, this isn't my environment,
Why do you feel it was your people who are funding it?
I just felt like he said,
And the other
felt like,
3%,
like
they get
these people
censored
were
and
rich, these people were better than me, or these people,
I mean, I have no idea if that's true, but I believe that it is
there's a bit of a mystery, and,
majority
I grew up on the other side of the
of the
tracks, and
science
these people,
that actually
that's the thing I
gets
always thought,
peers
because
review and makes it all the way through and is taken
you're like a tall,
seriously
in shape, good-looking
is
dude.
science
I look
that
at you.
is
I think
just helpful
there's
to
nothing
the
wrong with
people
his
who
life
are
at all.
the real anti-vouch for it. It's the
That's
sort of
what I
subtitle
look
is
at you
Bill
and I think
Gates,
this guy's
Big Pharma,
fucking
and
fine at all.
what specifically with Bill Gates? Well,
Just
this
a
is the
more
biggest
real
role.
environment, a more
That's
just
the thing he
calm,
talks about in the book.
just
Yeah, so one of the big roles is that, Bill Gates was a big proponent of the COVID vaccine. He was, he invested, up to his eyeballs in vaccines.
But I kept going back. I kept thinking it was something wrong with me, that the environment was
I
okay.
believe so.
But it
So
wasn't, man. And that's
I
what
think
happened that night. I went to
that the
this club,
story there
and
to
they
some
had a party
extent,
for a
and
friend's
it's
fashion
involved
line.
in a lot of different things, but the story just when it
And I got in this
came
taxi
to
after this
vaccines,
girl
which I
gets in
find
with me. I left early
kind of
because I was
fascinating
going to
now,
go
that there are a lot
so
of
no
clips
gym
out
was still together.
that show
And
him
this
saying
beautiful girl
clearly
gets in the taxi
that,
with me, this Asian girl.
the COVID vaccine is
She just
incredibly
started talking
safe
about
and
the night. She
incredibly
said
effective.
that she had fun at the party, but
And
her
then
boyfriend
the
wasn't
story
in
is
town.
that he
And she goes, her boyfriend's never in
sold
town. And she's
some
like,
of
what
the
happens in taxis stays in
shares in
taxis,
the
right? That's what she
companies
said.
that he
So
owns
I'm
shares
thinking,
in,
fuck yeah,
and then
like,
his view of
she wants me to make a move. Once I make a move,
of
shut me
the
down.
success.
And I don't know if that's what made me weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after
So he
that.
played it perfectly where
And then
he
just
was
me in
sort
the
of a
driver, bro. This dude's
marketing
spoken
guy
another
for it.
language, something fucking fancy,
Then
something like a play
made all the
soccer,
money,
like this dude.
and then tried to join the other
Like
side
this
when
dude
he
was
was
betting on fucking
to do
foreign
that.
soccer
And he
games
didn't
on his
have
phone
money,
for sure,
and
And he
credit
said
for
drugs,
being
dude, and I
somebody
just said
who,
cocaine. That's what I said. The next thing you know, we're in North Harlem.
or nuance.
He bought some cocaine for
But
us.
he was only
He
willing
comes
to
back in
do
the
that
car.
when it wasn't
We're
going to
doing
cost him
cocaine.
Right.
And then he's like, I got a gift for you. I got a gift, and I thought it was going to be, I thought like a trouble there. I thought it was going to be his dad, that's what I was expecting anyway.
That's a great thing,
And,
that Bobby said about
And
the
then
real
a
Anthony
hooker
Fauci when it first
prostitute
came
knocks on
out.
the door,
He said, this
This
is an
lady gets in,
alarming
and
book.
I think it was a man,
But if
honestly, in
you read
hindsight, she had
about
these
the
big
financial
sunglasses on.
entanglements
Kind
that
of a man's
have
face
gone
that was on
into
the
our
sunglasses.
public health since the AIDS crisis,
Yeah, a couple tequilas,
you
dude.
will be shocked
So now we're partying, bro.
And
Me
if you
and
think
the
that
driver
is
were
true,
partying for about an
ask
hour.
yourself,
I got so high, I
why hasn't
remember
Fauci
thinking, where is the
debated me on
driver?
any of
That's
it? Why
not
didn't
fucking
Gates
honest.
debate me on
He
any
was
of
sitting
it? Or
next
why
to me.
haven't I gotten sued?
Yeah,
So he
what
said
point
that
is this
time
become
after time. I know
tax
nobody
cab
has sued
ride?
that
Like, what does the meter get turned
for,
off?
coming. Appears in about 2 seconds. Yeah. So I'm fucking hot. Everyone got me over this experience.
Lawsuits cost a lot of money, and most of the books
This hooker kid said,
don't have
she had
any
a
kind of
California
potential
huge
lawsuits. So
sunglasses covered about 60% of her face.
you would think
And the 40% of her face, you
shut bodies
like I'm
down
not saying there's anything
by
wrong. If
things
I were a
that were
game
in
show,
the
I was
book.
like,
They would have
40%
done
of this person's
right. I
face.
think what
I would
they
explain
was
first,
that
right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
best way to
I
handle
would
it would be to vilify him.
or it looked like a woman is shaking through. So it's
Everybody in the country
So anyway, we're all
that
getting mad together.
anti-science,
And
that
the hookers
he's
are making
crazy,
advances
you
for
know,
his
that,
for the
all of the bad things that they've said about him. But it's so clear that there's
And I
been
got
this
out of the
sort of
car and I felt uncomfortable.
attack on science. And the attack
Maybe like,
is
I
coming
don't understand.
from
My
Bobby
world, I'm
Kennedy
thinking,
and the disinformation
you're a
president.
Louisiana boy
It's coming from
in fucking
this
Harlem.
fake science that's taken over the
You feel
world.
out of place.
That's
I
what
feel out
the
of
real
place.
anti-science is.
I always
It's
felt
science where you're not allowed to disagree with it.
I
Everybody
know
knows,
that
any
day
scientist
where you're
knows
at, you know,
that
saying,
real science has to stand up to
right,
disagreement.
Yeah, I don't know where we're at.
You know, that's
Oh,
what
yeah, it
the
doesn't matter.
scientific
Was it dark?
process is.
It was a
That
dark
people
time. That's
disagree
all
and
that
they
matters.
fight it
Yeah.
out to
You
the
ain't
end.
having a good
You
time.
know,
You're
like
at
the
the dark day, but I'm on fire that night.
I was crazy when I know what I'm
People bring their very best arguments,
all this
their
going.
best
That's not
data,
dark.
and they
All right, so
disprove
what's
somebody
that?
else.
So
And
you
that's
don't
how
have
we
the
make
cab where I am.
progress.
You get the
As a
cab.
No, I'm in the street. Luigi comes out after me. I said,
You know, first it's just saying
and
the
then what's
anti-science
crazy is
says
he
you
didn't
should
want
hear.
the lights of the
It's
taxi
the science
go
that will
off.
make us
He
more
made like this little paper
They are
mache
so
thing
very
and put it
hard.
over the light. It's there was.
There are these debates.
I mean, I don't think it's homosexual because there's no
They primary really, if you don't want to do it,
He
they
was
don't.
more romantic in that
Yeah.
taxi than it was
But
in
I
your
think that
fucking
a lot of that people don't look at that.
So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me.
Or they like you can pick
He made
anybody,
him $100, right?
you know, any
And I gave
restaurant
him the $100
in the
because I was a
country
little
and just,
scared at this
bring them
point.
outside and
And
say,
I'm thinking he's gonna pay
here,
the
you know, have
hooker.
a debate
She'll
with
go.
Joe Biden
But
on
then I look
this.
back over there
And
a
I
couple
think
minutes
almost
later, a minute
anybody
later,
would out debate.
and
Joe
they're
Biden,
kissing
yes.
each other's necks. He's
Yeah.
spent
So
$100
think
for this
about
hooker. He
Bobby
fucking
Kennedy
just got this
really
$100.
going into the details of
So your taxi driver pulling you into
I'm
buying him a hooker?
fascinated by his way
He owed him money
of sort
anyway.
of
But right away, he took the money. He took the money.
that maybe
He said, hold on, 5 minutes.
So even as a candidate,
$20 worth off.
you have to,
He took that money and
you
reinvested it in the
outrage
basement.
kind of both sides
You know, I've been through some tough nights.
Not fucking
When was the last time you had a candidate
I don't give a fuck.
that was really kind of
I respect women that are out there if they gotta be on this side of their mouth.
politics, right? Like,
What is going on?
others they all these issues. But this guy's litigated himself. Man lost his 500. Done all the research, read all the stuff, stuff. Like, no other president has spent that much time. And I mean, he's a scholar, he's a reader, he's a serious thinker. And, you know, when you brought him to the undefeating science for them, right? You had to learn it, right? You can't, you know, against Monsanto. And fight about glyphosate acid lawsuits that is poisoning people all around the country and all around the world. You can't go into a battle like that with a multi-billion-dollar company without comprehending the facts, without really being careful and consulting, so many different experts.
Yeah, this lady Victoria, Miss Victoria, her neighborhood, bro, you could love, bro.
Powerful people on
You
the
could eat her ass
planet.
for like $40, right?
So
She'd
he was
sit
able
in your
to
car
win a
window,
$70
just basically
million
put her ass
judgment
in your fucking car
against
window.
Monsanto,
Like a
which
fucking
then, to
cigar
some
box, you know?
extent led
You
to
could, if you had somebody driving, you could even
13,000
have
or
them
so
drive the block.
pending
She would
lawsuits.
just sit in there like a little side item,
So
bro.
he has
But so this dude gets over, he tried getting the 100, gets back in the car.
one of these most
They're
powerful
making out, I'm kind of
companies out
pissed,
there.
dude.
So
I
I
want to bring
think,
that negative
you
energy
know,
back in
it's
the car,
possible
right?
that
So I deal with my
one
feelings
person
on this
can
for a
do
minute,
that,
kind of
and
process through that.
one person can inspire millions of people to help do
Just
that.
because I'm already
So that we
I'm
can
really
then
extremely high, man. I'm under the
have
influence
a
of
country
cocaine.
where
It's almost
we
4
don't
a.m.
allow products to be sold
seat right, and they're hooking up in the back on blowjob like it's getting ready, and I want to still do cocaine, so I don't want to interrupt them, dude. So I remember trying to go quietly do cocaine in the front seat, just like
trying to help other people. So the idea that everything's sort of flipped on its
like
head,
the softest little inhale you can do.
but the people who really want to do good things are
I
called
was
the
definitely listening hard.
like the victims always make their, right.
No, I
Right now, Fauci got to write the story to some extent, but I think that it's important not to let it go. And
she smelled like violence to me and tattooed. She was a tough lady. I thought she was a man.
Even
The
though the
face looked like a
crisis
man's face to me, but she had
period
big
is over,
sunglasses.
because
She could have been one of those tall Vietnamese people that kind of look black at night.
even though he's just one person,
So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying quietly
and
do
there's
cocaine,
something
dude, like,
somebody else.
just like
And
a
the same
fucking,
kinds of things happen time after time after
like just,
time.
like
If
it's
we
so,
don't get
it's like
to the
having
bottom
multiple, because there's something wrong with me where to other people, like, I just feel like I gotta be considerate at all times.
about heroes trying to protect us.
I guess, I don't know, man, I was fucked
Now,
up,
running
bro.
for president
So
is
they're
not
partying, and at one point I remember like turning my head back and just dumping cocaine quiet as I can be.
for the environment
And a cop
or
goes
for
by,
public health.
cop goes by,
Sort of like
gets scared. I tell Luigi I'm scared, bro.
Yeah,
You don't give a fuck.
so I
That's
think
when I
that
realized like, he didn't care about me as
going
much as
out
I
there
care about
on
him,
all
I
these
guess.
podcasts and
And he's like,
he's
you
been
drive.
saying that
You
this
drive.
might
And that's when I
be
got in the
the
driver's
first
seat.
presidential
And I drove, man. I
election
drove us.
that won
I drove us about a
radio
mile and a half
shows
down to
and
where I was.
podcasts.
And
That
then I pulled over
and
because the voice in my
you look
head,
at the
bro.
accurate data. So you look at
First, the
what
voice
are
in
the
my head
main
is like,
TV
dude, at
shows
least
now
you're,
pulling in.
it was like,
maybe
you're out here, bro,
2 or 3
you're
million
hot.
viewers, and that's maybe
You
the
know,
top
you're
2 or 3.
cocaine.
But
But at
Joe
least you're
Rogan
making
is
money.
pulling in
You know,
11
I was
million,
working like I was a
it's
cab
12
driver.
million.
And that's all I can do. My brain is fucked up. Like, this ain't my cab.
Pulled in
You know, I gotta
120
pay
million,
this.
and the second one
And
I
then
think
my brain
was
was like,
50
you know,
million,
commercial
the third
drivers
one
like
was
this.
something down there.
And that's what got me to pull
So
over. That technicality that if I
well,
got something that I would have.
kind of hard to tell what the numbers always
I
mean.
got
Yeah,
another
you have
taxi,
2 or
got
3
back to
people,
the hotel
right,
room,
you
finished doing my cocaine.
at different times. But even if you dissect that 120
It was
million,
5:30 now, dude. I took 3
you
showers.
have to dissect it a lot of times for it to get anywhere near as low as mainstream media is. So when you have 5 even going on any podcast, Biden might go on to some network TV show and read some canned message that somebody else wrote
I'm just screaming
for
audio.
45 seconds and
You know, in
then
this
hope not to
fucking
fall
book,
down or
who had the smallest
misspeak
tits I've ever
and
seen, bro.
say that
Like a man's
Russia
chest.
is our partner is
But,
fighting somebody else.
Then I go to
all
meet
of
Jim,
these
dude,
kind
the
of
other guest for the day.
that
Daryl
he always
Stronger.
makes. Right. But to have a candidate who's going on a show that maybe 120 million
And that's
people
when I
watch,
was like, this is bad.
and
Look.
then asking them
Now
to
I
help,
couldn't even talk.
to send
They're
in
asking
$25
questions, dude,
or
of this.
$50.
I couldn't even.
I think there's a good
I
chance
couldn't feel my
that
face.
American
All my
public
thoughts was coming out of my neck.
is
Like
waking
I was
up
running on neck.
to, like I said before, you know, that there, I think 3 years ago, 5 years ago,
So,
there was a small fraction of the number of people in this country believed that it was possible that a funding company would colluding with the government
I just
and
sat
public
there,
health officials
just
and
boiling in my
other
fucking
kinds of
drug
business
dealer
officials
shit.
and doing things that even they knew
And then I
were not good
fucking
for the
laughed.
public. But now I think you probably have half the
Halfway down the walk over there, it's
Democrats
over,
think
bro.
that's all Republicans. And I don't think that's
That's
true
like
at
a
all.
cat
Even
out. And like,
even
you
when
big
Tucker
white
was
getting a
still
cat,
on Fox,
you might have to stay over.
something like 35% of his viewers were Democrats. So there were a lot of people who would watch Tucker and they would disagree with a lot of things that he said, but they felt sincerely that there were a lot of topics that he covered where they couldn't get the information anywhere else. You know, maybe they could get it on a bunch of smaller shows, they could get it on Joe Rogan, but they couldn't get it from the newspaper that they've been reading for the last 10 years, or from the network TV show that they've been watching for the last 10 years. So I think that power, the power of speaking directly to numbers of people in the country, is a very powerful tool. And if Bobby keeps doing that, keeps talking down on the big show. But there are so many other forces. So there's the some of the polls that come out. I don't even mention the Harvard Harris poll came out, prominent poll, and they listed something like 15 Democrats going down to 1% of the vote, including a whole list of people who have already said they're definitely not running, like Bernie Sanders. And they just left Bobby out. So, that I think is another piece of the kind of DNC kind of saying, hey, we decided we can call up voters, not to everybody, we can call up our friend at the New York Times, and tell them to do a roundup of Democratic candidates and Bobby out, or say Democrat cause, just kind of chip away at the corners of his popularity. Right. What are some of the other on the one hand seems really clear, and there are a lot of peer-reviewed studies saying that having prevent COVID helps lessen the effects of COVID. And so, if Pierre Horry was allowed to speak, was allowed to show his study and make the argument on national television at the time that the COVID vaccines were approved, arguably they couldn't have been, because they had to get a waiver of the proper study. And the only way that you can get that kind of waiver is if you show alternative to the product that you're offering. 100 different TV shows, and I've seen sort of these things that people post on Instagram, though there's somewhere where they have 20 different people at various news stations are all saying almost the exact same thing. Most of the things the exact same. And so you look at that, and this book shows you that isn't true. That the truth is that livestock, but it was a totally fake story that was sort of would have been much different. So you look at what our outcome had, 21 million people are said to have died COVID. It's kind of hard to know whether any of those numbers mean anything. But that's more than 4 times the number of people who died on the whole continent of Africa. We didn't have these numbers at this time before, or was it like a Southern American country? Africa is a very common threat there that's been for the last couple of decades. And so on the one hand, it's fascinating that with a 1.4 billion population and countries that are much poorer than our country, they would have something like 1/16
So, how is that possible? How is it possible that we're so proud enough to this genius, Dr. Fauci, who gives us 1/16 of the results that they were able to achieve in Africa? So part of the reason might be that a large percentage of the population there was taking ivermectin to create during COVID. There was no country that was how do you fix the problem? This it's sort of the worst part, what's part of capitalism, right? It really is. It's the bastardization of capitalism, where people just they fucking taking care of our community or our country or the bigger picture, and let's just focus on driving as much profit as we possibly can. And like the patents are a big problem with things, right? Like some of these medicines that we're getting suppressed were the patents are expired, and there's no money, right? That with the revolving door of regulatory agencies, and it's like if you fix that, how do you stop it from in some other direction? Right? It is human nature, and there's so much money moving around. It's just like so hard for the economy. It just seems like you need better recently. It was Cass and she told him that to come up with I get back home. He's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said he was hitting on it all the time. I don't even remember. Beautiful Robert Kennedy, Bobby's father, and JFK, this was in other people that were killed during the 60s. There used to be an Asian girl in office here. That was something out of a fight. She used to cast incredibly smart, on the west side, incredibly dedicated, was no fucking slouchy. And then you see all of this data of fucking Christ, what's going on with these casting races? Senators who came into power and they had a network of $500,000. They're in the Fed for 30 years and now they've got $120 million debt network. You see that every side of it is about money, from the lobbyists to the actual politicians, that everybody's making money. So, one of the things, and then corporations are people so that you can have, all of these big pharmaceutical companies being found guilty of crimes. So you have like this incredible situation that I think people will, just be fascinated with in 50 years when they look back on it and they'll study it in law school classes. Where you have crimes without penalty. So you have some of the worst crimes in the history of mankind. But nobody goes to jail. So they're just criminal crimes. So, biopsy said will kill, I don't know, 50,000 to 100,000 people, maybe more. There are all these documents showing that they knew about it, that they knew people were getting heart attacks. That they got letters from researchers and scientists who worked for Merck at the time, and they just didn't do anything because they had no personal liability. There was a lot of money in it. They didn't have another drug to take its place. They were worried that the share price was going to plummet, so they just let these people buy. So when you talk about, somebody let 50,000 people die in a year, when they know what's happening, and they know that they can stop it, and then the only consequence is that there's a criminal fine, which becomes almost like a cost of doing business. Right. But it seems like the only people who want to get into politics are the worst people, like the people that are in Wall Street and finance and any sort of politician is just run after these people who have no talent in anything else other than kissing and ladder climbing. Right? It's just this societal ladder climbing game of
office, and those kind of people have no interest in politics. Right, and that's a big part of the problem. But I think people need to be inspired, and they need to see a leader who's different. Yeah. And when they do, then I think, when John F. Kennedy was president, I think there were a lot of children thinking, I want to go into politics. I want to do something good. I'm not the last guy. The last good. But they were really thinking, not just in the United States, but all around the world. And it's covered in this book. But there really were people in Russia, Africa, all around the world, putting up right, what's the president after him, right, any other. Because they really believe that here was a leader who wanted to change the world and make a little peace so that people didn't have to worry about, their whole country being blown up. But one thing that is important for people to hear about is that, might come after him with is that you're going to reform all of the agencies out of the population and out of the world. Isn't that leading to some kind of economic crisis? Right. So the idea, though, is, and keep this in mind, is that corruption, destroying the environment, the society, are actually things that are good for real capitalism. These are things that are good for itself. Every person in the world they never seen it.
That they thought he was mentally handicapped. They made him eat the third lunch. The third lunch where his kids are in there. They make some of their own food and they eat it.
Who don't have $1,000
a towel and everything. And they eat it fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a shirt and drew with an invisible basketball all day. Just posted up mental kids.
And fascism is destruction.
They never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped.
And they're building up bigger and bigger that are just
so we did have them make some of their own recipes for lunch.
Make it impossible for innovation, for progress, for all the kinds of things, for building a small business, all of the kinds of things that are the flip side of capitalism. Now, he's a big proponent of he seems to have he's a writer guy. My guess is there, so you get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is you get a real sincere thinker. So, his history is sort of Green Mile Island in the New York area, where nuclear power plants have a bad history. So the idea that is a possibility potentially beneficial to the whole world. The idea is, can you make it safe? And so, if there was ever anybody really convinced of something, where they would have a view, like John F. Kennedy started out as kind of like a cold warrior, but he was responsible, so he had a real transformation over the short period. And I think that if there's any candidate who is open to ideas, that if you could convince him, have a real scientist who would show studies to prove that nuclear power can be safer than being in the past, I think he would be all for it, right? think that's what you get in.
Especially
And many times people look at politicians and they find one thing that they don't like. And they think, oh, so the idea is that you can trust this person to do the right thing, to not be corruptible, to not be grabbable. And if there's anybody who's not corruptible and not grabbable in any sense, it's Vatican. Undoubtedly.
And they brought a kid to come show up. They brought a kid from downstairs, right? They said, this kid is here. Everybody
He hasn't read all the papers and studies, right? Like when it comes to some of the public health stuff, like he's a bona fide expert when it comes to that stuff. That's legitimate. Yeah. But when it comes to some of the stuff, at least he openly admits that, like, I'm not an expert on this. This is what I do know. I can easily have my mind changed.
Dude, they would have walked downstairs.
Yeah.
So it was the
But to go back
dumbest
to the
thing ever,
transgender
bro.
question,
They could have fooled us.
David there,
These
I
fucking
can
legs
imagine that he was
This was a stage kid. They were hiding. They were paying somebody's kid to fucking sneak in the back and put her in people's houses. And
he said that because he said that he believes that that's an assault.
Now they got a charge on everybody.
Sort of like been this progress that's been made in
Nothing real serious.
where women
But that was the thing I just wanted to get at. It was like,
and where the sports professionally are really viable and they're well watched. They're all superstars in the area. All of the various sports. If you were left to trans men to come and play all of their sports, that's actually anti-thing that you then have all of the stars essentially men. And so I don't think that that's in any way transphobic. I mean, if there's going to be, so let's just say that the world right now is going into the wrong line. I believe that that's true. But let's just say that that's true. If it's a significant part of the population, we can have a third so we can have men's sports, we can have sports for women, and then we can have trans sports. But to do it the way we've been doing it now, I don't think it benefits anybody. It isn't fair. It's not.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was just like, I just don't. I need to take a. If this is what kind of ending up once in a while, even once in a while.
Yeah,
I just want to get
Nothing happened after the camera, except that shut you enough.
Caesar was strawberry was shut. Because he was 13 years sober. He was like, this dude was eloquent. He had his life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. And then was pushing the documentary 30 for 30. You know, that's what I was thinking about the whole time you say that. I go, I don't waking up and some girl give a shot out there, drive home.
Where there are going to be millions of children in this country who are untested drugs. Nobody has any clue what happened 30 years. These are the kinds of decisions that can impact the future of mankind. And late stage empire.
60% homeless, right?
Very scary. But this is,
That's your boy. I didn't even talk to this dude, right? I get it. That's my boy. All right, he can come. So
a very high rise.
And
was like,
So,
all right, that's what
you know,
you're offering.
that brings me to something like
Like, all right, come
GMOs.
get in, but it's just
So
act
it's
like
the
you're
same. Even before,
some just stole like 4 purses.
yeah.
So,
So,
the code room upstairs.
you know, when you're talking about doing these kinds of things, introducing
That was
GMO
fucking
species
eccentric, bro.
or feeding the entire
And that was
planet
like, but
GMO
everybody
food
there was like
or
crying and pissed.
vaccinating people with
And some girl was like furious, all her tampons were in there. So she got pissed. She was a tough girl. She was like one of those,
really
what are those people that slide
getting
the thing
to
on
a
the ice?
point
She said,
where
curlers? She
you're
was a
screwing around
curler.
with the future of
And,
mankind,
I was,
recklessly.
in my head, I was like,
You know,
this
that
is
I
the
think
best
is
fucking
not
night.
something that, you know, free people
So just shit
in a
like that, where I just
democracy
love to
would
put
allow. So people who
life just in
haven't been
precarious situations that you put
censored or propaganda
that scared me. I woke up in my own bed at the vlog.
I've said before, and
went to
I
bed.
really think
When I went
it's
to bed, I
true,
was about 30
that
anyway.
that the kind of censorship and
like a
propaganda
teenager.
tools
No, that's not
that these powerful forces have
and
with any
they
dictator in history, you know, that they can just get to everybody and just blanket people with a message. They can, you know, like we said before, they can have 100 newscasters and 100 different shows on the same day, parroting all the same food, all of the same statements, all the same claims. And that stuff, you know, gets into people's brains. And
I had a huge issue with that. These underworld, and yeah, when the urine would hit them, also would go, oh my god. Look him up online. This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had these. I was really hoping it was a real thing, and I just didn't tell you towards your advice. Your parents were all got it all. They by themselves. This doctor gave it to us, dude. This dude was a bona fide doctor. So we went there. I got the electric pants on. Was underwear for years later. Was underwear for years. And so they didn't tell my grandfather, right? So he fucking had a straw over the house. So my fucking crops wakes up middle of the night, dude. I'm not on fire, but I'm buzzing on fire, bro. Because I had it's big on apples, just
so severe.
he didn't know what it was.
The COVID vaccine are getting it wrong.
In a little bitty house, you could even hear it.
Unimaginable. Something that you would put into the
I would
bodies
just
of
do 2 drops
7
of you, and it goes off.
So I think
So
that's
my
a lot of
grandfather's in there, right?
why
And he was scared and shit.
Robert
And
F. Kennedy Jr.
this would have been terrible when I was a kid.
president,
And he's pushing me with a
because
broomstick.
he
They thought I was
recognizes
dead.
that
They
we're
didn't
at
know what
this
had happened. I was
turning
possessed.
point in history.
He's pushing me with a broomstick to
I
wake
don't
me
think
up
that's
before he had one of those heart makers. And
Time
this
to
way
make
you
people
electrocuted.
afraid,
He thought something was happening.
but
Go to
I
the
think
house
it's
and
about
short
being
circuited
honest.
for the phone company.
Is that you just have stories like this every day, and you don't know whether to believe that the people who are doing this
So
kind
he
of
thinks
thing,
I'm fucking
you know,
just
what
laying
their
there with
motivation
buzzing like
is. Is it just to have another product to
But he
sell?
died, man. My grandfather ended up.
Is it just sort of interesting to try it?
He died.
You know, are GMO salmon a good idea or a bad idea? You know, the company that makes them wants to get them to market as quickly as possible. So I do think that we need some regulation in this country that's not
Man, I appreciate you having me on because I've been.
funded
I was sick the past 2 days.
by the people who are going to make money
Man, I had
off
adult
their
diarrhea,
decisions.
bro, to be honest.
So, you know, and that's what I think you get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But you would also get scientists
Crippled pig
or,
pussy down there, bro. I was
you know,
eating
some
by
of
the
them have
handful.
every trick for me. But they're very serious people who, like Rabbbi, have taken a lot of risks to say what they believe is true.
And I mean, Dr. Pierre Corey is one of them that, he would have had a much easier life. He didn't have to take this road. There was no money in it for him. There was no benefit for him. So he didn't have to fight the disinformation campaign that was being waged where, that you described before, that people were saying that ivermectin or any of the similar things that were available at the time. He had just sort of toed the line and made a lot more money, probably had more friends, more connections, and a brighter future. But there are a lot of people who have come out during this period and they're not willing to live that kind of life. And so I think people like Pierre Corey, people like Dr. Peter McCullough, people like Dr. Robert Malone. There's so many of these people out there who risk everything, who would make, somebody who I really like is Dr. Joe Latico, who's the Surgeon General of Florida. And he's just such a sincere guy. He does real research and just sort of follows it where it goes. And so people like that group were running the CDC and the NIH and all of the different medical health divisions. I think that would go a long way in things. To a point where the direction could be totally changed. Not that it gets perfect right away, but that you get a whole bunch of powerful people who feel that it's their mission in life to end corruption. So you need a leader who's taken to get to know all of those people. And Bobby knows all of those people well. It's spent time getting to know which of those people are really trustworthy. So the question is, it's easy to talk about it ends outlook, cause unknown, right? It's about the other side of whether vaccines work, whether they prevented COVID, whether they prevented transmission of COVID, which is pretty clear that they haven't. The other side of it is that they led to these who were at no risk from COVID, who were at statistically zero risk. One of the things that this does is it shows the actual headlines the backstory of hundreds of young, healthy kids, mostly athletes, totally on the field. Many of them actually are on the field. People who have never had any health problems before. And you kind of look at that and you say, we have these people who have lives they ruin businesses, they shut down schools. What happened with a whole generation of children who missed a couple of years of school. So we have all of these problems, sort of the side effects of big life affiliation we have to set the country straight and to get in a direction that is more hopeful, where we really would have a sense that our leaders care about us, that our doctors, scientists, and pharmaceutical are actually trying to make us healthier or live longer. And we're far from that now, but I think that we're closer actually than we were before COVID. Bobby Kennedy is kind of the leader of the rebellion. There's a rebellion that's really broad-based, where people are just sort of sick and tired of what they see. And they're just not going to stand for it anymore, right? And they're
But the activities were very good. To make me laugh.
willing to stand up and fight. And that's what they said, something like 17,000 doctors who refused to do things the way Dr. Fauci wants them done. Leaders like Bobby Kennedy, shows like this show, people who are willing to take something really try to jump into it. Well, I appreciate you on this, man. So you said over 1 million books sold in the last, 2 years? Yeah.
It's like,
Fucking incredible. Yeah, it's great. Where can people find it? So, the company name is SkyWarsPublishing.com. My Instagram is surgery, which is sort of like, don't force me to do anything. And I think where else? So for Bobby Kennedy camp, I would really encourage people to go to the Kennedy Campaign website and to donate money. And then I'm part of a super PAC, which is called American Value 2024.
it's clear my head up a little.
Super PAC. So 3,003 for the primary, and then
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
they can do it all at once. So, but if you want to donate much more money,
maybe somehow I'll hit up a Cialis 5 milligram,
help him become president, you can donate the money to a super PAC.
to an evening or
And
something.
so, if you donate money
And I'll drop
to
$9 on that. I gotta
American Value 2024.org,
when did that start
you then
happening?
use that money
The Cialis 5 milligram? Oh, I thought that just because, you know what I'm saying? Like,
to get the
you know,
word
like
out
maybe
and
Michael
to
Jordan with like
amplify
Scottie Pippen
Bobby
next to him.
Kennedy's
Well,
message.
dude, you know, but there's
So,
no point not
for
having that
example,
big
we've
mention,
done
you know?
20 different
You know,
podcasts.
also, you know,
Of the
you gotta bring a knife to a bar. You know, oh, you gotta
email.
last week we had
Send out text messages. Those are the kinds of things that all politics do.
Oh yeah, both. And
And they're usually really, really well funded.
That's a Colorado
The reason that they're so well funded.
Pain in the end of a
That
straw.
politicians are right. So there's no limit on the amount of money that you can donate. Okay. So if you're a company and you know that you have a candidate who's going to kind of give you immunity from prosecution or the
So
products
yeah, I hit a
that you
sabbatical,
create,
man, but I hit a
or
sabbatical,
is
so that's
going
why
to
I'm
speed
at.
them through the process,
But it's chill. I just feel what I feel.
really good idea
Because I just
to
got a
put
lot
as
on my
much
plate
money
right
as
now.
possible
Each time I show
super
up
PAC
for it, you know,
help
like every day I know I can do what's required of me.
but it's
And on mine, it's like you say,
you're
you know,
putting it
how
sort
to
of
get that sort of like on
your P&L.
you know,
It's $10
phone
million to get these three
you know,
people
it's just like that stuff's
elected
just
to Congress
tantalizing, you know.
to
Sometimes,
have
so at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like
to
I'm
get
from having
something
a drink
passed that's going to make us 50 more guys.
like
You know what I mean? So that's the kind of thing, the kind of corruption that
and
we
I
have
still
to
I
get
got no
rid of
more
amongst
stories
politicians
better.
who have come to power
Too busy making
for
new
the
stories
sole
about
purpose
the old ones.
of helping
So now I'm able to
big
look at
companies
the old
make
ones
more
like,
money,
oh, this could
right,
be
that
a
are
good story.
expensive.
And I can share this story.
Well,
So
I
feel
appreciate
like
everything you're doing.
and
They're fascinating books.
you know, put it together a new hour in the past.
Robert Kennedy to John Kerry Offer. I'm a big fan of all of them. I'll make sure I link everything below. Great. And
Next
thanks
time I would do
again
Chicago
for
or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. You know, and it might be delusional. Otherwise, I would do Dallas. Dallas, bro, I love those people. They're fucking everything, dude. I worked at Dallas, the Improv. Yeah, I worked the Improv, but I worked the one out in, Addison. Yeah, I worked Addison. That was one of my favorite clubs. It is a great club, isn't it? One of my favorite. But the whole town used to be 50 yards away. Now they switched there. The one I stayed at was really close. You could walk. I could walk. How many minutes? not even joking. 2.5 minutes, maybe less.
Then they put you back and they took you out of this. I was like, nah.
Oh, they did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they stayed at some other place down the street.
You had to drive down there. Some shit wrong with that.
Yeah. I don't do that shit, man. But yeah, man, that's some other crazy on me on
So,
one night.
thank you to Hamilton Wars for giving me the title of this podcast episode.
Genghis Khan.
Andrew Gallimore is building a DMT machine to connect us to the alien world.
Last time I saw you,
Kind of. That's kind of true. Yeah. I'm not building it, but beautifully stated. Yeah. So,
Oh, yeah.
thanks for coming, first of all. Thanks for bringing your books. Beautifully designed books. Thank you very much.
Oh, some lady with a mole.
What do you do? And how did you get into this world of psychedelics and sounds studying these extended tricks?
So we're never
I got
just want to party and
at least
crazy.
6 hours. Well, I mean, how far do you
Like,
want
I
to
never
go?
got into the really.
When I was
That
really
guy
young,
brought the hooker into the taxi. You know, that's Luigi's deal. That's his life. It was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friend to me, but
7, 8 years old.
you know, I didn't need that. You know, I was just looking to party.
truly, we live a certain lifestyle.
The unholy
You come to a point one day where you go, you know what, I can't do this no more because eventually something bad is going to happen. We can understand, right?
Yeah.
The whole because it's like my girl loves put my dick back and look out the windows of fucking 1,000 things that go wrong. You know, from experience, now I can do it again. I always wanted to make business. Listen, I went to those bad boys late at night. I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touch me. Yeah. In my neighborhood, being at a bar in like Fort Lee, New Jersey, that knowing that the places are closed at 3 a.m. They know by 3 in the morning. When you get to that place, the place is closed. So now you gotta get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me? Now you gotta cross a bridge, another bridge, or you come in your fucking car. You'll take that confiscate that car, and you're doing 7.5 years somewhere. And you're still doing it. You're still going to that neighborhood. And that's all you need is time. It's that easy. Just from your car, you get fucked off.
Unless you're just Victoria ass and you're passing the seat to that lady with the side of your car. That's cool. Set the thing on the tray on the side. Sonic. It's like the Sonic. I don't know that lady.
I'll tell you about the Monday, the first Monday of the new year. Fucking chicken shit.
Hey, man. Good to be here. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Developed a reputation.
Victoria, what she's up to now? That lady would drop her ass. It's called
Really?
$16, $18 probably. Next time.
How you feeling?
Psychedelic.
How you feeling?
Feeling
Last day that you switch over came out.
yeah, some first half of the job before. Something faded away.
But that's how they go.
It's not looking periscope. That's the fucking craziest.
Wow, so you were deep in this. You have never experienced in
I
person.
think you always do great.
And I feel because of
I
that.
thought to yourself, oh, you don't know what it was. You trained last week. I saw it. But as it was happening, I go, I should have known. I should have known that. I had that feeling running around. Next to Maria, I should have known
disrespect, I know a lot of good people who made a lot of great edibles. Chocolate doesn't really ever sit well in my stomach. It's weird. Wow, a chubby dude who's just chocolate is not in it for me. Being a chocolate guy, I don't remember that. No, sir. Weeks a month do you travel? 20 weeks. I go 20 weeks on the road, and I spend time with my family. 23 weeks out of a year. And then I go doing enough work in town where it's good to be home. I can make, I can make decent money as you can see. You go out every day during the week? 5 nights a week. Just on about 3 nights, I can stay Friday night with my family, leave it open. I know the road. Yeah, I have to go out twice a month, man. Yeah, twice a month, that's what I like to do. Twice a month is the most I can do. 6 nights, let's do this. I had to go look. With the old shirt. Well, before you came in, I was totally. But days afterward, just really rough on me, man. Yeah. I just wanted to use the fucking come and go. I like that the Happy drive me over from that off. People totally hits good, nice fucking people. We did the show, got the fuck out there, nobody hung out, nothing. But, I was home by 11:45. Yeah, man, nobody got their feelings hurt about why it was at, But that's it, I'm not doing it no more. I've done enough, you know what I'm saying? 25 years. I've done probably fucking 20 years of New Year's, that's it, man. I bombed hard on fucking New Year's. It's hard. New Year's is hard. I bombed fucking hard once in my life. Was Miami's fucking kicking ass to feature. New Year's, like 99. Oh, I ate a bag of shit. Like Salazar. You don't know what I got. Okay, let's hear it. Deanna, you know her. Yeah. And there's a guy sitting in a diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning at the comedy club and stuff. And I've never met him in my life. I'd only heard stories about him, right? I've seen a couple pictures. It's like, I think that's Angel Salazar. He's drinking a glass of wine and shitting up. We go in there, and then we sat there, which I respected. And that was it. What's your name? Yeah.
The snuff is
It was cool to see him, man, because I only heard stories.
He was percentages. He's pine powder.
He's an interesting crooked fellow,
Rabbbi.
He gave me a lot of encouragement early on. I can't lie to you, he's a good dude. Now, when I got to meet him,
The seed is finely ground up.
I appreciated what he had done. That was a little too fast for me. He was rocking and rolling, and he's a party hard. He goes hard. And I was at the time, he was going, wow, this guy goes fucking hard. I don't pass up. We get dope. As soon as I got down there, there was somebody waiting for me with a jug and then just got over a board and somebody's shoe. That first time, I got like a size 10.
this shit's fucking tremendous, you know. And from there on, every night there was somebody at the club playing something so past the road. When he coming down, the phone would start ringing the night before. His angel
Yeah, so the studies of this
wanted to take him out.
that have been done
That Scarface then, when he's 8,
isolation
and
approach
an
is what
old
they
man
actually
told
did. They took this
every
approach
day
and
something would
the
take him out, taking pictures of him, check him out, buy the lunch, bring him clothes. It's amazing. People fell in love with that character hard. It just goes to show you, he still sells the tickets. He's not selling right. He still sells tickets. He's not fucking Michael Jackson, right? But he still sells tickets to show. Doesn't matter. He takes pictures. People go there, look at him. It's 30 fucking years later. That was 30 goddamn years ago, right? It's amazing. 83. Well, yeah, 83. Yeah, that's amazing. He was born in 94, right? 88. 94. Because the French is fucked, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, fucking late, bro.
The one where people talk about like being inside the sun
every time I come back here, man, I always lose my spirits and I get so
okay.
you know? We ain't gonna know where it's the house.
Yeah, but they're close to it. So Stephen Czar is synthesized those are making tradition. Synthesized and started following it.
The scale deal of it, at least that really had fun. You can get you out of my neighborhood, or maybe get you a little clan outfit. Sure. Take it.
Started very late.
Right now.
Yeah, and yeah, spoiler.
I'm a joke. You're cute. I'm looking you. I don't think you'd be good at clans, by the way. No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think you would. He's Jewish. Yeah, you could clan, you could cross over though. Because you have to be Christian first, man. You probably do. You just can't be Jewish. I would be like, hey, what are you talking about? What do you want to do this year, man? This year, man, I want to get this other special. I got my new album is gonna come out soon. We just locked it actually about 3 days ago. Called 30 Pound Bag of Hamster Bones. So I'm excited about that. And what else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know, or at least being a honorable boyfriend. You know, if I've ever been that in my life, dude. You know, I was out there, you know, licking pussy after dark, you know, out there in the streets and just, you know, just tasting the flavor universe, you know. Now that you quit drinking, it's a different game out there. It's something you saw that Irish brain. Oh, no, girls want you more now.
Can you explain how
I think in heartbeat, yeah, I've had more offers these days for like,
all of the world
not to shut more, because I think just because you look like you do, we're like, oh, because I'm clear. If I know somewhere, I thought you would have like, oh, Liam, I was like, you're gay. No, they might, I don't think so. You know, right? Look, I didn't think yet, you know. I've never thought of a very handsome lady that makes you feel like that. You're stunning, sir.
DMT is very closely related.
So this is some of my work dreams, you know, be a better brother. I want to be have a little bit more relationship with God, you know.
The metabolism the serotonin
Yeah,
starts
there's some things that I want to do, and I want to help other people somehow. I want to do something, even if it's little, you know, answer the phone when somebody calls and I know they need help. Not that I would give it something off that, you know, that no one would
also
answer, you know. This is about the time you gotta sit there and go, Jesus Christ, what's next now? I did this, I did this, I did this, I did this. Yeah, what the fuck? When it's not my joint to be, you know, this is
some aberrant
yeah, you know, like a dirty something, and it was rough.
where they can do more
I don't
DMT.
know for sure. I'm like, if I fail at this,
So this really trans
I can sell over the phone, I can sell
so straight away they would
I can sell things over the phone for 20 fucking years. So I just gotta make this comedy shit work one way or another. Like, it's how I had to go. That's brave, bro. That's brave. I've done it else. Yeah. Come on, what the fuck are you doing? Not every opportunity to work. I'll be afraid you made it.
find things in the population.
Oh, yeah, I could have done that. I was electrician. Oh, fuck, electrician. doesn't make sense. To me, at least. Work with someone if you like it. If you like it, stay. Raise your salary. If you like it, you buy it. Can't be like that. You can't, because the world is shit. I lost great jobs, because I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't find the world of your experience. What I really wanted to do. 100% why you're going through it. This is right. This is right now. Essentially, I'm going through the transition from one situation to another. It seems like you just have to keep fucking pushing. Yeah, because your life or your power has a plan for you, bro. Even if you enter that, I'm not trying to sound like some weirdo or anything like that. I'm just saying that life has a plan for you. You just gotta fucking, if you out there, see through a car window or whatever you're doing, just know that that doesn't define you. And that's just a little speed bump, that's just a little ingredient in your restaurant, man. Because, I used to bury a guy's shit in my neighborhood for free. I was growing up. He died. I looked such a fucking dude. I had a Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve was phenomenal. The family, we had a great Christmas too. That was all. As I said, it was like, one thing I realized, like, what the fuck you do all that day? Dude, you had to tell me. My back's well. She got my because I was a fucking class. But, after that, I was like, what are you doing? You wait till 10 to go to the store. You're like, fuck shit that. Directly in the world, babe. But it's shit, so, life slows down. Life slows down. It's just what it's like. For me, fuck. I know you're a dog. Free from more down space within your store. See, that's what I'm wondering too. How do you feel like that? The place people go, that's all. That's all. Is that in my world? I was there. Over the holiday, it was just it's a bit much sometimes, bro. I did write the book, and every day was going to sentence a paragraph, a new chapter, and cuts things. But the problem is, when you're on the road, I lose that. Because the computer I have on the road, there's some fucking thing. It's a service. And my wife is like, what the fuck happened? I gotta ask what the fuck happened. But I only focus on that stuff when I'm home. And I only focus on it early in the morning. I really like to lock myself in and take to it to the pipe. Watch that shit. Daddy work, it's good. That's when your brain is nice. You get to watch the Ronda Rousey fight and lose. No, honestly, bro, I don't like watching women fight, bro. I watched a lot of women's street fight when I was growing up. Just a lot of chicks were always so some of it I don't like. I do respect it. I think these women are tough and talented. Unbelievable. Yes. What did you think? I thought, well, personally, I've said before that I thought, sure, like they want, why are they making Wanda a favorite? She's been gone for a year. That's like, it's been crazy good for a while. And it's not just my dad was saying today that usually people down in 12 seconds are done. It's emergency this time. That's what he said. And he's
he's a very amateur fan. And to me, I don't even know about that. It just seemed like it has to be there for a track. It didn't even look like
but that's never made sense to me. I thought it was very sad. We know the brain is constructed the normal waking world, a model of the environment, the world that knows, learns, and evolved. Knows how to construct one world. So I guess you're asking yourself, how is it then possible that because the brain is why alkaloid is such a constructive, entirely coherent, entirely complex, hyper-functional worlds with seemingly hyper-intelligent beings. Where did it learn that it was so construct these realities? It's founding from a neuroscientific perspective. It's like imagine a young American child who speaks English, a 5-year-old or something, and who suddenly wakes up and starts speaking Siberian. What's some South African language? You can't sit in your house. Shocking. We all lose. Where did you learn to speak this? It's like it's similarly grounded because the brain knows how to construct these bizarre alternate realities that have no relationship whatsoever to the normal way to feel. Nothing was taken from our world and brought into this joint reality. And that remains a great mystery. Unless somehow the brain is receiving information somewhere else that's constraining and modulating and informing its construction of this alternate world. That is why it's such a problem. Where could that somewhere else be?
There was no reason.
Yeah. We don't have a clue where this other space could be.
That fight, I was just going to sit back and watch.
This is kind of what I kind of work with data problem. So the normal waking world, as I said before, it's always receiving information from the environment. We understand how that works. We understand stimulation, stimulation is direct. We understand how sound information goes. We understand how information gets it to the brain. It helps the brain construct the normal waking world. So this data input problem as well, if this DMT world is being modulated by information from elsewhere, where is this elsewhere? That we don't understand. And that we were going to constrain the space time. Exactly. This is where data later we start thinking about where these other things might be, a kind of relationship and intelligence systems.
Yes, maybe you could do it. Just a contractual thing, you know. I have no idea. I have no one this guy. But why do you guys think she sticks with her? No one likes
so-called elves are telling them things, like giving them positive messages that are transformative in some aspect or another. Is this pretty much consistent through everyone? And is there how much deviation or variation is there from all the people that you've actually studied or talked to about experiencing DMT? So everyone's experiences. Everyone has to construct their own model of DMT. Right? We all construct our own model of the world. Everyone's model of the world is somewhat different. Yes, there are certain instances about God's point. We can never like through some, like how would you know looking through somebody else's eyes if they're seeing the same thing? Use the same language to describe that thing. The language is the same, but we have no how similar or dissimilar. Yeah, I mean, this is why we read this. I don't know. What that looks like. You don't even know how to be able to look through your eyes. Whether that world next door makes sense.
Alpha brain is only back guarantee you're in. They don't even want the product back. Get to 2017. It starts at Alpha Brain, bitch. Go to Hot.com right now, press it.
Most of their lives are three-dimensional, and they don't even know it. Right. I mean, because you can get some.
Again, the code is
One way we know that your
CHURCH.
brain is
I want to thank my main man,
your brain constructs
Rory
your
Oliva,
when things
for
go
the
wrong.
badass Bruce Lee book he brought me. A
Certain
fucking
parts
need,
of the visual
an old Jeet Kune Do book.
cortex,
You know, I love you, Jack Wu. Look at Cat 4-3, Dog in Land, Nick Ferrara, Ray Majewski's Darren Carter, when his fucking foot
the damage to a very specific area that is
and Rachel Lane, Little Black,
married the world to
down there in motherfucking Houston.
very kind, but the world is similarly a association when coloring the coloring information is damaged specifically when the world becomes I heard that like something around 95% of the neurons in our brain are dedicated to vision. Or an absurd amount of the neurons in our brain are dedicated solely to vision. Like we are a visual species. We rely on visual information more than any other information. I mean, imagine looking at the room now and trying to describe it using words.
I mean, it sounds like watching you work, man. So, I mean, you watch it, but I'm happy that
to photographic precision.
we spoke on the phone today, told me about it.
Imagine that, right? But clearly, there's a lot of information. There's so much information that we have in our visual world. All of that information is represented by this
because I know where you've been.
brain.
Listen, man,
But getting back to
being sober as
the
fuck.
entities, right?
Sorry.
So to answer your question about do people see the same thing,
clarity.
everyone's experience is certainly different.
Like a
But
30
there are
day,
certain
like a 40
universal
where just they bought cookies from the
EMT
pharmacy.
motifs in
And
life
smoke and about
that
different
many
everything felt
people
good. And I was
describe.
smoking coke for a
The
while.
structure, the ambience of the space, the geometry,
It's different when you have control of your
and
life.
also, of course, the being within the space.
See, you could always turn down the bread or the
This
fucking
goes back,
cheeseburger.
of course, it goes
You
back
could
to
always go to the fucking
the
gym.
indigenous
You
tribes
could
and
always,
using
not drink and drive
they
and
used
shit
it
like
to
that.
communicate
But
with
something
beings,
I always gave it was those fucking drugs.
spirits, or gods, right?
You know, my life had total control. Except those drugs, like those drugs.
Clear
Everything you're doing. Yeah, just like when you're
characteristic feature that
all
you
the
experience
alcohol,
is
all the
the
heroin,
of
all the pills. You think you're
and
making it
Stephen
happen.
Zara
I thought I was making
to
it happen.
mention
Believe
these
it or not,
albums, right?
look at big
Yeah,
time
kind of,
movies. Oh my
so
God,
the
it
elves
was
and the Shina is kind of
yeah, everything
that
like how
I
they shit
saw
out. You should have seen it 10 years ago. Because there was no emotional connection with cocaine and drinking. Yeah, there's no emotional connection. You just don't
and
feel
many
like a
people
fucking
like to say,
addict.
well,
You're just fucking talking stupidity. So what's that all?
Kenna spoke about it, so that's why you'll see
Whenever I see a young comic on stage,
it's hard to get past that. So what we did actually
because in
years
all
back
my
is to go back
25 years, how many times I broke loose up to the
go
stage?
back to the 1950s.
Maybe 3
Look at
times.
it there.
I never thought it looked good.
Stephen Zara's very first
I
study.
always thought you feel like the wrong person. I
Unfortunately,
don't know
back
why.
then
I had
they
friends that do
weren't
it.
that
I've
interested
never said
in
that. It's not my fucking business what people do. In my mind, I
can see that.
write down everything they experience. So they say are even within these old papers, you get these little snippets of what that and back then, the characters, the anti-flavor, so they were describing this rapidly changing, rapid procession. That was
right now. RAS today. Over one. Well, the girl was 219 today, and Burr was 221. So, but they both have to be under 227. So then, if they're both under 227, then RAS
like
was the price.
very quickly.
No price, just
This is
they were both trying to get under
the characteristic
obese, and then there's no price for the RAS to pay.
very sprite,
They're going on a trip or nice.
very chill.
It's a good deal. I gotta take a trip, man. I gotta slip out of here, Jeff. Where you go? I gotta go home. I gotta go an episode of my own podcast.
They were there in the first trip, of course. Then through the 60s, like,
Dude, I went down the other way though.
So there's a fire out there and shit.
Fucking burn it down, bro.
This was something that bro. I couldn't wait to get out of the house and go fuck the podcast. I did one last night with those guys. It went well. I just feel like it go well with you. When it was burning down. Fucking close.
Let it burn, baby. Trump, baby. Let it burn, dude.
Don't say that.
Sorry, just let it burn.
So said it would try to play with your bicycle. I like to walk your dog. That's why it's a bar. Your dog got no bicycle. We had a chair to barricade ourselves. But I want to. What about that? Don't fucking minutes. They put up with this place.
Hilarious.
They vary in their character.
This weekend I'm in town. I'm in Virginia Beach in a couple of weeks. At the Funny Bone the last weekend, January 26th through January 24th, 28th.
To something
Are you writing down? Are you writing about your surprise?
I mean, right now I'm just saying.
They talk about
be aware of
what are you feeling? What the fuck is different? Why would I
the
go back
large
to
gap
drinking?
there in
I know
total.
it counts like
Yeah, well,
No, right now, like, I mean, I didn't have a dad growing up, so it's like a lot of emotional issues.
yes, they like to
Growing up, just some of that stuff I gotta deal with. So I'm always doing my comedy. I mean, my comedies. I love my comedy. I'm happy. I'm like,
with
I'm telling the personal stuff first, you know, because that's what I gotta get right. But at the same time, my comedy is I feel like better than ever. So, you know, it's all simultaneous. As long as I care about myself, keep working at stuff, then everything else will work itself out.
Has anyone ever been harmed by other than the abuse? Because I know personally people during their young age, like high school, college, psychedelics like LSD or that, they've been harmed ever since, or like they never really positively recovered from that. Wow, I mean, the problem with these long acting like that, you got a much better chance to get yourself into a bad headspace, right? When things start to go wrong, you start to freak out and show some panic.
real estate now or something like that, but they manage from this. You know what? This wasn't really a treat for me.
Great
This was
potential
like
for
let's see what can
get
happen.
yourself into some bad places.
In 2 years, if I put an extra row, I'll be happy with that.
Exactly. With DMT, for most people, it's shocking. It's astonishing.
Just to be
In terms of mechanics, you say, yeah,
in this situation the way I'm at, to be
you know, these are shocking, astonishing.
It's too much fucking pressure.
These are
Outside,
profound,
there's a level of
strange,
time that you can live your life great.
experiences
Like
that
Rich Allen's been doing it for years.
the real danger, the real
Everybody
risk,
else is
is
doing
that
this and doing that.
everything you feel true and
Bros on the weekend, bro.
about reality is about
She's been doing this for 30 years.
come back
If I've been doing this for 25
realize
years, been doing this for 30 years.
something that
You just fucking take this 3 months off and make yourself
special.
It's gone.
Do this, do that.
There's no going back from that. So you will be fundamentally changed.
So,
In one
already lived out. I mean, I've already
so you have
all
to
my
be
dreams. I
prepared
feel like
for
I've
that.
already had all
But
my
for
stuff.
me, that was a
So I feel like I'm fucking just playing around and over. You know, like I've far exceeded my expectations.
real
I've
but for some
been doing
people,
comedy 13 years.
you're into a psychological position
12.
in a relationship with the cosmos. Then
Yeah.
you go through a relationship to say the least. But for most people, it's so rapid, it's a roller coaster. You're screaming, you're scared,
Mississippi, I already found a great guy.
wild.
Yeah, they got a brother that cuts
Don't get a chance
cuts the grass. He wears a
to
full suit.
monitor,
He
don't
cuts
get a
every
chance
Sunday,
to
no
think
matter how
about
hot he is.
I feel like he probably will be there when you get
the
there.
incubation
man,
of
be
it
cutting grass forever, bro.
Yeah, so by the time
And he
you
wears a
kind
suit.
Wears his full
of
suit.
orient yourself,
And then you got little hills out there, and they cut it in the suit.
space,
Take 2 flights.
already kind
Sometimes I
of
take one in the walls and then drive
then
north.
you can think
Sometimes I
about
take
it.
2 in the back
And for
room.
most
That's my
people,
family
they
that
actually
down
forget
better.
a lot of the details. They come out ranting, raving.
Yeah, man, I had a great holidays. And I mean, it started off great, dude. Did a show with Amy Schumer, New Year's Eve.
It's way
Murdered.
details.
Now I'm here with fucking
So,
Joey Diaz. Where's that with tomorrow? Fucking Johnny Depp, son? Huh?
Less
Who's next, bro?
no like random edibles.
Just because it wants, you know, even so long, you know, it takes
Experiences
with
like
years.
whenever anyone describes mushrooms to me,
You know,
when I do an edible, that's what I experience. Like it's wild. And I'm a hyper responder when it comes to any drugs. So any drugs I do, whether it's medications or like drugs, I just take a little bit from me and I have like a crazy reality. It takes me, I just take one pull of a joint I'm singing. When it takes like, you know, my friend or anyone else,
she does it because she loves it. She all her friends, that's her favorite city.
they have to
So
smoke
she
the whole
goes
joint.
there every New
But
Year's
it's only one
Eve
pull.
anyway.
So like
So
I've always
all of her friends
been
go
super
down there and it's always a big
scared
party.
of diving into that world. And then on top of that, when I was little, I heard a story. You won't remember where I heard it, but I heard a story about these two Marines that were roommates, and one of them took my and the guy was mushrooms.
They get an extra $5 bonus driving lift.
Honky trucks.
You know, in between jobs, are you looking at extra money? Are you going back to school in South? Are you thinking right the next American novel? I mean, there's got to be something you're seeking alternative funding for a new startup. That's what we're doing. There's other ride sharing apps out there that live. And drivers right. It's a fun zone anytime from nearly where at lyft.com/Joey and bring $500 a new drive bonus after you complete 100 rides within 30 days. Go to lyft.com/Joey today and start making extra money and get you $500 new driver bonus. Who's better than Uncle Joey? I got your ass out there. They've been driving, cutting motherfuckers off my whip. Again, go to lyft.com. Stop sitting there, you fucking fool. Your grandmother died, left you a nice car, and you
So relatively late, actually.
Who's the fucking kid's father? Go to live.com right now. Is that what it is?
There's this guy who has
Go to live.com right now.
YouTube channel called All Guys. Very exchange it. He does like these really cool kind of like where he talks about how when he was like done a lot of LSD. And now he is like perma tripping. Yeah, but it's hallucinogenic. Post-hallucinogenic essentially disorder. It's like that, but it doesn't. That's why having not that much research young and your brain is developing, that's it. That decision, but yeah, if your brain is developing so much, you're 15, 16 years old, your brain is mature and developing before you start assaulting with any anything, either it's not psychoactive. I see so many kids that are in their like mid-teens now, they're getting testosterone. And like get jacked at the gym. It's just like, what are you doing? What are you having before you become 16 years old? So how? So you're originally in chemistry, right? Yeah. To evolve into becoming a neuroscientist. It's
for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com.
How do these
one more time? Go post your job for free.
ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Once again, one more time. Try it for ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Really understand
ZipRecruiter.com/church.
All these are American dates, bro. Trump won't let me out the country, son. You know, we're doing it. February, January 26th to 29th, I'll be in Virginia Beach. The funny bone, I go to the beach in the winter, SMF. February 2nd through 4th, I'll be in Chicago, out in Schaumburg, Illinois, the Improv. February 22nd through 25th, I'll be at Comedy Works South. So get in there, get your nuts hard up. Bring your hard ass nutsack in there. Let's do it right, huh? Bring some pussy. I'll lay
computation here.
I guess I'll run okay, right on, brother. But Joey, thank you so much, man. I love you, bro.
Yeah, that's another benefit because I spent years in the laboratory wet.
Hitting that squeal, that beautiful Lee squeal, man. Yeah, you too, Lee. Great to be here with you, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we think it's something great. Thank you for listening to the church. You know, I love you all my heart if you're around this Friday. Go check it out. It's a fun time. Myself and my man Steve, D, Simone, the family. Stay black, people. Have a great night. Or a great day. Happy New Year once again.
Getting to that.
Do your thing, right? You know, do your push-ups.
This is where it's at, actually.
It's all going to be beautiful, right? Stay black.
To me seemed like the way the discipline really there was so much to learn from studying wet. What were you doing studying wet? What specifically were you doing studying wet brains and studying rats? I wasn't. I didn't want to. No, that's the thing. So I thought, you know, computational, that's the route. So I did a couple of postdocs in one York University, studying synaptic plasticity, computational models of how neurons communicate, how those connections change over time, etc. Then after that contract finished, an opportunity. So we say about now in Japan. I've always wanted to live in Japan for some reason. Don't ask why, because I don't know why, but I did. I tried to learn Japanese when I was a teenager as well, but later, with my dream, something fascinating about me. Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm on season 3 of Man in the High Castle right now. Oh, really? Have you seen that? I haven't. Is it the original language? Yeah, I never knew it was a Japanese language. I don't know. No, yeah, no, it's basically a show about if the premise of it is if America lost World War II, and it's the Nazis and the Japanese are occupying North America. This is speaking big story. Oh, is it really? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. And so they're basically in an alternate reality, right? And there's this Japanese guy, the trade minister, who is able to meditate and travel into our current dimension back in whatever it was, the 50s or 60s in America, and being able to go back and forth and visit his family in that dimension and his life in this dimension. And there's this crazy, like, it's insane. It's really mind-blowing, but you know, it's a lot of like the Japanese culture really comes out. Yeah, I love the culture. I love the people. Immediately, I would say, like about Tokyo, very strange, very cool, seems to me almost DMTS. The lights and the complexity of the city. It's like a fractal city. You can see, you walk along the roads, the streets in Tokyo, see all the storefronts are lit up. Lights everywhere. You go into a mall, tiny bars. You never get to the bottom. You can have 3 or 4 lifetimes going to a different shop or different store. And it's very cool. It's very solid. Streets kind of narrow. A lot of people there too. A lot of wherever you go, Tokyo is always going to be, like crushed in certain topics. Should be Shinjuku. There's not yourself on an empty street. There's nothing there. You might hear a shop closed. You might hear a cat. You might see a couple of kids playing or something there actually. So I live in my area. It's relatively quiet. I can go for lunch. Hardly see a handful of people. Really? Yeah, yeah. So you live on the outskirts or something? Well, in West Tokyo, a place called Kichijoji, kind of between Shinjuku. But
Some of the imagery I've seen online, like the countrysides of like with these mountains and these big lakes and stuff, it just looks incredible.
Yeah, you've got everything. You've got Labor then. You can get a train out of Tokyo within an hour. A place like Nagano. Mountains, regions, lakes, Alps, Jap Alps. So if you like, you can do everything relatively simply. If you like, sometimes you want to be in the city and kind of a hustle and bustle and excitement there. Then one weekend out in the mountains hiking or something. Why I like.
Can you speak Japanese now?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Really?
But now, don't get carried away, don't you? It's fiendishly difficult to learn. I mean, I've been there 8 years now. I'm still learning. I'm still studying every day. expressing yourself. And sometimes you think, I want to say this. It's like, oh, how the fuck do I translate that in Japanese? How do do that? It speaks so quickly. It has this characteristic sound. A lot of the words sometimes. You can move pieces of the word around and get a new word. But unlike in English, so if I take the word television, right? There's no way I can't switch that around and say vision telly, that's not a word. Right? You never get that confused. But in Japanese, often the words, you can move pieces, you can rearrange the pieces of it and get a brand new word. And so you have to remember which way round it is. So you don't get the feel, I find, of a word in the same way you do in English. You know, if you think about elephant or something, kind of sits in your brain somehow as that word. In Japanese, they're so similar, they can be rearranged. It's hard to develop that feeling, that sense of the word. So I'm often thinking it's you or Yoshi or George.
Can you write in Japanese too?
I can read, I can type Japanese, but writing all of the kanji, so I know about maybe 2,000 kanji, what's called the Joyo kanji, which is what you need for basic literacy for all kanji, all of it, what you use 2,000 lot of kanji, but there are maybe 50,000 of these kanji. It's weird, right? When you read a novel in Japanese, you'll often have above the kanji, so above this Chinese character, another few characters that tell you how to bring that kanji up to some like 10 or 15 different ways of saying that one kanji. And imagine that. So you look at it, you don't know how, you have no idea how it's said. Like that's even more complex than Chinese. In Chinese, you get one mapping, one kanji, one Chinese character to one sound. In Japanese, you can't do that. So you have kind of Chinese readings and they have Japanese reading on your kunyo. So it's such a difficult language. I never struggled with something as much as I but Japanese really.
Being able to translate it, having to translate all of that and communicate with people in the field that you're in has got to be like level of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean I couldn't lecture in Japanese. Certainly not neuroscience. I can converse on the scientific speaking.
Sushi's good too.
Sushi, of course. I don't eat sushi anywhere else.
You don't? Oh no, you don't eat anywhere else.
Yeah, they had it in Palm Springs, just up in Palm Springs.
Oh god, it's awful. In California,
Yeah,
sushi's terrible.
eating sushi in the middle of the desert. Great.
It could be dolphin. They eat dolphin. A lot of dolphin. I heard they used to feed. They used to feed like pack to schools with dolphin meat. Feed dolphin meat in Japan. Have you seen the movie The Cove?
No, I've seen that's incredible. Yeah. I mean, I think Japanese people would be as shocked to hear most Japanese people certainly not considered dolphin edible.
Right. Yeah. But I don't think they knew about it. Like they were slaughtering all those dolphins and just trying to find those like diamonds in the rough so they could sell them to SeaWorld. And then they ended up with all this dolphin meat, which is super bad for human beings and super toxic. What's in it? But they're
Mercury, Berkeley.
it's mercury. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy. That movie was scary. So what were we talking about? So you moved to Okinawa originally?
Yeah.
When you were how old?
35. Give my age away here.
How old are you now? You look young.
Thank you for hosting.
I would say you're like 40.
Pretty close.
We'll leave it that. A little bit north.
A little bit. So stuck in. A little bit.
So, do you think, by the way, do you think you'll stay in Japan? You want to live there forever?
I have no intention of moving back to the UK. I've built my life there now. I feel at home there, so I'm a permanent resident. Right to remain such a permanent
transition from the wet lab stuff, occasional stuff, and you study like you want to get a better understanding of the entire human brain and how it relates to different chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to be able to understand why. I mean, it's one thing to know that DMT or LSD binds to these particular subtypes of serotonin receptor. It's another thing to event going on at this subcellular level is causing these dramatic changes in consciousness. So that making that connection, that being able to form that narrative to a satisfactory extent in my own head, how that worked, has been something I've been working on for a number of years, and is the basis of my latest book, Reality Switch Technologies. I've put together, if you like, everything that I've been thinking of, researching, studying over the last decade or so to form a coherent narrative, how the psychedelic that's the aim to achieve this.
You wanted to find out exactly how psychedelics work.
Yeah.
And you described this, I believe, a little bit in Hamilton's podcast, but correct me if I'm messing this up. But from what I understood, there is a cortical column where neurons travel through, and basically there's error signals. So like if I'm walking down the street and I see the trees and the road and the cars going by, there's no error signals, so I don't have to process that. But when you take psychedelics, something fundamentally changes and you start getting all these errors.
That's pretty good. So going back to what I said before, your brain is constructing this model. It's a pattern of neural information. It is these cortical columns. So the cortex is constructed as like a 3D mosaic of these columns, right? They are cylindrical. They're all stacked aside. Looking at your cortex from above, you would see like little circles or something like that, all packed together. And each column is responsible for, it's basically the fundamental computational unit of the cortex is responsible for representing a basic feature of the world. And so you can think of it like pixels in a way. That might be a little bit misleading, but you can imagine an image is formed from lots of pixels. So imagine your entire world is constructed as this mosaic of a pattern of cortical column action, basically. And this pattern of activation is changing your experience of moving through the world is this constant stream, this constant flow of activation. Makes sense. Yeah. So what's happening when you take a psychedelic? Well, actually, let's go back to, you mentioned error signals. So your brain has this model, right? Your brain's model is kind of like its best guess, its best hypothesis about what's going on in the world. So it uses, the brain doesn't know this model is true. It doesn't care. There's no knowing the truth of the model. All it knows is, does this model work? Does this model allow me to predict the flow of sensory information? Right? The sensory information is always entering the brain. The brain is trying to make prediction of what's going to happen next. This model is working to predict the pattern of information that is coming next. So, to make this a bit clearer, imagine you've got a pool ball rolling along a pool table at a constant speed, right? So your brain constructs this model of this ball on this pool table, right? And so because the ball is moving at a constant speed, the brain knows that it has a model of the movement, the trajectory of this pool ball. Your brain knows that the ball is here in this position now. If the model is correct, you should be able to predict the information sensory information coming from the ball in the next one. Your brain has this model. It
doesn't need to know, actually, anything of really, doesn't need to know anything new. There's nothing surprising happening here. The ball is just moving. Yeah? And so when the brain receives that information from the ball that's moving constantly, it says, okay, this model is working. I don't need that sensory information. And it extinguishes it. It filters it out. Doesn't need it. The model is working. Does that make sense? Yeah, frowning a little bit.
No, I'm just thinking, yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So, so the brain doesn't. Processing sensory information is expensive. It has to be through these neurons and communicate. And there's a lot of energy expenditure in processing information. It also disrupts cortical activity. The brain tries to filter out and not use sensory information as much as it can. So as long as the model is working, your brain is making these predictions all the time. You don't know it. Your brain is making these predictions live. The prediction is correct. Nothing happens. You don't process that sensory information. It's filtered out. But something surprising the brain didn't predict. It makes a prediction about sensory information. That prediction turns out to be wrong. The little ball suddenly
Takes a right turn.
Takes a right turn, right? That's startling. And your brain then generates this prediction connect between the prediction and the actual sensory information. Okay, yeah, this creates an error. So if the prediction matches the sensory information, there's no error. If the prediction is different to the sensory information, there's an error. Like a gap, the difference between them. This prediction error is then processed, sent up into the higher levels of the cortex, and it's used to update the model because the model's not working anymore. It must be wrong. And so then only these error signals need to be used to update this working model. And this is much more efficient than trying to absorb all of this sensory information. Most of it you know about anyway.
So what is the error? What does the error look like?
The error is just like anything else in the cortex. It's a pattern of information in the form of action potentially. It's electrochemical signals being passed up through into the brain.
So is it like learning? So learning would be an error?
Yes, I mean there's learning. Well, there are many types of learning. By the time your brain is updating its model, I prefer to think of it as a model update, which you can think of learning.
So I'm like learning to play chess for the first time. Would it just be a ton of errors? Or if I'm learning to play do any sport that I've never done before?
Yeah, that's probably a better example.
Sport, right?
That's probably a better example. Yeah, you're learning. When your brain is faced with a novel situation you haven't seen before, it doesn't have a very good model of it, then you're going to get a lot more prediction errors. But as the brain refines its model, those prediction errors start to go down. Yeah. A good example. When I was but as I walked around, so at that point, like let's think what's going on. My brain has seen this sensory information, received the sensory information, and it says, okay, there's a police officer there, and they're literally police officer in my world model. That's the important point. My brain constructed a model of this police officer based upon what it knows about the world. Now, as I walked around, so the brain is then predicting, as I walk around the police officer, I should see his face going to profile. The brain is predicting what it's going to look like, sensory information it should receive. Right. But what was it? It was a big photograph, black photograph of a police officer that had been put in the window. It wasn't actually an officer. So as I'm walking around, where I should see the face coming to profile, that didn't work. There were error signals. The model was failing. Then my brain said, oh, this model is wrong. And I suddenly realized just a photograph. It's there to kind of discourage you from stealing. Right. So that's kind of how your brain is doing that all the time. It's trying to building this model of everything in the world and trying to. It's only when it fails in the prediction that it generates these errors to update its model. Have you seen the hollow face illusion? No. This illusion, people can Google it. It's very famous. It's a Q Michael. There we go. It's like it's a picture of a mask, and it just a normal mask, three-dimensional.
Yes, I think I've seen that.
As it grows, so what's happening here is your brain is seeing this sensory information. It goes, this is the face. The brain knows how to build models of faces, so it constructs a model of. There we go.
That's it.
Yeah,
I've seen a different one. I've seen like a statue or something.
Okay. So if
oh wow.
Right. So what's happening here? When your brain sees the mask from the back, it doesn't. It assumes it's a normal face. It doesn't. The brain is not used to constructing kind of hollow
reverse images.
Right. Yeah. Concave faces like that. So your brain constructs a normal three-dimensional face, and you see it exactly as you would a normal. But as the mask rotates, the prediction, so the concave side of the mask, that's the moment your brain has updated its model. It changed its model from convex regular normal face, which is the default, to alternate model, right? So that's what your brain is doing. It's constantly testing. It's a cycle of model testing. That's the role of sensory information. So you don't actually need, as long as your model is working well, you don't really need much sensory information. And what's interesting about psychedelics, what they do is when they bind to this subset of serotonin receptors, the receptor called the 5-HT2A receptor, they stimulate these neurons that are important in maintaining the integrity of this world model. Right, so I spoke about these cortical columns earlier, right, in generating these predictions of the model. Your model is constantly making predictions, right? You said the pyramidal cells in other cortical columns. So overall, this world model that your brain is constructing breaks down. It starts to lose its structural integrity. It becomes more fluid, more dynamic. So as a your world is stable, predictable world. It's very, very unstable. Dynamic. This has interesting consequences because am I making so from your subjective perspective, what happens is the world becomes, colors become brighter, everything becomes richer. You're literally receiving more information from the environment in the presence of a psychedelic molecule like LSD. Now, that is kind of cool. receiving all of these extra error signals. Now, the error signals are used to update them. So the fact that they're receiving all these error signals, the model isn't working anymore, which is we need to update the model. But no matter how much the updates is to reduce these error signals, the model just is lost its kind of its structural integrity. And constantly tries to update its model from your perspective. The identity of objects changes before the eyes. That's what's happening. So you look at something and its identity will change. Yes, you will look at a microphone and it will become a cat or something. Or you will look at the pebble driveway and it becomes this glistening bed of gleaming jewels. Then it turns into the back of this huge, beautiful snake. Kind of that experience, which is quite common with psychedelics, can be explained just by looking at this simple interaction between this molecule and this receptor and working it through the effect on the model, the effect on the brain's ability to predict, make predictions based upon its model, loss of integrity of the model, failing predictions, increased prediction errors, greater model updates. So that's the leveling I've been trying to reach over these years, is trying to make the connection, multi-level connection between effects on receptors and why people have certain subjective effects. But that doesn't explain DMT,
That does not explain the
quite, right?
So what you just described, it sounds like right now the brain structure, the way it works, the way these quote-unquote columns interpret the world and basically funnel it to us, to what we experience, it seems like it's crystallized. Got it? Am I kind of like getting this right? It seems like it's crystallized in a certain way, and when you introduce the psychedelics, what it does is sort of like melts that and makes it more plastic.
Got it. That's perfect, right? That's a perfect way of describing it. So it's sometimes referred to as a hot state of the cortex. I think of it, imagine like a piece of glass that's very, very rigid, very hard. You can't manipulate it, right? Heat that glass up and it bends to your will. Right? It becomes hot, of course, and it becomes more fluid, more flexible. You can bend it. That's kind of the state that your brain is in under the influence of psychedelics. And from that, we can explain why psychedelics are useful clinically. Because let's imagine that somebody is deeply depressed. What's going on there? Well, they have certain embedded neural activation patterns, right, in their brain. The brain is rigid, but it's producing certain patterns that are negative. You know, you're ruminating about how fucking awful your life is, whether it's worth living, and that becomes entrained in a certain sense. It becomes rigidified, and you can't shake it off. People say, can't you snap out of it? No, can't, because your brain is always to some degree flexible, but you can certainly entrain these connections in the brain, and it becomes over time, it becomes rigidified. You can't get out of it. So when you take a psychedelic, the whole brain becomes much more fluid. With a hammer. Well, that's a bit extreme. But yeah. You're heating up, not literally heating up the brain, but you are creating this so-called hot state in which the brain is much more fluid. You can start to break down these rigidified patterns of connections and explore novel states. You can explore states outside of that. You can generate much more positive states or positive patterns of neural activity. And then as you come out of the psychedelic state, the idea is that if your brain cools down way back into a more positive state. So that's that.
Right, but like for things like depression, right? Like for psychedelic treatment of depression, you don't necessarily know that their experience is going to be positive, right? So like with some of these therapies, are people sort of guiding their trip, or like sort of like pushing them in the right direction to make sure it's positive, to make sure they break this depressive loop, or are they just taking it and taking the psychedelics and hoping for the best?
Well, so normally you do have, well, I mean, it's like if you heat a piece of glass, you need a skilled glass blower,
Right.
to get the shape that you want. If you're not skilled, then you end up shit.
Yeah.
Right? So it's kind of important. I mean, people do find benefit sometimes, but I can't recommend it. Just thinking, a bunch of mushrooms going on a hilltop, just exploring themselves more deeply, being able to access, normally latent memories or things like this, and that often is very beneficial. But sure, in a clinical setting, you won't just have a tripper, patient, so to speak, but also somebody who is going to direct their thought process, direct their conscience into the positive message.
Right. Sure. Yeah, that seems like it's got to be something that only comes with experience, to where you can do it, kind of like actually sort of. Like, is that possible? Can you do this? Like get into like one of these states and actually feel it and sort of like become part of it? Because I know, at least in my experience, it's always something that like I'm fucking white knuckling the chair and like, oh God, get me out of this. But for someone who's doing some sort of therapy to cure their depression or PTSD or something like that, they're brand new to it, and it's going to be terrifying, and they're going to want it as a natural instinct.
So what way of thinking about this is related to DMT. Get to that a little bit later. The brain is more susceptible to, or the cortex is more susceptible because it's in a, but also memories, for example. Right? The way you've seen the world before and how you remember the world before is important. For how you're seeing what a cat looks like. Yeah, you don't have to kind of build the model of the cat separately. It's useful to know if you met somebody and the last time you had they were a total dick to you, right? And you have arguments. When you see that person, instant response is going to be, I'm going to avoid this person, right? Almost subconscious thing, right? Because your brain has this memory and it sees that.
You don't even think. You don't see their face.
You see their face, fuck that, I'm out of here, right? But that is the memory. The memory trace of this individual, emotions associated with it, are also flowing up into your world, that's happening all the time. But again, that is kept under control. You don't want your brain being flooded by memories when you're trying to navigate the world in comfort. You don't want to be, and that's quite difficult sometimes, you don't want to be thinking about, I think when something really, you said something to somebody that you regret, and maybe you're driving and you can't stop thinking about it. I wish I had said it intrudes. You can't fucking concentrate. This kind of intruding into your world. That can happen. So your brain's world model is not only trying to restraining the flow of information from outside, it's also trying to constrain the information coming from these lower subcortical brain structures. An area called the hippocampus, which is important in memory. It's stopping the your cortex needs to help, to inform the current model of the world. What you see in psychedelics, and this has been seen for so many decades, is that under the influence of high dose LSD, for example, people get flooded with past memories. It's really hearing experiences in the past. So you can imagine, right, and why is that happening? Well, it's happening because your world model is losing control of the flow of information from the senses, but also losing control of the flow of information from the lower subcortical structures, including the hippocampus, that's responsible for memories, right? So we kind of understand why that's happening. And you can also imagine why that might be helpful. If someone had a particularly traumatic experience in their past, which is still, they're not able to process and make sense of, they're pushing it down deeper and deeper, they're preventing it from making its way into the cortex, into the current experience of the world. So they're unable to process. What psychedelics can do is allow that kind of release. I guess psychoanalysts repress memories, repress traumatic memories, releasing them up into the cortex so they can be dealt with. But that in itself can be very tricky. This is why you need someone really experienced when you're doing this. So if you sort of from something like post-traumatic stress disorder, you might be repressing memories of the and so but they need to be dealt with. You need to do they really, what is the downside of them being just keep repressed? What is the actual effect of having these traumatic memories that you just don't think about it? Yeah, I mean, kind of repressed doesn't mean they're not having an effect, and certainly they're always connected to emotion. And emotions also sort to how we view the world. That we emotionally respond to things. So that's our value system. We're constantly judging. How we respond to them depends on how we feel. Always that's happening. And if you have pressed memories, then on the way you're interacting in the world in quite negative ways. And so you have to kind of bring them up and process them properly and form more adaptive or more positive construction of these models of these and memories. So it is useful, I think, to do to kind of release these repressed memories. So it should always be done according to somebody's experience. Wow. Talking about having the locked, deep buried memory. That happened to me the other day. I was walking down the street and one of my neighbors had their garage door open. They must have been doing the laundry. And I got this pungent smell. It was a good smell. But there was this smell that I haven't smelled in brought me and it put me right back in the last situation. I was this girl's house during high school. I was like hanging out in her bedroom, and I remember specifically being there because that smell was always in her bedroom, and it literally shot me back into that part of my life. And it was so weird, and I kept wanting to go back because I would forget about it, it just went away, or I would have trouble recollecting it again. So I'd walk back past it, and it would shoot me right back into that memory.
strange.
Yeah, smell is it's so evolved. Smell perfume X like a long time ago. Right, we're talking maybe 25 years ago when I was with this individual. I haven't seen them, more than 2 decades, and yeah, when I smell that, like instantly, it's associated with that. Right, one person in all the
Yeah, it's so weird too because like you sit in my brain, my hard drive's full because all the stuff I do and like I don't have room for any more memories.
yeah.
But like that, the fact that that memory came up from that smell was just mind blowing. Like I haven't thought about that smell in over 20 years.
Yeah. I mean, smells do elicit very strong, can elicit very strong kind of emotional response, of course,
But it's not with like sight or like noises so much. Maybe a little bit.
No, well, smell directs to very deep centers of the brain. I mean, you can imagine if you smell like putrefying flesh, the response to that for a month. Yeah. It's like instantaneous and it's recoil. Your response here, this is appalling. This sense of disgust is so important in our for us to survive. You have to recognize rotten food. If you make mistakenly rotten food, then you can die. And the same with positive scents, nothing that smell nice, right? These kind of scents. So this is why we have this scent, these hardwired deep areas of the brain, and can elicit emotions, and emotions, of course, are hiding in memories. So you can imagine you're setting off, you're triggering this emotional and memory circuitry with certain smells, and that's like when you smell something that was emotionally charged to you, right? So you're not getting, you don't get this effect if you went to, I don't know, something kind of mundane that was not particularly important to you, 20 years ago, and it's had a characteristic smell. When you smell that, probably nothing will happen. You go, oh my god, that smelled like that studio that I went in 5 years ago, right? But if you, as I said, with somewhere in I think you will know how to respond. So often you will avoid that dark alley for the rest of your life. And every time you go down accidentally, your brain is going, oh, no. Yeah, it recognizes this space. It's not psychic abilities, it's the brain. And if there was a particular smell associated,
Whenever that happens to me, it's like I want to talk about it to everyone. Like, yeah, have you ever experienced this? It's such a rare thing that modern humans encounter.
exactly. Well, we don't rely so much on smell anymore. I guess that's why the other animals might be very different to them. They would use that circuitry sometimes when the smell is connected to something quite emotional, that memory, that circuitry is laid down, right, and will remain there for a long time. It could be decades. Also, this is kind of interesting. When I was young, just a little kid, maybe 8, I had 2 twin brothers, not my twins, they were twins, younger than me. They got really sick. I used to fucking love jelly. You would call it jello.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like seriously, I used to, whenever I went to my grandma's, fucking cheap, right? It's cheap, but I absolutely loved it. And anyway, I came home one evening. My little brothers, they had the flu. They were really sick. And my mum said, "Oh, I made this bowl of jelly for you." I went down to the kitchen, quaffed down this big bowl of jelly. The next morning, I caught the flu. I became sick.
Is the smell?
It's simply because your brain associates emotion. Your brain associates, so not just emotion here, but if you eat a certain type of food and you become sick, your brain makes the connection. This food made me sick. Do not eat this food ever again. Yeah? Yep. Again, this goes deep into our evolutionary history. Very important. If you make a mistake eating bad food, don't do it again. Yeah?
It's the same thing with when I go to a restaurant and get food poisoning.
Right.
Same thing. I will never go to that restaurant.
There you go.
I've been to Burger King since I got food poisoning in like 20
There you go. Right. So sometimes that connection is erroneous. But Jello is ill, but the brain doesn't know the difference. So it's better to have a false positive in a sense,
Yes.
than a false negative. So after that, now I can eat it a little bit, but I don't have any desire to eat it. But since then, I went from absolutely fucking loving this delicious sweet jelly to being repulsed by it. Wow, yeah, it's powerful. The emotions and the way the brain works. There are some really deep, old mechanisms that are designed to keep alive, and they still function, even though in this case it destroyed the love of my life at the time.
It's okay. It probably made you healthier.
Yeah.
Now, isn't there like, I know the stories of like Jolly West, Sidney Gottlieb, and the MK Ultra stuff, and the Charles Manson stuff, where they were studying basically how to make people became more suggestible when they were under the influence of psychedelics, and they were able to manipulate them in different ways.
Yeah.
Is this using this same process you're talking about, where it kind of like softens the whole world structure of the human brain?
Got it. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same, presumably. Anyway, it's the same process going on. You have this highly manipulatable, there's such a word, brain in many ways, and it could be information driven throughout the organization, in the sense of information from the environment, but it could also be ideas that's going into the brain, and they can reorganize, if you like, neural activity. So the brain becomes globally or more broadly susceptible to inputs. That would explain that.
Yeah, so there's that story that from what I think Jolly West was involved with the elephant. Are you familiar with that one? No, Jolly. You'd have to look it up. Look up Jolly West. He killed an elephant with LSD, I think. He gave an elephant an enormous amount of LSD, and something happened. And he did all these experiments. But this one was he was proud of this one. I read about it in Tom O'Neill's book Chaos, where he basically, are you familiar with that book? Tom O'Neill, he was an investigative reporter who was tasked to write an article for, I think it was the 20th anniversary of the Manson murders, and it ended up being a 20-year story he did, and he basically got sued by the publication publications that he was hired by, when he refused to stop reporting on it because he just kept finding all these holes in the case, these gaping holes. And he eventually got connected to this clinic in Haight-Ashbury, where it was a CIA-funded clinic where they were giving people LSD and amphetamines. And there was these research papers where these two guys were doing giving these hippies LSD and giving them amphetamines, and like studying all this stuff. And Jolly West was connected to this clinic, and Jolly West was the guy who did that experiment on there it is, the LSD-related death of the elephant. Wow. One of the more unusual incidents in West's career took place in August 1962. He and two co-workers attempted to investigate the phenomenon of, what does that say? Muscle in elephants? I can't read it. Moose elephants by doing Tusco. A bull elephant at the Lincoln Park Zoo in Oklahoma City with LSD. They expected that the drug would trigger a state of similar, what is that word, Michael? Must. M-U-S-T-H. Instead, the animal began to have seizures for 5 minutes after the LSD was administered. Beginning 20 minutes later, West and his colleagues administered the antipsychotic hydrochloride. They injected of 2,800 milligrams over 11 minutes. The large promazine dose was not effective and may have contributed to the animal's death. It died an hour and 40 minutes after LSD was given. But yeah, so he's being interviewed by Tom in his book for Charles Manson, and he's like bragging about how he killed that elephant with LSD, and he was just fascinated to live in dormitories with students, and like they would all be doing LSD, and like they're a part of this crazy new movement. It was in the 60s. He was a wild character, but I don't know where I was going with that, but like suggestibility. Yeah, the suggestibility part of it, like Manson and his followers, and then like he was this just wild kid of talk, and when you give, and he was giving his followers LSD, and he wasn't necessarily taking it himself, and not as profound as I imagined it was. Right. We get some. Yeah.
But if you have someone reinforcing this state, whatever message they want to imprint, I imagine this can be quite effective as a tool of so-called mind control.
Yeah. And what about, I'm curious too, because they were doing amphetamine studies. Are you familiar with amphetamine?
I mean, so this might have been the same study. I mean, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
He was also given, he was in a clinical trial that was probably around the same. He was given a mixture, he was given SD, and he was also given alpha-methyltryptamine, IT-290 at the time. It was described as a super amphetamine, but it wasn't actually it wasn't actually an amphetamine, different kind of molecule. But yeah, so I mean, amphetamine, they work completely differently to the psychedelic. They release adrenaline and dopamine, particularly into certain areas of the cortex. So so you have these. So when dopamine is released, it's kind of taken back up, it's kind of vacuumed back up into the neurons, released from the neurons, and then vacuumed back up through these special transport to terminate its action, which basically allows the brain to control the levels of dopamine interactive. What amphetamine does is it's these channels, these pump you feel fucking good. You know, the noradrenaline effect, same effect on neuroadrenaline as well, causes neurostimulatory effect. Dopamine causes euphoria. So you can imagine, right? You have this combination. I'm kind of semi-speculating here, which is loosening up and making your brain more suggestible. Yeah, you're receiving these messages. You're feeling fucking great. It's telling your brain this message is fantastic. Like you just found the most delicious food or something, right?
Right.
You know, this flood of dopamine. You're feeling great. So you can imagine, like, you would get this association perhaps between this message, which is becoming imprinted in the brain, and this sense of euphoria and elation and stimulation. It's like, oh my God, this is it. This is the message. This is God speaking to me. You know, you can imagine that kind of happening with yeah. So that might explain it.
That's what Hamilton described on his podcast. He described a situation where he was going to a shoot, he had to take an Adderall, basically because he was flying across the world, and then he took, to like help himself go to sleep, took some sort of psychedelic, I forget what it was. Gavoxidol. And he said he had the craziest trip of his life.
Yeah, so that's not a psychedelic. You shouldn't have psychedelic. It's completely different mechanism. It works by completely different receptors. But in high doses, apparently, it was news to me at the time, for ways actually you can reach these different telic effects in the brain. It doesn't have to be relation of these 5-HT2A. You have molecules of salvinorin from Salvia divinorum. They also can have effects that are reality tearing effects that can really take you to it. But they work completely differently. It's a remarkable molecule. This salvinorin is isolated from this single, very rare plant in the wild that grows in these cloud forests in southern Mexico. The only produces these, the only plant in the world that produces this particular molecule that looks nothing like the classic psychedelic. It's a completely different mechanism. No, its discoverer, Daniel Siebert. So this Salvia divinorum has been used traditionally for a long time, and normally it's there are a number of ways to consume it. But often you would take the leaves, you would roll gar and just chew them gradually over quite a line, and this salvinorin molecule is absorbed into your bloodstream. It generates this psychedelic effect. But we didn't know until I think it was the early 90s was of this molecule. And Daniel Siebert, who's kind of a salvia aficionado, he's the man when it comes to psychedelics. He made this extract of Salvia divinorum, a very pure extract, it turns out. We didn't know this at the time. It was like 80% pure salvinorin. And he smoked just a small amount, a couple of milligrams, what seemed to be a small amount. And he was instantaneously catapulted. He was taken out of his body. He found himself in these impossibly strange worlds. His reality was torn apart, obliterated in a second. It was a horrifying experience for him, but he developed, he discovered the psychedelic essence of Salvia divinorum, so in many ways he was elated.
What else did he say about that world?
Well, he describes it. You can find it on the internet. I forget the details, but so the thing about salvia is, or salvinorin, particularly the isolated molecule, is that it's very different to DMT. It takes you to, like DMT, in high doses, it takes you to incredibly strange worlds with very strange kind of geometry, populated world filled with intelligent beings, often more malevolent. There seems to be a greater propensity for negative experiences with salvia. Most people don't Salvinorin never repeat their experience. Some do. Some kind of psychonaut head cases. They really kind of get into it. But he found himself being propelled through many different types of worlds, over about 15 minutes, possibly bizarre worlds, until finally he kind of came back. What's kind of, I think, quite frightening about deep Salvinorin states is what I call existential absoluteness. Once you're in that space is all that's ever existed. Any memory, any connection to your humanness in this world is gone. It's completely gone. You've no memory of it. You've no memory of ever taking a drug. Nothing has been brought with you. You're in this space, and you've always been in this space, and you will always be in this space. And to me, that thought is horrifying. Not having a thread back to reality, back to, or should I say, not having the waking world in your existentially absolute space that is not necessarily a nice space. It's not like everything. What would you say is happening?
The church what's happening now.
Okay, so
your business in a great year starts with great, making great hires. On ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/church. That's ZipRecruiter.com/church. ZipRecruiter.com/church.
Very important, but relatively
The show's
small
also brought to you by
part
Lyft.
of the colostrum.
Go to Lyft.com. Lyft is where drivers can make up to $35 an hour.
Like a milk.
And getting started is just a tap away. Sign up today at Lyft.com/Joe.
Same word.
Sign up today to drive for
And the
Joe.
colostrum is, well, we don't fully understand the colostrum. There's still that conference debate. Colostrum. That's that, yeah. We've known about it for a long time, but don't really understand it completely. But it seems to be
It's all over 2007. The restraining orders
it's
over.
your
Kicking this wheel with deal fly.
strength. Constantly sending out inhibitors, keeping the brain in control.
Jiggly.
That's what it's doing all the time. It's like
Blast the fucking speakers. I want the speakers
orchestra.
to blow up.
It's
I want to see some
telling
all blow
conducting
up.
orchestra, it's controlling which instruments are sounding. Quiet, which ones seem to be loud. It's controlling the flow of music from tone to note. Now imagine a colostrum doing that thing, but with your world model being constructed by your cortex. It's telling which parts of the brain are quiet, which ones need to become activated, quieting down so other parts can become
I hope
active.
this is a happy year.
Constantly
Be healthy.
maintaining control over
Being healthy.
the
You can't get your dicks
flow
up.
of
You
cortical
cannot make
states.
it key this year. Seven, you can't up your
Yeah.
dick. So, my number one, one of my favorite
What
people
happens
is fucking
when
City.
you consume
It's on the show
salmonella?
tonight.
Salmonella binds to
My
a
little
type of
fucking Jewish
receptor.
nephew already started the new year off.
The same
Puking
family
the
of
edibles
receptors
tonight.
that
I don't know what happened. You know what happened. You know what happened.
but
What happened. Fucking little
they inhibit
First of all,
the
I don't want to hear a
neurons
story.
which it's like a release
Going on the
mechanism, whereas the
fucking
classic
wire.
psychedelics
That was
stimulate the
something that I
brain
thought all
directly.
about tonight.
Yeah,
You need to
stimulate receptors. Salvinorin is a curve conductor.
That's why. This is
Deploying
why.
this release mechanism releases the
Of course I
cortex
do. What do you mean you don't
The Tito Cam do magician tricks like
No, I
that.
didn't. I never do it.
I used to have to watch
control
him.
of
He would put
my
things at you.
colostrum.
Yeah, you got those fingers. They move real. Best
so there's no string back to our current reality. Has anybody ever put their stuff in, like with depression or reliving suppressed traumatic memories to break them out? So like it seems like this is all very much connected to plasticity, like neuroplasticity. Has anyone ever utilized any of this stuff to like learn new things? Like to, for example, learning Japanese for the first time, which is essentially sort of like loosen up the cortical columns in those neurons and introduce something new or like a new way of looking at the world. Relearn or retrain your mind in some way. Yeah. Sometimes the P, the rigidity, this, because these very strict models that we construct, ways of thinking about things, way become embedded by rigid. That's kind of a good way to approach model of this work in the past. In a specific way, 95% of the time or whatever, that's the real what happens if the problem you can't solve? What do I do now? It's very difficult to get out of that rigid way of approaching things. So then you take something down, you switch that up. It allows your brain to explore more possibilities and have alive and a novel solution to the problem. And that's why I say exercise creativity, getting our own way, trying to be a musician with some kind of LSD suppository, some kind of suppository, progressions, or you can't let yourself go. And I was speaking actually to the airport. Strings or musicians, location, suicide, that was they got that sad, we never even heard that in Germany, that people were doing acid, whatever it was, to talk for a while. So, and what else, dude? And then, but out here, I don't know what happened. I just had a couple of crazy nights, and then I was like, I'm gonna try something different, man. So I just decided I'm gonna stop going. So now I got time.
Say to yourself, this is it. Those nights when you were saying you had a spectacular night. My world, like where I came from, that's a spectacular night. Oh, yeah. And then again, the overflow, the guy who
creativity.
And I just felt like,
otherwise,
to be honest, my place.
Talking to people all the time, all described a lot of these weird encounters with like paranormal encounters where you like have like there was
seeing
one
the shots
where
of
you walked
Times
out to
Square
the woods
and seeing the shots of the club.
dark like evil entity.
Maybe I should have done something a little bit more social, but
The next thing you wake up in bed and it was the next day.
I'd rather rather be in a box
So, like,
than
you
in
know,
a
a lot of
book.
these
Like,
weird
that would feel so
Yeah, I
uncomfortable.
think,
Like a New Year's Eve, like,
so,
club.
yeah, I mean,
Like, that's not me at all. We don't
same
see in
with
the club today, so you don't see people getting fucking molested in the background.
obviously we're getting into really, really
But at least light a
speculative
candle so
territory.
you're like, you do anything.
When we kind of
Oh,
start
yeah,
to
but one
think
thing
about
he's gonna make fun of me. We have a poor
the work
quality
that
beach in this
John
one.
Max did, the experiences of PT, some people say there's no relationship here.
So anyway,
But
we're not kidding.
John Max towards his life,
No, she took me. She
trying
was
to
me.
make sure that the back
This one, and then we just decided to
right, yeah, James Foster, yeah. So
we're gonna sit in someone else's
John
apartment
Mack,
on New Year's Eve down Long
he
Beach. We'll
started
have a
to
nicer
think
apartment up here.
that he's
What the fuck?
It's a horror show. I tried.
was a
It
very
sounds like the Notebook from
psychiatrist that
It sounds like the Notebook for two people.
This was something that
by his analysis,
I thought they were
reporting the
Friday night Americans, right?
they had.
Gives her a stab.
Yeah.
The question is,
Come back,
what was
smoke a
going
joint,
were they
eat a
being
song,
physically
maybe about
lifted
6,
from their beds,
take it to a
carried
nice
and
fucking
shipped
restaurant,
straight
6,
to
7
the
o'clock,
garden,
setting dog.
or was something
So you ready
slightly
by
different?
9:30,
I
you think
think
about the apartment, give it
John
straight.
Mack began to
3 more
believe
stars on one,
from
some
reading
stupid
his writing
that's what he was doing.
that
I
there
get a
was
call from
something
him Thursday at
going on,
1
something
So he went over the way, and I go,
beyond
where?
there was some interaction
I
between
almost shot myself in
being
the fucking
wherever
head.
they are
I know this kid can't be this stupid. And then I
in
met another one
the abductee's mind.
I had to do a
Perhaps
set
they weren't being
last week.
taken from that actually they were manipulating
I had
mirror
2 hours to kill. I
so
said to one of my
like
buddies,
being to the hells
I
of
did a
the
set with
DMT,
that state. So
it's
I told him, I
possible,
said,
yeah.
I went to Chico. That's one of my favorite places.
Just
He goes,
don't know, but I think there closer relationship
I get the sound. It's just whatever sound it's supposed to go to cheese.
and
Small circle, it's always been good. I've been eating
many
there for
people
fucking
consider
years. Wow,
interesting the
that's
area
right.
is
You
just
go
up
there
in
3 times a
the
year, though.
Palm Springs
If I'm
so
lucky,
the
I
last
got 3
couple of
times
days
to
and I was
drive by. I got an hour
there
here.
so
I
you
got
know
lunch.
Jay
I
Allen
planned it. I
kind
go,
of
okay.
course
I got an hour and a half lunch.
yes
We'll
we
go
can
to fucking
coach
Nuts
him
to that.
but that's just so I
I sit
met
next to a guy on the bar, and I see a bartender. He's an old
really
guy.
great guy
Probably start
we
chit-chatting.
became friends
And then now with me as a guy that's in college.
he heard about my
And right away, I gotta ask him. I had asked one of these dudes from there.
very
From college.
pleasantly surprised
And I don't know. I'm not sure.
that there were so
Like,
many
why
people,
hide him?
including
Because I thought he was
her,
sharper than I was. But
no
lately, he's been slipping. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
alien phenomenon to
And I was like,
restricted
wow,
to
Long Beach Thursday had
red
to do
brain
for New Year's.
physical
I
being
can see, like I said,
on the planet.
Friday
But
after
there is
all the
some
traffic is
shall
now
we
here's the
say,
best one.
other
Here's the best one of
dimensional
all.
or transdimensional or
I call him Thursday
choose
night.
your
He
words.
calls
We
me
don't
with
really know
talking.
where the
And the
being is
conversation
coming from or the
goes,
relationship
yeah, we
between
had me and
their reality and our
I
reality.
go, you're not
But
even
it's
a
something,
fucking
he seems to be
like a
something
fucking elliptical. Then you go
non-physical.
to the
He's
elliptical.
become
You
very,
go
very
home,
interested
and now you go down there for 2 more fucking
because
nights
it
with a
does, it reliably grants access
cookies and
to
shit.
what
That's
is often
strange.
described as a
It's a really bad TV in a stranger's apartment. This
extremely
was something that I
intelligent
saw others,
being,
but I don't
exactly
know.
the kind of being we might
Like
imagine
a fucking squad. When they called me Saturday and told me he was coming back, I wanted to tell him that GPS the car to the ocean. For the sound like a beer, take the car out of the fucking beer.
now,
That's how you get no better in your life. You want to win a Long Beach every morning when I woke up since that. Today there was a murder in Long Beach when the guy shot the relationship. He shot the alien every day. And I woke up and that morning, all I was waiting for praying for it to be like Lisa Brown. I went to see Lee fucking shot in the head like
to me that's
Lee got hit
not
by a car.
satisfactory. I don't know why that relationship
I got
exists.
one girl
Why
I don't know what happened. I
should
got
there
it
be
stopped
this
for the red light.
connection here?
The saddest
So I
part
go
is,
back
Who the
to
fuck goes to Long Beach?
I don't know. Lee used to treat himself to a nice night at Chivo at the bar.
advancement
And
of
then
civilization.
years later, he's finally got a
So
girl. I
let's
mean,
take
he was at Chivo that night. He was thinking about me.
I was the best. I had asked, what did they teach you?
Hard
They
to
teach you anything? What the fuck do you have to eat?
I'll be
that
honest.
exists
Okay, this was a
on this earth.
we couldn't fly anywhere. We didn't have enough time, so this is what you chose.
So far,
we actually had a good time though.
most people, when they think about aliens, they think about
But this is what
other
I did want to talk to you guys about.
carbon-based beings that exist like us on a different planet.
It feels like
It's
small, like it
pretty
was the
naive
weirdest
in a way to think like that.
experience.
That's how
Got
we
you touching
have
it.
imagined it for a long time.
Yeah,
Because
well,
that's
the
all we
aquarium,
know.
yeah, but
That's all we know what intelligence looks like. It looks like us. It's difficult to face the decision. But actually, I think that is a grave error that we're making here for a number of reasons. This isn't kind of a fringe or cranky position that I'm taking here. It's many physicists and astrobiologists, philosophers have thought about this. Other intelligence elsewhere. What's the best way to look at this way of making contact? So far, we've been firing electromagnetic pulses for some. I hope we'll get some binary in 25,000 years or something from some other distant star system. But that's kind of a stupid idea. Terence McKenna, what he said, search expect for a radio signal from a distant civilization or something in certain galaxies that have rescue. Take line, we're so limited in our thinking, these advanced intelligence, with these radios. But I think it's even worse. If you think about the progression of intelligent civilization, you have a number of phases. To me, I think that's the three phases. I have what I call pre-technology. More than 100 or so years ago. But we weren't thinking of, really intelligent way. So radio signals, right? So we can kind of forget about civilization on the civilization level of advance. There's no way we could communicate with going to their planet and finding. They don't have the technology either. Then we have us here in this technological phase, and I can see of other intelligences elsewhere, either how we have how we might even transcend our biology. Computational structure, right? That's already an idea. According to people like Davis, which is the level where they can conceive of transcending their biology, becoming post-biological, that's probably only a couple of years right? No longer be physical intelligence. Physical brain body instantiate of civilization posed by it. So that means that you think about all the intelligences elsewhere in the cosmos, the number of intelligences that are within our technological phase. It's a very narrow temporal window, right? Maybe a few hundred years. Once intelligence reaches a technological phase, they're probably going to get a few hundred years of transcending their biology entirely. Yeah. Post-biological. Talk about what I mean by post-biological. But transparent movement communication. Beyond we can see an intelligence that has become post-biological at all. And so focusing our attention on technological beings that are still in physical form is restricting research to probably, I don't want to give a number, but a very small proportion of intelligence in the cosmos.
First time I went to Vegas, dog. Yeah, I just always felt this always still do. Yeah, that's how I felt, man. And I always had an excuse in my head on why I felt insecure. When I was younger, it was that I wasn't good enough and I'm a criminal. These people are.
So there are a number of ways of
These
thinking
people
about the
don't want to hang
advancement
with me.
of
Yeah. And when I got to a certain age, it was I was 12. And then now, like, I just feel like a plain out fucking pervert. Yeah. Like, I don't beat 25, 50-year-old guys.
the progression
Thinking, why is this fucking guy here?
based on how they
No, it's always a gentleman. When he was a little bar, he was a one nobody close to a meal, and he was a one
control
nobody.
all of the
We'll
energy
pay $3 extra just to, you know what I'm saying? We don't want to do good straight up 54, so music was loud. That's what you lose all the joy.
that would be a
If I can't talk to you the way we're talking now, I'm lost. I'm lost, you know?
Yeah, see, that's the same as for me, man. But I would, for some reason, I can't make excuses that make me like
further and further outwards,
less
the larger
than, you
and
know. So
larger
like, oh, it's my
scale
fault I don't fit in here. Instead of just being like,
Thinking
oh,
like
this isn't my
civilization
environment, you know.
control and
Now, why do you
manipulate
feel you
entire galaxies,
I just felt like you said. No, I felt like,
imagine a higher and
you know,
higher
these people were rich, or these people were better than me, or these
quite a
people,
bit. But
you know,
imagine a civilization
you know, I'm kind of
control entire
a
universe,
bit of a miscreant, you know. I grew up on the other side of the tracks, and
create
these
and
people.
destroy
I don't know, like,
universes
that's
at
the thing
will.
I always thought.
We have no idea.
I don't think it comes from I've always been chubby and short. You're like a tall and shaped, good looking
one
dude.
direction.
I look at you and I think there's nothing wrong in his life at all. Like, there's no way he's selfish about anything.
Civilization is progressing. With
That's
not
what
so
I'm guys fucking.
or
I don't know.
if you
What
get
now?
okay, that you feel comfortable in, actually most of our effort is directed
I
at
don't
the
know.
larger scale, but it's smaller.
Yes, yeah, I can go okay, 10, 15, when it gets up to build more than that, sometimes it's just too much. But when the music's loud, I keep going.
Interested in
And that's what I started to feel like, oh,
That's my
but I
fucking.
kept going back, I kept cash on,
make yourself like part
and I got this taxi after this girl gets in with me. I'm back early because I was going to be in gym to work. So no, we and Jim were still together.
we also kind of
And she's in a taxi with
going deeper and deeper.
and she just started talking about the night. She said that she had run a party, but her boyfriend wasn't in the taxi. He stays in taxi, right? That's what she said.
That's what a large hypoclaric collided
Fuck yeah, you know, like,
understanding the
she
fundamental
wants me
structure
to make
of
a real
reality.
course. I make a move, shut
Imagine
down.
deeper and deeper and deeper.
And I don't know if that's what made me feel weird after that or whatever, but the taxi dropped her off after that.
Whatever that is. Once you
And
develop understanding
just me and the run this dude spoke another language, you know. So again, foreign cities on his phone for sure, you know. And I thought he said drugs, dude, and I just said cocaine. That's what I said. And next thing you know, we're in North Harlem.
servers back on the
He
nearest
wants some cocaine for
running
us.
this civilization.
Comes back in the car. We're doing cocaine.
Very human
And then
centric.
he's like, I got a gift for it.
It's not going to be like
You know, and I thought it was
more
going to
likely
be,
to be that
you know, I grew up
the
like a trouble
civilization
player. I thought it would be his
intelligence
dick, you know,
will,
like, you know, that's what I was expecting
instantiate
anyway.
themselves at
And,
the lowest level of reality,
And then a hooker
exploiting the
prostitute knocks on the
fundamental
door, you know.
computational structure of reality.
It's like,
That's
it's in,
where they're
and I think it
going.
was a man,
They're
honestly,
getting
hindsight, shit,
down.
big
They're
sunglasses.
not getting expanding to larger and larger scales, but they're deep down to the fundamental ground of
Yeah, a couple
reality.
tequilas
That's
there.
where they
So now we're partying, we're me and the driver were first party.
scale of reality.
I got so high, I remember getting where the driver. This it's
So
She had a kind of long hair, huge sunglasses covered about 60% of her face.
looking at the development of that.
Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's 20% of
So
his
yeah,
purchase
that's
face.
that.
I would have guessed man
And,
first, right? You know what I'm saying?
You
Like,
get to
look
these,
at
it
his
starts at
face.
type 1 minus.
Or it looked like a woman that just shaved through some of this, you know?
And even there's
So
a
anyway, we're all
civilization for type
getting out together. And the restaurants make you feel out of place. I feel out of place at the backside door. Where's your at? I'm saying you're not in the Bronx. Right, you're not in the Bronx. Yeah, I don't know where I'm from. I want to know when I'm back. What time is all this going down? It's about 3:30. All right, so what time is it? So you walk out the and then, you know what's crazy is he didn't want the lights on the taxi wouldn't go off, and he made like this little paper mache thing and put it over the lights, bro. Like, this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was probably the most romantic fucking cab driver I've ever spent time with. The dude was more romantic in that taxi than it was in your fucking bro. That's a 7 in the car. So, dude, I get out, he comes out after me. He made him $100, right? And I gave him the $100. I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's gonna pay the Uber. She'll go. But then I look back over there a couple minutes later, a minute later, and they're kissing on each other's necks. He's spending my $100 with this hooker. He fucking just got this $100. So your taxi driver blew in the buying him $100? No, the money anyway. Right away, he took the money away. He took the money. They took that money and reinvested it in the man. And look, I respect this, man. Like, you know, I've been through some tough nights. But still, man. I respect women that are out there. They gotta be out there selling their bodies. Against that, you don't want it. You keep saying no. All I know. I used to go to Harvard with my dog. I'd see women out there. It's telephone. Got to pay a dictionary. 4 out of 10 of those chicks, they don't like that in those days. It was, you got to remember out there in Harvard in those days, in the Bronx, it was open fucking around in the 90s. The Russians came. Oh, yeah. I never saw it, but I had friends tell me you go to the Queens, and there'd be 6 Russian blondes with lemon mini skirts. Then you'd get 300 assholes. They were that out.
You don't really know.
And like, they took home was all plugs that rack all over this up here. Yeah, all that, you know, but in those days, even when I was, when I got in trouble with my buddy, Dodger, we were going over there, those others, and those city rats at the house days, it's a certain nerve. Yeah, a lot of people pop out during the day. Time.
Our relationship
This lady Victoria, Miss Victoria in her neighborhood, bro. You can pull up, bro. That's in your fucking window. Like a fucking to go box, you know. You can, if you had somebody driving, you could even have them drive the block. She would just sit in there like a little sign, bro. But so this dude gets Luigi, I give him $100, I get back in the car. They're making out, I'm kind of pissed, dude. I don't want to bring that negative energy back in the car. Right? So I deal with my feelings out in the street for a minute, kind of process through that. Why do you want to bring negative feelings back on? Just because I'm really extremely high, man. I'm under the influence of cocaine. It's almost 4 a.m. And I don't know these people that well. And I still need to get home. But for some reason, at this point, I feel like Luigi is responsible for getting home, right? So I get back in the front seat, right? And they're hooking up in the back, a little blow job, like it's getting ready, it's getting wild, you know. And I want to still do cocaine, you know. So I don't want to interrupt
world.
just like,
You're not going anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere. All that needs to happen is
like the softest little inhale you could do. I was definitely listening hard.
people like
I mean, no, I won't. It smells like cologne.
could have the ability
It smells like fucking
could have the ability to have psychedelic.
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I'm
She
not
smelled
saying
like violence
necessarily.
being tattooed. She was jumping like a man. I mean, I thought she was a man. The face looked like a man's face to me, but she had big
Unlike the other
sunglasses.
psychedelic,
She could have gone with this tall Vietnamese people that kind of look
with
black at night. So we're in there, and now I'm in the car, and I'm trying to quietly do cocaine, dude. Like, just like a fucking, just like a,
organization of the
like just doing it like it in school. It's like kind of bumble away. Why you gotta get fucking? They're back there fucking lucky dudes. Because there's something wrong with me where I sacrifice other people. Like I just feel like I gotta be considerate at all times. I don't want to interrupt.
the organization if that's what that
I guess I don't know, man. It was fucked up, bro.
saying.
So they're partying. At one point, I remember even turning my head back and just talking quietly into the top of the bed.
I'm trying to
Just as quiet as I could be.
we do
And a
take
cop
these
was by, dude.
do take these entities seriously. I think we need to.
I told Luigi I'm scared, bro. I don't give a fuck, dude. This is when I realized that he didn't care about me as much as I cared about him, I guess. And he's like, you
I
drive.
don't think it's
You
easy
drive.
to
And that's when I got in the
explain away
driver's seat.
hallucination
And I drove, man. I drove us.
structures from the collective unconscious.
I drove us about a mile and a half, dude. I don't know where I was.
More
And,
profound going
And
on
then I pulled
here.
over because a
Beings,
voice
they
in my
are-
head, bro.
They have clear intent.
First, a voice in my head
Go
was like,
into
dude,
space,
at
they're
least you're.
waiting for
He
you.
was like, you're out
Get
here,
to
bro. You're
work.
high.
Right.
You know, you're
They get to
doing
work
cocaine.
on you. They're expecting
But at
you.
least you're making
They
money.
welcome
You
you.
know, I was
And
working like I
they
was
have
dead,
an
bro.
agenda. They have an
That's like,
agenda.
dude, my brain's fucked up.
And
It
it
just seemed
seems to
like
be
that.
far
You know, I gotta
more
pay for this.
than
And
your
then my
brain
brain
just
was like, you know, I'm a commercial driver's license.
your brain doesn't really
That's what got me to
inquire.
pull over, dude. That technicality that if a cop stopped me, that I would have.
level
And I pulled over. I got another taxi, got back to my hotel room,
beings that
finished
have
doing
no
my
relationship
cocaine,
to anything.
and I had to be on opiate chip to work that morning.
That we need
It was
to actually
5:30, and it took
consciously.
3
I
showers.
say this as somebody who is
One question. Yeah.
something of a
Are
sober
you here to be trying to get out and get to
I
the
don't just
So I can wait a
not
little
one of
bit
these
of
people
argument
that
at the
says,
end.
oh, it's spiritual or the astral plane. Always avoid that.
And yo, audio, that I don't even know if it's supposed to say it.
Go to the astral plane.
I'm just screaming audio. I say,
How does that work?
you're with this fucking hooker.
So I'm
Who had
looking
the
for
soulless chest I've ever seen, bro.
coherent explanation for what's going on. And I
And I go
haven't
to
found
opiate chip,
it
dude.
in
My other guest for the day is Daryl
the
Strawberry.
orthodox paradigm
And I
of
could
modern
not even
humans.
feel my face, dude. I couldn't even think.
I've read
Uh,
the interpretation,
And
I read
that's
the
when I was like,
explanation
this
to
is
this
bad luck.
it's
You
hallucination.
know, I couldn't even talk or ask a question, dude. I'm just,
They're far too complex.
I
They're far too
couldn't
complex.
feel my face. I couldn't. All my
Just
thoughts was
made
coming out
up
of
by
my
the
neck.
brain. But at the same time, I don't think that we can explain each other by character structures as well. I think
So
there's something
I
completely
sat there for
non-human
3
going on.
hours.
There's no relationship to either modern or ancestral. There's nothing in our evolutionary historical
I
past
just sat there.
that can explain
That's
why
why I
you're
let
seeing
my
these
fucking
type
drug
of
inducer bullshit.
non-human extremely advanced practices. So I think we have to start entertaining the idea
I'm halfway to walk over there and realize I had on
stranger
fucking sweatpants with
fascinating
jeans
also
over.
that Hynek and Morris
It's like a cat
and
out.
Jack Parsons
Make me
talk
can't stay
rocket
overnight.
science. Jack Parsons is like one of the most, I think, Gordon Brown attributed a lot of his discoveries to Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was hanging out with Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard. There you go. And there's like this deep, I never know how to esoteric, esoteric. What would you say? I've said before, but I think it's esoteric. Esoteric or eso? Okay, I say the top 10. I don't know stuff.
And even Jacques Villette, when Diana went to his apartment in San Francisco, she said he had a library full of these esoteric texts. Books on angels, that he gave her all about the history to understand this thing. Yeah, ballet was very interesting. Actually, behind a quote to paraphrase. Ballet said that if this phenomenon turns out to just be extraterrestrials from another planet, for that age group, it seems to be something far, far more than that. But when you just don't have the cognitive toolkit, I can grasp what's going on here, what's the relationship between our, but we don't even know what our fucking reality is really built from. So the idea that we have a full grasp on other worlds or whatever. I mean, the idea of other worlds or parallel universes or other cosmology is pretty standard business. The best way where you get into trouble is making the claim that there is a possibility that there could be some between those worlds and our world. Understand our reality. The idea that we understand what is or isn't possible interaction is our reality, our reality. We haven't got that information. So if you do, if you do beings that are apparently clearly quite aware of the fact that there's we are establishing communication by the brain. It allows them to grant access to their domain, gates the flow of information from the domain to our brain. We don't understand that.
They were saying that he felt uncomfortable there his first time. Do you remember how you felt the first couple times you went there before you became that? I mean, were you freaked out or were you with her already at that point? Since my mom had a dry cleaner relationship with the immune system, yes, and when it comes to John and his book, his abduction book, he's integrated all of these experiences. Take me over west to the city and bring out back my those people are experiencing. They're all talking about experiencing the same things, very, very similar things. Yeah, that's what kind of attracted me when I first read the first 7 years of my life. That's country. I was struck by the fact that this is not just something, not just a collection of experiences. These are experiences that have been reported to my center reactions on 148 psychiatrists. Didn't really want to get involved in the fucking streets. My stepdad shot it in the Santeria party. He escaped around. He wanted to go to the drop the gun on Riverside Drive. Destroying the reputation that situation. So I get the gun. I go back to Jersey. I beat him in those days. I'm not a big drinker, but I'm the type of guy I see. He went into this. Audition tomorrow. Carl Sagan. Carl Sagan. John Maxwell. Carl Sagan said different. So just John, what the fuck do you know about so that's what we have to deal with. People who do have this training. Explaining what things not explain away. They can explain away all the stuff. It's not like I'm that's taken in. I went out with the attention. I got a good, like I was pretty good about it. Towards the end, I wasn't good at all. I would start out before fucking what they reported happened to the
And not only that, you read the book, you was absolutely commonalities that all describing the same kind of process of taken up into these highly technological environment, beings that work in particular what appears to be reproductive agenda that they have, whether they're trying to produce hybrid babies apparently, and after he's meeting their hybrid children, feeling great love for them. It's extremely traumatic, but coherent story. And one abductee could put this experience eventually, you have to say, well, there's something going on. You can't say what it is. You can't say, okay, aliens will land on the front door. That's on the donkey bar. But at the same time, you can't really say they're just incredibly dismissive, I think, disrespectful to John Max's intellect to claim that he misled. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was talking about. Incredibly well-trained psychiatrist. So if he thought there's something strange going on that he can't explain, then I don't know if he was for authority here. But there's something
I hit on an Asian lady recently who was casting director, and she told him, I get back home, and he's like, she said you did a pretty good job, but she said he was hitting on her the whole time. I don't even remember, he's beautiful too.
Yeah, and
This was in
collective consciousness of human beings where what's his name, Chardin philosophy.
Yeah.
If you guys know Chardin, he basically had this philosophy that there were like the biosphere, like living beings create the biosphere of Earth, and then there's the geosphere, which is like Chardin. This here is like thought consciousness, how it's like this extra layer above the biology of us, and then it's like it permeates everywhere, right? It's like it's just its own entity. And I think about that a lot when it comes to like screens and people seeing things like Betty and Barney Hill grew up young. There was this TV program that came out in grade 8. I forget exactly what the show was, but I mean, they described it, and there's always other people describing it, and like the more and more people consciousness, the collective understanding of what this is, and that's what people argue against this, against what people are experiencing. Well, I think about this noosphere, right? Yeah. It's not so far away from what I was saying earlier about what John Barrett would call the type omega. Right, I described advanced civilization that transcended by biology and shaped themselves into constructive reality, and everywhere and nowhere at the same time. That sounds kind of similar. Similar idea. So I don't think it's an excuse to dismiss these things at all, because it suggests that there is indeed what we call it. You might want to call it the collective conscious, but I hate doing that, because a lot of completely EMPs that are self-described, they say, okay, anything we can't explain, any experience that is strange or unusual, we'll just put it into the collective conscious. That's where it can, but it becomes really, really convenient over, especially if you cross things into the collective unconscious, which is often very poorly described or poorly defined anyway. So I need more of a mechanistic brain wasn't being dropped to the earth in our modern reality of environment. Evolved with certain patterns that developed in our ancestral history, some really basic mental ways that we interact with the world. Relationship to your mother, for example. Think about your mother, assuming you have a good relationship, you have a good relationship with your mother, then it evokes certain feelings, there's certain ways of interacting with this figure. Generates a feeling of protection of someone you want to These are basic fundamental reactions wired into our neural architecture. They're deeply embedded in these. And when you some people say the same about interacting with enemies in real life, and how you respond to them, deeply wired emotionally laden what instincts they are kinds of neural structures that have been honed and developed throughout evolution, get to learn. They're very simple models, they're basic models of how we interact with our environment, other individuals in our environment. They're quite rigid, they're very strong, and you don't need to hit the learns when they're there. They're quite simple models, really.
Well, that's a better way now they want everybody to push forward. I remember the first week I went to, I told you guys that before. The first week, this kid Brian St. Pierre went to school, and they've never seen it before, you know, and they thought he was mentally handicapped. They put him in, they made him eat his third lunch, you know, his third lunch is a special lunch when his kids are in there. You know, they make some of their own food and they eat it. You know, make them have a talent. And he was in there, dude, this way, because he'd have like, you know, like kids who really had mental illnesses and, you know, everything, all the DS and everything. And he'd have fucking Brian St. Pierre wearing a Charlotte Hornets all over, dribbling the invisible basketball. Just busting up mental kids. And all that's fine, bro. They'd never seen it. They thought he was mentally handicapped just because he wanted to. You know, play with girls.
Attacks the enemy.
Yeah,
it's embedded. Embedded neural structure, their relationship, the way that they interact is one of fear, one of avoidance. So these are basic models that we're all born with. So imagine that dream right now as a play. They're still very simple models of the world and implications in our environment. They're absolutely critical for our survival. Interaction with your mother, so the early stages of life, that is essential. You die. You don't know how to respond to another. Yeah? You don't know how to respond to snakes. You die. You don't know how to respond to other enemy tribes or whatever, right? So these are important. So it's not surprising then that these take the form of images and there's no images in their consciousness. It's not surprising. They're very simple models. Everyone's got overlap models. The brain is constructed models, recognize models. The most complex model is constructed in the cortex. The model your world. Very adaptive, very flexible, fluid, constantly changing model. When you have simple models, you go deeper into the deepest levels of brain. You have models that allow you to do the blood pressure or your heart rate, so you're breathing with rigid models. Now, they're very simple. They work. They have to work. They fail, you're down. Go up to the brain. Subculture leaders. Also flexible model is based reactions to other humans. Also crazy. Describe people but they're simple. And they'll carry that's collective. This is the collective in my opinion. It's not this mystical domain that is beings are inhabiting control. Universal inheritance. Give rise to certain individuals. So if I ask you, right? Or something, or you get something like different. It would be based on your personal experience. Or if you were to describe a mother, you would have certain basic fundamental characteristics. It would also be colored by your own personal experience. Right? But the model itself is actually very simple. These are the archetypal structures, and that means the basic patterns of neural architecture that you're downstairs, right? It's not around the pictures that are living out their existence. That's not the collective consciousness, in my opinion. It's just a set of universally inherited constructs that come from architecture. We can actually use the collective consciousness to explain why certain types of images, like very simple, low-level, very simple models that explain why people see higher dimensional objects, or why they see extremely advanced civilization existing within this complex space. Makes sense. You're trying to create great complexity from what actually very real serious, man. Doesn't make sense to me that you can explain away these kind of experiences as an archetypal structure. Some people would disagree with me on that, but I'm trying to find an explanation that makes sense to me as a neuroscientist. Appealing to the collective conscious to explain anything that is otherwise inexplicable is difficult. It's a convenient place to drop things you can't explain. Some people have a very basal ganglia. So obviously did something about that going in. No, it didn't. Semi-coherent. Back at the ceiling, but we can't disconnect what we've done about the brain. We don't know everything about it. We do at least know something about the way that the brain is constructed, the way that the brain evolves, the way that the brain is constructed from the very simple level. That was the thing. I was just like, I just don't want to take this is what I'm kind of ending up once in a while. I don't know to allow them to build very complex models. Seeing Daryl Strawberry was a complex model since he was 13 years old. Certainly knows the complexity of the I mean, this dude was eloquent. He has life put together. He's a multi-millionaire now. Deep down, and then he was pushing the documentary 30 for 30. So we have to be careful, I think, about the media lower stuff to explain away. And I know my life isn't their lives, but it made me think, okay, you just got to monitor what's going on. Because honestly, I didn't like to party. I just like to put myself in a crazy situation. You know? That's what I was thinking about the whole time. You're saying that. I don't miss the drugs. I miss the 6 o'clock. I mean, waking up and some girl gives you a highway and drive home. You're like, what the fuck just happened last night? Dude, I was in Louisville one time. I came out of a show. They had a big group in Orlando. They invited me to go after party with them, right? I was like, so we saw with LSD, for example, and I'm like, yes, Cedric, they had a brother nearby, right? But it also caused the release about 60% homeless, right? And they're like, that's your boy. I didn't even talk to this dude, right? I was like, at some point, like, all right, he can come. So I fucking walk over and look him right in the eyes. And I was like, what's the matter with you? He's like, sick. And I was like, all right, dude, I told you to be my friend. You've been on limousine. He's like, I was like, all right, come get in with us. Just act like you're my friend, right? So often, disrupting one part brain. So we go in the limo there, hot chicks, dudes, fucking. Cedric kept saying we're friends. That's what he kept saying out loud. Until we get to his house.
How did you get into this? Did you get funding for this? This is beyond any sort of
scream on your window, but somebody
yeah.
comes
So
around
well,
and
first of all,
said,
did you
just
fund it
stole
yourself?
it.
I don't. Well, I don't
Out of the
personally.
room upstairs. And fucking jumped out a window.
Put back my DMTF
That would have been me, dog.
I don't do
And that was fucking the Cedric, bro.
right. I live in Tokyo. I don't
And that was like,
work
what?
with
And everybody there was like
DMT
crying
and
and pissed.
so let me tell you
And
the
some girl was like
story.
furious because all the tattoo girls were in there. So I remember she got pissed. She was a tough girl.
So
She was like one of those,
clear.
what you want to slide the thing on the ice. She said, curler?
Seriously,
Curler? She was a curler.
It's
And
possible.
but I was, in my head, I was like, this is the best fucking night ever.
The location. I get to
So just shit like that where I just love to put
okay, that's good.
light just impressions, man.
So then,
Oh my God, you never realize another house party ever.
what do we do?
Oh, I blacked out one time here in Hollywood, and that scared me. I woke up in my own bed and I'm like, oh God, I went to bed. I went to bed all fucking
very short.
YouTube, I told her until I was like a teenager.
Last roller coaster phase, the first
And,
breakthrough phase into the
And that was a pretty crazy night.
very strange domain of intelligences. And then suddenly, maybe just a few minutes later, just between 4 or 5 minutes later, you're just as the state is starting to stabilize and you're starting to establish communication with these entities, you're being dragged back out. So it's not conducive to establishing favorable two-way communication with whatever
I used to have them buzz underwear, bro. They put these underwear on you when that urine would hit them, buzzer would go off.
relationship.
This ain't no joke, bro. So I went to my grandparents. My mother didn't tell them that I had it. I'm really hoping it's a real thing. And I said, oh, you told your relationship. I got it all. It's time to get to us.
The relationship between us and them.
So we went there, I got the electric pants on. Tell my grandfather, right? So they had a small house, bro, little house. So it's just like he wakes up middle of the night, dude. You're on fire. I'm on fire, but I wasn't on, bro. Because I had apple juice, man. I'm pissed big on apple juice, dude. I fucking swear out. So I'm in there just buzzing, dude. I didn't know. And he came in straight up. Yeah, what's going on? He comes in, he's scared, bro.
That switch.
He's got a little bitty house. You could not even hear it.
So
And it goes off. And so my grandfather's in there, right? And he's all scared and shit. And
what I call
and he's pushing me with a broomstick. Dude, he thought I was dead. Dude, he didn't know what had happened. It was that
very short.
He's pushing me with a broomstick to wake me up. He was working. He's one of those hard makers. And where he would yell like,
Space.
he thought something was happening. He thought the phone company had fucked up. And that's what couldn't get fucked up.
Journey in that space. Give me more time.
So he thinks I was gonna fucking just laying there buzzing like it's a fucking mystery.
Look at the geometry.
But he died, man. My grandmother ended up
The dynamics of the space. You need more time. So how do we extend the time? Well, sure that
like this.
it doesn't seem to have subject
I
to
forgot about that.
tolerance. Can you expand on subjective tolerance part of it? Yeah, so
This been the bad man. She had me out because I've been.
Rick Strassman
I was sick
was
the
the
past 2
largest
days, man.
study of DMT in humans in
Oh man, I had adult diarrhea, bro. To be honest.
with John with a lot of
Those fucking flights. You're reading fucking Katrina leftovers. Yeah, there's some guys got inspired. Oh, there's some fucking crippled pig pussy down there, bro. And I was eating it by the handful. Fucking around there, that jerk. Oh my god. I'm high on those stories because, like I said,
irrelevant
I ate fucking
authorities
transmission fluid and a couple of these bull things. And I had killed the cookies. I ate the transmission
half of them thought good. One time I never had one. This a couple of years ago. I invited this casting director, right, out to a comedy show. She comes, but the comedy show was the next night. I had the night's roll. So I felt bad, and she was cute. And I was like, well, at least I'll get her dinner. But she came all this way. I didn't want to be like, just so you said like a punk, So I was like, dinner, we're sitting there eating dinner. She gave me a pot cookie. And I got high, man. I never had one. And I didn't know how we knew each other. And it was like a nice restaurant. And I started thinking that this was like my girlfriend. I was like, fuck. And I tried to make a move on about a cat saying, dude. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And she wasn't my girlfriend, man. And anyway, basically, that was it. That was it. But yeah, so interesting. But one thing that you did was to look at the subjective terms of my writing. If you take something like LSD, like say LSD on paper, have your LSD strip. If you take the dose of right, subjective tolerance. Sort of tolerance. Tolerance. This is subjective tolerance. You should measure romantic getaway. I'm not mad at it. It's just a weird. It's just weird. It's just her stuff. That was still the case with DMT. Her stuff was there. He injected some of the DMT. It was just her bad. Like she brings sheets. Using his hallucinogen ratings. It was just. That injection again. I wanted to take them. She's like, no, this is what they do. They make money doing this. This is all they have. Didn't go down. I don't know. But it's an industry. The same. I like hotels. I just said, yeah, man, it's splurge. It's $39 out there and get a fucking he knows all this. No, I've been to hotels. He knows everything. Yeah. 90% all fucking hotels. You should be here. Dean, Delray, they know how to get a hotel. Characteristics. People try to be like, I don't know. To me, this suggests it's cool. It's like you get to be a part of the community. Right on the beach with the nice. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. But like, it was cool. But I'd still rather be in a hotel on the freeway. You could actually just fuse like even though I know into somewhere on those sheets actually maintain a stable brain DMT concentration. And she'd make you nervous. Yeah, I feel like your facts will remain constant. Ever since I've been with him, I just get a look. I've never had skin issues, and now I get styes. This technology is the target control intravenous transfusion. Well established technology that's used for decades in anesthesiology. So anesthesiology wants to put somebody on general anesthetic. What they don't do is subjective anesthetic and then go to sleep. The anesthetic will drive in the brain and into the ball. Sleep on that just mental face down. Face to the side. Face to the side. She just has a face down. I have like a massage table in my bedroom. No, but you develop a pharmacokinetic model. Dude, you're a fucking unreal. Metabolism and distribution. Absorption, the excretion of drug over time. Really quite good. So this is well established technology. We disrespected. We disrespected that. Develop a mathematical model, the same pharmacokinetic model that's been used So I actually have that data. That's the data you need for this pharmacokinetic model. I thought, okay, this is cool. This would be a technology standard for DMT from 2008 to however long
was not good.
an hour,
It was
2
not
hours,
good, but
3
like,
hours,
okay.
an unlimited really amount of time within
But she the activities are very interesting.
So I
Isn't
sent
making a lot of
an
money.
email
So
to
did she have a good time? Oh yeah, we had a good time.
said, hey, we still have this
Dude, that
taking
fucking
back in the
dude, she had a good time. Like,
1915.
that's what counts. Yeah, oh yeah, of course. We had a great time. We have a great time together. It's just
The sky or
that's love.
observation. We had this old Excel file. I faxed
we were one who
after about
some
30
philosophy
minutes.
hotels. But
So we agreed.
now, do you try to act not older on your girlfriend if she's younger? That's one thing I've noticed. I'm not that much off my 2-year-old. That's not bad. That's
I
not
would
weird.
do the modeling.
People should go to a museum
model.
stoned.
Then
It's
we
fun.
would get together, we'd
It's fun.
write the paper.
Have you been to the Queen Mary?
I've been to the nice museum down there, the fucking zoo.
Of course,
Yeah, the aquarium was fun.
not necessarily. My aim was this would allow us to
Really is every day.
intelligence.
Yeah.
It's just not a vacation resort. Like,
And we had the best events I've had.
that's the first thing I said to you. That
we rejected.
make sure you get the Mexican road. Don't get a fucking change.
Simon Rex. Well, down there with chemical. Did you know that Simon Rex? Third day.
Set aside. You say, sorry to interrupt. You said it would be rejected.
No, it's
Who are you aiming? Who is your academic paper you want to publish in a peer review?
you catch yourself.
Okay.
That's, you know,
Those are straight about it.
it might take yeah to get so.
You kind of say things like, intelligence.
It's so good. I feel bad. I know what's
We wanted a mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, I
just straight up.
that'd be some other
So yeah,
grab, you know, I'm trying to party, you
not
know,
boring, but
I'm trying to
very
trail
fine.
into an evening or
we
something.
were
And I'll drop $9 on that. I got
yeah,
it.
then we managed to
When
get
did that start happening? What?
relatively
The Seattle's finally grabbing? Oh,
yeah.
I throw that just because, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And
Michael
this was
Jordan,
just
but if I could have Scott Pippen next to him, bro, I'll do it, you know? There's
basically
no point
say
not having him in the ring with you, you know?
this technology
You know, you don't show you gotta bring
It
a
wasn't
knife
a
to a bun fight, you know what I'm saying?
this hiring.
Oh, you get off, throw
It
it, I'll
wasn't a
take off the bullets
technology
in my butt,
or
dude.
a modeling that was ready to be deployed in humans straight away. We just wanted to show that, hey, he actually has the right pharmacological properties
Oh, yeah,
that
both, and they blow cocaine in each other's butts. I read about that. That's a Colorado
and
thing.
when the paper was published,
They put cocaine in the end of a
brothers
straw,
had a lot of
and then they put the other end into somebody's butt,
decided to build
and they blow it in there.
capability and a lot of kind of
That 25 fucking years ago,
very quick
everybody
data.
know
Absolutely, yeah. And so for that reason, many people still
hepatitis C attached to the
that I
dollar
am
shit.
injecting people with
If I don't have hepatitis C, I ain't got nothing.
that was never the aim.
From all those fucking dollar bills, I snort that shit.
All I wanted to do
I
was
stare
put
at
that
them. Oh my god. What the fuck?
See, I had a sabbatical, man, but I had a sabbatical, so that's where I'm at. But it's chill. I just feel what I feel. I feel.
So
Because I just got a lot on my plate right now, and at least each time I can show up for it, you know. Like every day I know I can do what's required of me, you
this
know.
idea,
And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. My mind, you know, the first thing out of the game, my mind is like, you fag, you know.
by any
Yes, and I'm like,
perfect wasn't ready to go.
like, Jesus Christ, I guess my own brain is an N-word, you know. And it's just like,
So
that
this
stuff
serial
just
team
channelizes me, you know, sometimes. So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like, or if I haven't been drinking or partying, then I'm able to get up and like battle
ready
demons and go at the day head on, you know.
successful. And they
And I got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because I'm
small number of
too busy making new stories to even think about the old.
pilot project.
So now I'm able to look at the old and be like, oh, this could be a good
Pilot
story.
study.
And I can share the story, so I feel like my stand-up got better. You know, I put together a new hour in the past year.
Demonstration that
I'm ready, man.
they can stabilize this TNT.
Where would you shoot
This
this study?
study
This time I would do Chicago or I would do here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends that understand me. You know, that might be delusional. Although I don't think Dallas.
Going mad.
Dallas,
Their
bro.
anxiety levels
They're fucking everything.
take the start of the experience and then settle back.
Yeah, I worked the improv, but I worked the one out in,
Dose level.
yeah, Addison.
Very complicated stage, that heart rate,
I worked
again,
Addison. I was on
same
my
gear, blood pressure,
It's a great club.
they were dealing with it very well. They were experienced
But the whole
used to be.
All people in the street
50 yards away,
hey,
there.
let me infuse
The one I stayed at was really close.
nothing like that. That would be so,
Oh,
but yeah, he was
Literally not even joking. 2.5 minutes.
fired in the mouth.
They said, took you out of this. I was like,
They did take you out for a little while. The first time I went, they had me stand some other place down the street.
I got drugged down there. Some shit, fuck that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Several dose levels.
I'll do that shit,
like
man.
experience.
But yeah, man, that's so crazy when you remember one night,
Same kind of
body
level.
slamming a bunch of
Brain
hookers
concentration
dressed up like a
down by
fucking
taking proper DMT. Serious.
Last time I saw you, you got out one night. And you were
Now, what are
gagged
they
up
doing
and you
with
called
these
me,
people?
checking this
Why
and
are
you're
they
all
using
checking.
DMT?
Oh yeah,
What are they
some lady
doing
had a
specifically to measure stuff? Like, are they literally? Is there someone sitting on a chair next to them, talking to them, and asking them to talk about stuff? Are the people that are under the DMT that are getting infused? Are they writing down notes? What are they doing? Not at this stage. So this was really
yeah,
a
the hookers and stuff were
psychedelic.
never really my deal. My deal was just I would just want to party, create stories.
So
You know,
no, they didn't
like I
have
never
that. They
got
were getting
into really
measurements.
that. I mean, that guy
of
brought the
drug
hooker
testing.
into the taxi. You know, that's Luigi's deal. That's his life. It was nice of him because I think he was trying to be a friendly, but you know, I didn't need that. You know, I was just looking to
2
party.
minutes, 5 minutes, 10
Truly,
minutes.
we live a certain lifestyle.
Have some connection to the
You come to a point when
the outside world.
you know what, I can't do this no more. Because
Then
eventually,
after the
man, we you couldn't stand it. The hooker could have slipped my throat while I was putting my neck back. I put my nose up. Thousand things
things like this. Very
that
cool,
go
kind of
wrong.
coarse grain.
You know, from experience, man. Now, if I could do it again,
Just to
I always
establish
minded my business. Listen, I went into those neighborhoods late at night.
horrible was going
I think about it, my fucking skin like just wants to shake like a spirit touched me. Like, it's the weirdest thing. Like I remember
in my,
being at a
you know,
bar in
what are we
like
going to do
New
with this then?
Jersey
Is the next question.
and knowing that
It works.
the places
Safe,
are closed at 3
tolerable.
and we gotta make out
What
with
do you do
it 3
with
in the
that? And I
morning.
think,
When you get to
yes,
that place,
you
the
need
place
to
is
have
closed.
time.
So then I gotta get to the Bronx. Are you fucking kidding me?
This DMT
I gotta
space
cross a
from
bridge to another bridge with cocaine
back to the
fucking
team
car.
waiting on the other
I'll
side.
take that confiscate that car. You're doing 7.5 years.
So I want you to remember everything that
And
happened
you're
in the
still
last 30
doing
years.
it. And you're still going to that bad
Great
neighborhood.
character. He would
That's
stop.
all you
So
need.
imagine doing that in
It's
DMT
for a
experience.
cop to see how towards your
So
car.
what do you do?
And
You
they're
need some
talking to you, you get pulled over. It's that
It's
easy.
what you need to develop
They see a woman
to actually
18
deliver
inches
information
from your car, you get fucking pulled over.
Unless you're Miss Victoria, dude, who just drop her ass in your passenger seat, dude. That lady would have hang out the side of your car. I mean, that's basically the, what's that place where you go when they run out to your car and set the thing on the tree on the side? Sonic? It's like a Sonic little experience.
How coherent are you? Remarkably, what I hoped would happen
Good to
is
be
that
here.
the DMT stuff is disorientating. You don't know where to very rapid. And I was hoping that once the brain settled to constructing this alternate reality model, which is what's going on here, that it would still, of course, progress quite rapidly and change, but it would be more stable.
That lady would drop her ass in your car.
Go here over time.
16, 18 months, probably.
So
I saw my mom there right the other day.
great. That suggests that yes, you can navigate, or at least should be able to learn to navigate the space and to establish communication with the being within the space. That should be possible. Then, your question: how do you get information out in real time?
How you feel?
And there are a number of ways you can think about it. One is, of course,
Yeah, some of them also, I also ate the first half of the job.
alternatively,
So,
I
like,
have a theory had a sheet was
some parts of something they did there. Whenever it was working,
that he had deep interest in DMT as well. And he developed this device called the experiential typewriter.
you know, the whole thing.
Two typewriters really, one in each hand, with a number of keys,
I said to yourself,
and each key map to a certain feature of the picture of use of experience. And so you would go under, you would be in the DMT space, into the DMT, break through the DMT space, and you would rather than speak, you would use this keyboard, which would be trained upon to deliver information. You have this old, like, paper roll, pen, that kind of thing. So what you do, in a way, was way ahead of his time.
And I spent time with my family, so I did 3 weeks out during the year.
So you can imagine that would be much more
And then
sophisticated.
I'm doing enough work in town where now, like I can make,
Construction of time.
I can make these money so you can stay in the city.
Have some kind of device you have to be trained upon.
5 nights a week, I said.
Voyagers will be trained to
Actually, I'm
control
probably 60,
this device
honestly.
in real time.
I try to take one off there just to make sure that
what
I'm
that
able to
information would like.
know what I'm doing when I get to the club.
Specialists. You need
If I'm in
to
training, I want to be out 6 nights a week. You can get 6 cents.
cartographers.
If I'm fucking friend. The most I can do.
How
6 nights.
make sense of the information about a lot recently.
It's not bad.
That's right.
I'm just
I start speaking foreign language. You can't understand my Japanese now. I won't do it, but
And you just eat them like they're nothing.
if I start speaking Japanese, you won't see what I'm saying. But
There's no
somebody
time
spoke
things of taste.
obviously, or an artificial intelligence would know.
I was thinking about it the other day.
If I
Why
use
shows
the
have shit on them?
language, start delivering information out of the DMT world,
Please don't.
referring
You're
to
playing
whether it's through a device, verbally, or even nobody on the outside might be able to make sense of this, but an AI might. Same way an AI might be able to some kind of language that I'm speaking. I started speaking last night. Yeah, I did that. Code that translated to it. You would think of an AI as being able to code and try to make sense of this information coming out of the DMT space and make sense of it, and to maybe construct a geometry in this space, try to think about, well, he's talking about certain shapes, he's talking about certain patterns. Is there a mathematical formalism that he can use to think about what the dimensionality of space that he's experiencing? You go into a 7-dimensional space, you can describe it where I was fucking kicking ass as a feature. But necessarily, but going into high dimensional space, how do you test whether someone really is? They say to you, look, I was in this world,
I'm at a diner in New York not long ago. I swear to God, I walked with CRT on it, you know. And there's a guy sitting at the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning.
How do you
At the comedy clubs and stuff.
they really are experiencing a
And I've never met Angel in my life. I'd only heard stories about him, right? I'd seen a
without
couple
getting
pictures.
them
I was like, that's Angel Salazar. I get a glass of wine and a shitty
know
diner.
how to
We go
organize
in,
mathematically what's
that was him.
an object
We sat there and talked to him for a while.
give a
Kind
math
of fucked Sarah a little bit, which I respected.
I guess.
And that was it.
Being able to see what a 7-dimensional object would look like is impossible.
It was cool to see him, man, because I'd only heard stories.
Yeah, he works in percentages. The brain can't construct 7-dimensional spaces. It's used to constructing a 3-dimensional space. So that, again, going out on tangents, that's also why DMT is kind of crazy to explain why you start constructing high-dimensional worlds. So if we can prove that these individuals really are experiencing a higher dimensional world, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dimension, that in itself is some break to the idea that we're dealing with some other space that really is some other reality. So how do we prove it? The usual thing with tests and But you might ask the subject to describe
It's not like a
what
size
they're
10.
describing the kind of shapes that they're the kind of structure. To get some experience politics or algebraic devices or some other high dimension methods. They can describe seeing this shape, seeing this form, seeing now. That's an AI. The AI. So it looks like this individual is within 6 months.
It's amazing.
So the AI can interpret data that to us just looks like fragmented pieces of information, bring it together and say what kind of world is this person
Michael Jackson.
So I think that could be really cool to get AI trained on high dimension data sets. You sit down to mathematical formalisms and say, okay, this is a 6-dimensional space that this person experienced. That's fucking brilliant. If we could achieve this and figure out exactly what this is, how many levels of interventions there are, and sort of like map this other world that we're going to better, what would that mean for us? What sort of application, what could we use this for? And what would be the implications of being able to have get some sort of a real grip on what's going on and where what it is? Well, there's a number of levels here. So, first of all, the fact that we have access to a world, the fact that our brain can construct the world, provides no relationship to our reality. In order to make a good class, rich, dynamic, full of inherent beings, that in itself is remarkable. That in itself is no doubt about it. So I think even if you don't accept that we're basically some actual other autonomous intelligence, even so, it's the state of consciousness
This year, man, I want to get this other special. My new album is going to come out soon.
The technology
just locked it actually about 3 days ago.
that
Called
goes without
30 Pound Bag
saying.
of Hamster Bones. And so I'm excited about that.
If we
what else, man? We got a couple of great shows that we're pitching, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, you know?
that these
Or
are
at least being an
worlds that
honorable
are high
boyfriend.
dimensional,
You know, if I've ever been that in my life,
that are
I was out there.
in many ways
Pussy after dark, out there in the streets and just, just tasting the flavors of the universe, you know.
Orthodox scientists are very difficult. They're faced with the data.
I've had more offers these days for like, you do really clear. Am I not so personal? Well, no. They might leave.
Some interface, some interaction, some engagement. From some
I've never thought I was very handsome. That makes you feel better. I see the same. Those are some of my work dreams, you know. Outside of that, I want to be a better brother.
Discovery.
I want to have a little bit more relationship with a God, you know, higher power.
Years ahead of that, you cannot
Yeah, those are
comprehend
things that I want to do, man. And I want to help other people somehow. I just want to do something, even if it's little, answer the phone when somebody comes out and they need help. Not that I would, even if it's something that I normally
not only that intelligence exists not only inside our universe, but that intelligence exists elsewhere in another dimension, not in which have a close relationship with something where drives universe, and that we can communicate these intelligences with such facility as a
I don't know for sure, and I'm like, if I fail at this,
that to me
I can sell a blue phone, I can sell cars and
I
shit.
don't have words
I don't think I can sell things over the phone for
so
fucking
there's a
years.
small chance that
So I gotta make this comedy shit work one way or another. Like, that's how I
And then, you know, this is
was it,
really interesting too when it goes to some of the stuff that Graham Hancock is talking about in ancient civilizations and some of this evidence of
think that we could not construct today if we wanted to. And people, you think it's like some high technology. What sort of crazy technology do they have? Enormous scale pulleys or saws that can cut some of the hardest stones that exist on Earth that we can't even do today. But like, if you think about it the way you're talking about it, is this high technology inside of us? Yeah, I mean, in a way it is. We are constructing these realities, but our brain is perhaps what the brain is constructing these realities. Like I said, second is in itself profoundly remarkable. There's some ability that we weren't aware of. It suggests that I often describe this idea of hyperdimensional heritage. The world is not simply going through it. DMT draws this brief but astonishing glimpse at this remarkable hyperdimensional heritage. Where does that heritage come from? Why is
your life or your higher power over you, bro? Even if you I'm not trying to sound like some Christian weirdo or anything like that. I'm just saying, life has a plan for you. You just gotta fucking, you gotta get ass through a car window or whatever you're doing. Just know that that doesn't define you. That's just a little ingredient in your recipe, right? To bury a guy's shit in my name for free.
Perhaps there's been some kind of degrading over time, much more cemented as such. This consensus of reality alienating from this other. Perhaps, however, there were those humans many tens of thousands of years ago.
You had a tough time after that Christmas.
Who were more connected to this other domain and were able to access it, whether through using exogenous DMT from plants or whatever, or perhaps more likely altered neurochemistry. So we're able to time DMT levels in the brain where endogenous DMT was higher. Endogenous DMT was higher. And I wrote a paper back in 2013 where I suggested that perhaps ancient dream function was related to DMT. So you can imagine DMT levels having a kind of diurnal cycle. So they drop down during the day when you're interacting with the waking world, the consensus world.
That's how I feel a lot. That's how
very rare about that. When we're asleep and we're dreaming, this is when DMT levels rise and allows us to access in the dream state this alternate reality. So these are again much of DMT dream. We did kind of parallel lives both in this world and at night. Interacting with this alternate reality, perhaps receiving information, then these kind of amazing structures, amazing technologies they have in that sense. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's true, but it's an idea. Since we've lost that function, we've become alienated from the world. And this is also perhaps why there is this profound sense of deja vu in reality. Deja vu. Really get this sense that this is the most bizarre experience I couldn't possibly have imagined, but yet, at the same time, it is the lights start flashing, the bells are ringing,
when your brain is nice and
literally light for you to return. We haven't seen you for so long.
I watched a lot of women street fight growing up.
Like that. So many people describe that.
Some of it I don't like. I do respect it.
In a way, so it would make sense if there was some much deeper relationship with reality in our assessment. But some of that neural architecture, that those intelligent neural structures I was talking about earlier, have been degraded, but still carried with it in a function by consuming exogenous rather than relying on endogenous.
My dad was saying that usually attacks and just gets people down.
seconds are done, and she didn't seem to urgency this time. That's what he said.
Right.
He's a very
That's a cool idea. Right? It is a great idea. I think it does make sense too, especially like the evidence of the younger drives, cataclysms that came and wiped out civilization, and there was a couple proto-hominids that survived possibly, and they were much more primal, and we sort of evolved, like we had to sort of like reset. Yeah, maybe we didn't go in the right direction. Got it. Yeah.
We became more cemented in our consensus model. We lost contact with that. We're rediscovering it now. What's interesting, we're rediscovering at a time when we are actually needed time away to develop ourselves, to develop our become more cognitively, technologically sophisticated. So now we know more about what to do. We rediscovered the space just when we are 1956, right? So this isn't that long ago. Just as we were becoming a really clearly technological species, right? We are at the stage in our advancement where we're beginning to think about other intelligences as well, right? That's the time DMT is rediscovered. And we're starting to learn to use it to go back into reconnect ourselves to this other domain, but with much better cognitive and technological tools at our disposal. I see DMTX as being part of that rediscovery and redevelopment of DMT as this technology for reacquainting and reconnecting with this domain, with intelligence.
So what are you working on currently? Like what state are you at in DMTX, and that's what's next for it?
Well, as I said, not directly. Just a model. But I think you can imagine 100 different ways that this imagine many different what are you going to do? You need to experiment with all these things. Can you establish stable communication with the intelligence? Can you decode it? Can you map the space, the science, map the geometry? You know, the possibility of discovering a new world. This is a new world, not a stranger. I mean, imagine when Columbus landed on the shores of the United States. There we go. A new frontier, right? A new world. Immense possibilities lay before. Yeah, here we are now. After all that, not long actually, 200 years. Now imagine we're at that same kind of phase, but we've discovered a world that is incomprehensible, strange, vaster than anything that Columbus could have dreamt about. So we open up this new world. The possibilities are quite literally endless. Endless worlds, endless landscapes, endless intelligences. It's like it's unfathomable what we might have discovered here, and the potential for how we can use it, how we can explore, navigate, study establish relationships with intelligence within the space, thinking about the nature, their origin, what they tell us when we get to them. Then maybe
maybe you could be right.
Thank you so much for doing that. We just did 3.5 hours. That was absolutely fascinating. So which one of these books is your most recent book? The Reality Switch Technologies? Reality Switch Technologies. Under that? Yeah, right next to your face. A little bit back. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so the Reality Switch Technologies is my latest book. Let's just hold up the other one too. The purple color is so cool. You design it yourself. Everything. So it's the inside as well. Full color. This is more digital. Vibe also. This was called Alien Information Theory. Yeah, psychedelic drug technologies and the cosmic game. Yeah, so that's a very metaphysics kind of book about technology. What is possible our reality,
relationship with those activities is very speculative. Kind of one vision. The idea is to get people thinking about what was really understand what could actually the actual strategy. Reality
I know a lot of kids
so I
that are
want to
fucking
get
great. That
people
don't mean
thinking about what could really
great
get
there. Why run? Knocked out
our reality.
by Holly Hope.
It's more about
advertising. I mean,
today I was talking about the idea of world building. It's also world building tool. So you think about the brain can access these stuff through alternate reality, the reality, for example, world
Somebody
stuff these strange, bizarre, words
unbelievable again. I
things
tried to
opening
look
out
at
the
it.
world,
It was protein
forming,
thing.
you've got all these different
So
worlds of brains,
instead,
your
I
brain
got
can
some
start
stuff
from
for brain.
number, large
I got
number,
one of the club bats. That's on
actually
roll
into a world
2017. I
using
suggest you do the
psychedelics,
same.
whether you
Alpha
think
brain.
the world's over
Start with
equal
alpha
space
brain.
or
That's
whatever,
25
no brain,
guarantee you're right.
disrupt them.
And
So
then
you
you
have
want the
this like,
product back.
you think of the brain as this
It's not
tool,
sharp enough in
this
2018.
world building
It
machine,
starts at alpha brain. It's
using the
going on
knowledge
.com right now. Press it.
So I focused on and it's also really, in my opinion, a detailed, comprehensive, thorough guide to how psychedelics work in the brain. That's what I wanted to write. That book didn't
I want to
exist.
thank my main man.
Really good that anyone who's not a neuroscientist or pharmacologist, anyone that's curious and interested and willing to spend the time because it's not an easy read by any stretch of the imagination. But if you want to develop a really deep understanding of how psychedelics interface with the brain, molecular level all the way up to quantum level, world building level that we talk about today, this book will do it. So yeah.
Well, thank you for doing this stuff. I mean, it's so often that people like you with your level of education are so worried about being labeled with being labeled as the psychedelic guy, or they're too worried about not being taken seriously. And they present stuff in just like this boring, bland, undigestible way. But yeah, you've done it in all incredibly immersive, entertaining your books, and the way you talk about this too is just it's so fascinating. So like, kudos to you for doing that and having the balls to dive into this world and not be worried about being attached to any sort of stigmas or not being worried about being taken seriously. I mean, I piss off everybody. The scientific kind of rigid orthodox side, they say that I'm getting into realms that I ever like getting into, whatever. Then on the other side, you have the more mystical kind of spiritual side who say, oh, you're too reductionist, this is too brain science. I sit in this little domain on my own, so I'm used to being kind of attacked by science. So I don't care really. I'm not attacked by university anymore. I'm just a writer. So I don't things that I haven't do. I just try to present ideas I can think about molecules and potential reality. And I present these ideas hopefully to get people thinking about the nature of our reality, about how psychedelics can manipulate the nature of our reality. Yeah. So you can always thank you for doing it, and thank you for coming all the way to Florida from Tokyo. I'll link the books below so you can find them. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Thank you. Good night, world.
Something I always gave it to was those fucking drugs, man. Yeah. You know, my life had total control, except those drugs, but those drugs ruin everything you're doing. Yeah. Just like what you and I spoke about. All the alcohol, all the heroin, all the pills. You think you're making it happen. I thought I was making it happen. Believe it or not, brother. Look at big time movies. But my comedy was eating shit. Yeah. If you think my comedy is shit now, you should have seen it 10 years because there was no emotional connection with cocaine and drinking. Yeah. There's no emotional connection. You're stuck there like a parrot. Just fucking talking stupidity. So once that whole moves, whenever I see a young comic on stage or You've done something to me. Yeah. Because in all my 25 years, you know how many times I've brought movies up to the stage? Maybe 3 times. Yeah. I never thought it looked good. I always thought you'd give me like the wrong impression. I don't know why. And I have friends that do it. I've never said nothing to my fucking
You are
business.
a professor of
In my mind, I just never liked it. I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, I think I can see that. A lot of comics like it because
religious studies.
you sell more movies
But
than
do
the
you
comics
personally
drink.
believe in God?
Sure, the comics drinking. Yeah, makes sense. He's up there doing shots. People are gonna start sending him shots. And who's not gonna do a shot? Let me do a shot with you afterward. Let's do another fucking shot. Next thing you know, you fucking
Okay,
people on
so
stage.
let me talk a little bit about
Naked
what
on
we
Joe
do.
Rogan's podcast weighing into the he lost by 2 pounds.
He lost by 2 pounds, but they're both under obese, so I think that Ari has to pay now. Ari has to pay. Over what? Well, Segura was 219 today. And Burr was
In
221.
religious studies,
But they both have to be
and
under 227. So then,
okay, some of
they're
our
both under 227,
archaeologists,
then I'll
some are
pay.
historians,
What was the price?
some are combination of
No
those.
price, just
And our method is
they
that
had them
we
they'll
take
try to
step
get
back
under
from
obese. And
the
then
study
there's no
of the work
price.
and
It's
how
always
it informs
they
practices,
will not interpret
you know, worldwide movements, stuff like that. Religion is a very powerful force.
That's a bad here, Jeff. Where you go? I gotta go home. I gotta
So,
film an episode of Little Podcast.
we're academics, and we don't actually, like, I don't tell students
I'm happy you dropped by and opened up the
because I don't
fucking
think
US, man.
it's
You know,
helpful.
with that any
We're
other way
learning
now.
about
I'm fucking happy that you came to by. So there's a fire out there and shit.
But
Burn
I
it down,
personally
bro.
think it's
What a
but
fucking
it's
night
not
tonight,
part
my
of
friend.
my field.
That's what's
It's
up,
either
dude.
be the atheists, some of the best people in my field are atheists.
Oh,
Amen.
So it's not being a minister or a priest or something like that. I actually did get a master's degree along with Stacy from
Fucking
the
close.
Let it burn, baby. Trump, baby.
from the
Let it burn.
Jesuit School of Theology,
Don't say
which
that.
was affiliated with
Just
the
let it
Society
burn.
of Indians,
So
part
sad
of
it would trap him with those
the Union,
bicycles.
which is pretty similar to how the Unions
What
were.
about the market daughter? It's like the bar. You
And
don't
then
have
I
no
went on to
bicycle.
get a PhD
We got a chair to barricade ourselves. We don't want to.
which is a
We
field
had with
in
the
the
two
field of
fucking ministers
international
from this place.
to study religion.
Hilarious.
A lot of people
Hi,
are
my
religious
brother.
who
We
study
had it this
religion,
weekend.
a lot of them are not as well. So
This
that's the
weekend I'm
first
in
thing,
town.
is I just
I'm
want
in
to get
Virginia Beach in a
clear
couple of
what
weeks.
is.
At the Funny
And
Bone
I've
the
been
last
a
weekend,
person who studied
January
history
26th
for my
through
whole career until I
January
moved
24th
over
to
into
28th.
studying
Are you
about
writing your
UFOs.
sobriety down?
And I
Are you
took my
writing about
method
your
with me to
sobriety
study
at all?
that. And
I
we
mean,
talked
right
about
now, just
how I
saying
got
I'm
into
on
studying
stage. I'm not
UFOs, because I think that's
yeah.
interesting. But
Put a
it's,
notebook about
I
you. What are you feeling?
take the
What the
method to
fuck is
study
different?
UFOs,
Why
which
would I
means
go back to
you
drinking
don't have
anymore?
to believe that
Hanging out with
UFOs.
drivers like Joe Diaz at 2
I not have
a.m.
to prove
No, right now I'm working, man. I had like, I didn't have a dad growing up, so I saw like a lot of like emotional
or,
issues and
and
stuff
it's
from growing
the
up, just
subject
some of that stuff I
of
gotta
American
deal with.
cosmic
So, I mean, I'm always doing my comedy.
but not
I mean, my comedies. I love
So
my comedy. I'm
I
happy
think
to
that's
have it.
important to know,
I
is
feel
that I'm
blessed to
not
have
out
this
here
skill and ability, but at
applying
the same
for
time,
like
like,
government disclosure
I'm dealing with
or,
other personal stuff first,
you
you
know,
know, because
whether
that's what I gotta get
these
right.
materials
But
are
at the same
actually
time, my comedies
real. I'm not
is,
just studying
I feel like better than ever.
impact
So,
that it has
you know,
on
it's all
populations
simultaneous. As long as I care about myself,
but
keep
globally.
working at stuff, then everything else will work itself out.
Your early childhood had anything to do with your interest in religion? Religious studies? Did you have a very religious sorry, that you fasted and did your studies and your work at all influence your outlook or your worldview?
Yeah, I do think that people are impacted by how they were taught and also what happens around them culture. So of course, I'm not exempt from that. I said, I didn't grow up in a particularly my parents were what I call Northern California, and it was and still is a eclectic culture, and where there's new age beliefs and things like that. So my parents were pretty eclectic. My father was Irish, Roman Catholic, secular, Jewish, and they were interested in a lot of things philosophy. So we did have a library of books about philosophy, and I read those as a kid. And I was very interested in religion and philosophy. The decision to study this. So yes, I think I was really interested how people, people would have pretty extraordinary experiences, and we would why. You also have to understand that I went to graduate school during the late 90s, which was the time period of the day. And so I'm in California, technology is just kind of flourishing at this time, and I'm seeing that the infrastructure is changing the people belief in their religion, and so the digital infrastructure, especially media technology like Star Wars and things like that, people are beginning to have these so-called religious about things like the Force is with you, and it was impacting their religious. And so when I went to school, not only did I study ancient texts of different religions, but I also studied the ways in which people took their own beliefs and they incorporated, the lexicon of Star Wars into those beliefs as well. It was part of the whole landscape. So I really focused on technology and religious studies. Mississippi history and also studying
so long every side thought of.
I feel like you probably won't be there when you really got there. Now, this man will be
What was it that introduced you to this? Like, what was the moment like first got introduced to this and looked into it? What were the biggest connections for the logic of the UFO phenomenon compared to early Christianity?
I'll take two in a bedroom just for family now.
This happened in 2000, late 2011, 2012.
Yeah, man, I agree.
And I just finished a very major project that culminated in a book about the Catholic doctrine of the Orient, which is an afterlife destination for souls who don't quite make it to heaven, but are definitely going to hell. And this doctrine had fallen off the map for Catholics, and I wanted to know why. And so I did a lot of study of old materials in archives, manuscripts, and things like that. And so I also talked about Catholic popular culture and how that shifted this belief. And so at the end of that, I had a long catalog of reports of Arabic
so we discussed this before. Yeah, that's why she's pretty low. She's going to New Orleans. I can say, I don't know if they have those there. Well, she does it because she loves it. She loves her friends. It's her favorite city. So she goes there every New Year's Eve anyway. So all of her friends go down there. It's always a big party.
And so I kept these, and I knew that they were really interesting. Right, they could connect. But I'm thinking it's not going to be about that stuff. It's just funny to be around. And it's kind of a city because he was first. And he looked through the reports and he said, well, these look like Steven Spielberg films. I mean, it looks like they're friends. And I thought he was silly because I was a person who was it was a coincidence, but there was a conference in that town for people who were experiencers, UFO experiencers. So I went to that, and I heard them talk about the experiences, and I saw that these experiences they were having were like an exact match. Like the experiences that I had cataloged from hundreds of years ago up to the present. I recognize this is continuing to happen, and it kind of blew my mind at the time.
There's other ride sharing
So
apps
it's a
out there
little
for
more
live streets
scary,
that drive is right.
and I
It's a
started
flexible
to
way
look
to
at
make extra
primers
money
from
anytime,
Catholic
nearly anywhere. All you need
experiences
is a
of
car.
saints like
Lyft
Teresa
drivers
Avila,
can make up to 35 miles an
St.
hour
Francis of
and get
Assisi.
started. It's just a
And when I
tap
started
away.
to read the
You can
primary
drive
source
mornings, nights,
material,
weekends.
I saw that
Just
it
flip
was
in the
also
driver mode
very similar
and
to
start
what
making
I would
money.
see in John
Plus,
Max's book, because
Lyft
at this
drivers
time I
get
read
tips
John Max's book
right
of
from the app. Those
and
apps
it literally,
add
these
up fast,
experiences
all right?
of saints
And
could
you
be
don't have to
other
wait for
chapters in
days
this book.
or weeks to get
And
paid.
so
You
at
can
the
cash
time,
out instantly
Jeff Kreitler,
once
but
you've
not,
paid
he's a
$50.
professor at
Thanks
Rice
to Express
University
Pay.
who
It all
looks
adds up.
into this type of thing.
Driving with Lyft
And I
is super
told him, I said,
flexible. It allows you to
have
keep
you seen
100%
this?
of your
And
tips.
he at first said,
It's
no, no, no,
always
no,
there
no.
when you
And
need
then
extra
I
cash.
took some of the
Sign up
stuff that I
today
had
at
translated and sent it to him. And so
Lyft.com/Joey.
we're talking about
And
little
right now,
communities
Lyft
and
has a
area
special
phenomenon.
offer For our
and
listeners,
other
you
things
get
that happened to me.
$500, a new
He was
driver
blown away.
bonus
And that
after
was
you
the
complete
beginning
100 rides
of my
within 30 days.
writing
Go
about
to
UFOs
lyft.com
and looking into
/Joey
modern day
today
reports of
and start
UFOs.
making extra
And I
money
honestly didn't
and get
think
you
I was going to experience what I
$500
did.
driver bonus.
Studying
Who's
UFOs,
better know what Joe's out there? Pimping,
learned
trying to
from,
cut
you know,
motherfuckers
music
running.
that I
Again,
learned.
go to lyft.com. Stop sitting like left your nice car
But when
and
I
you're
got
sitting
into
there eating
community
pizza and
studying
you're giving
UFOs,
a fuck about
I
who's
immediately saw
the
that there's a
fucking
lot of
kid's father out
government
for it.
information
Go to
people.
lyft.com.
And I
Right now,
also,
is that what it is, Mike?
you know,
Yes,
without
Go to
tireless
lyft.com right now.
scientists that were
Slash
studying
Joey.
in these programs,
Take the
I
money
didn't
and get your $500
actually, they wanted
bonus.
to know what I knew,
Right
but
now,
I
get
didn't
your
learn from
fucking
me.
job back.
So,
How
this is what
bad is your
happened,
life?
this is how I
Uncle Joey's getting your job.
wrote
Well,
my
he's
first
not a
book
big
about
guy.
UFOs.
You own a business, you're looking for the right people.
So I
It's
found
tough to
myself
get
in
the right people.
an environment that was
If I didn't like
actually
Lee,
completely
I'd be
different
looking
from
for the
anything
right
I had ever studied.
But I love Lee.
Now, when you say the experience you're getting that way,
Train.
their experiences were an exact copy of what you were reading. So these old texts. Can you give me some specific examples of like what was the thing that stood out to you?
Yeah. So this would be disturbing for people who are very legally Catholic, right? And by the way, I am a practicing Catholic, so it's a little bit scary to read, you know. But so if you look at Teresa of Avila, she's who is a doctor of the church. She's very well known saint in the Catholic Church. She had an experience that she had an experience with what she considered to be an angel. But when you look at the primary source material, and this is in the 1500s, and it's during the time frame when there was an Inquisition. So it's not like she would want to talk about this, but she did write about it. And so she had this experience where she was basically praying, and off to her side, she saw what
Right now, my listeners can
really
post jobs
understand it
on
was a
ZipRecruiter
and
for free by going to
she
ZipRecruiter.com
said it was
/church. That's
and
ZipRecruiter.com
she said it was
church.
she was
One
confused
more
by
time.
it because when she
Go
saw
post your
angels
job
prior to
free.
this, they would be unimaginative angels. So she made the distinction that this was
Once
not
again,
an angel
one
of
more
her
time.
imagination,
Try
but this
for
was
free.
an
Go to
actual fleshy
ZipRecruiter.com /church.
she saw it.
That's
And so she was
ZipRecruiter.
confused. She didn't know what kind of angel it was. And she said, it must be a cherub. That's what she said. It's a type of angel. In Catholic history, you have different types. And so the cherub is going to be kind of a little angel
This hot patch of universe on you guys. I'm
And
gonna
so,
be all American
and
dates,
so
bro.
this
Trump won't let me out the
by the way,
country. You know, you're doing it.
by reading her book,
February.
looking at
Genuinely, I'm gonna be in Virginia
description of the
Beach.
because this is a very
Go to the beach in the winter. This MF.
encounter.
February 2nd through 4th, I'll be in
And there's a
Chicago,
very
Illinois, the Emperor. February 20th. So get in there and get your nuts hard, huh? Bring your hard ass nutsack in there.
Talks about
Let's do it right, huh? Bring some. Let's
that people are examining
I
it.
guess I'll bring
So apparently
my
this would examine, so you have to use translation from that time period. So when I say I usually should it said it took this to it was something that I didn't expect to see. So this would be the example, but there were many more examples that weren't as famous. That's the most famous, the one that Catholics would know about. But there were a lot of examples that I had that no one would know about because they're not digitized and they're in older manuscripts. And there's lots of these, by the way, the Vatican Archive and the Vatican Private Archive, which is also known as the Secret Archive. and literally wanted like these kinds of things. And yeah, I read a lot of, I did yoga, and I took one of the people that was a scientist who was studying this too, and we both went there, and because he was really interested in his experiences, because he was also kind of the data for what he was studying.
And this is the guy you called Tyler D in your book, right? It's the guy, his name's Udana, because he can't use code. How long after you started researching this stuff did you
Pretty quickly. So,
how did you get introduced to him?
okay, so he reached out to me, and he, said that he was interested in this field, and he was working in this field on the mission field. And I wanted to know why he was interested in my work, because I didn't think that it had anything to do with space, space stuff. And so he explained that the breakthrough of this field was going to come from my work. And so we started to communicate. You have to understand that 2013, 2015, there's still pretty reticent to talk to people who were affiliated with government stuff, because it wasn't my field. It wasn't something that I ever thought people would be interested in. So it took me about a year and a half to meet that person. And so immediately I met a lot of people. I met the people that, you call invisible college. So for a person who didn't believe in UFOs, had no understanding of the history, thought he was all cooking, this is really a strange experience.
And like Gary Nolan, who came out on it in the first book, and he revealed who he was. What was the connection between all these people?
Okay, so they're all studying what they believe is the modern day encounter with intelligence. This was all before 2021, before the Pentagon reported that they were programmed and that they were studying. So this was all, and honestly, you have to understand, I didn't believe. Even when I was in New Mexico, because I did travel in New Mexico with Gary and Tyler, and we went to a legend site. I was still on the road. This idea that they were somehow misinformed, or they were their belief was really strong, and I needed to know why they believed this, because they were both incredibly intelligent people. And so that's why I knew that there was a rising belief in UFOs, and I was trying to understand it. And these guys were to understand. So Tyler would say, you believe in the physical parts of UFOs, and I want to take you to a place where you're looking at people. And I was like, I'm taking my friend. So I originally asked Jeff Piper to go with me, but he said that's how some people say I'm not to do that. And so then I asked Henry, and I had actually just met Gary, and he was really impressive to me, not just by being who was super professor, but also just really genuinely fascinated by the topic. And he jumped at the opportunity to go. And I also knew that he would be the person to go. If we were going to look for anything, it would be Gary who could figure it out. And so, after a while, Tyler was okay with that. But at first, he wasn't okay with that. And then he looked at Gary and he said, "Yeah, let's go." So we went to the New Mexico desert, and
you were like blindfolded, or
yeah, we had to accept to be blindfolded to go into this place. And we went there blindfolded. We spent all day, UFO from a crash that occurred sometime in the late 1940s, and it wasn't Rothschild.
And you actually found something when you guys were there during that specific day?
We did, yeah. And it was hard to get. I mean, the place looked like it had rubble. Well, it did. It had rubble all over it. And Tyler told me is from disintegrated tin cans from the 1950s. And this was something that the editor of the book wanted me to take out because she said, I don't understand why we go to, well, she understood why I went to the place, but she said, why would the government put all this stuff out in the middle of nowhere, tin cans? We just need to take that out. And even though I didn't understand at the time, I said, look, we have to keep it in because it's still data, and so we kept it in, thankfully.
And what was it that you guys found?
Okay, so we did find some parts, two different types of parts. One looked like, almost like frog skin, metallic frog skin, and some other stuff that looked like, it just looked like, honestly, I don't know. Yeah, it was just, both were really strange. I still didn't believe, even after Gary got stopped at the airport and things happened, like Tyler said they would happen. And I still don't know. What to think about that. But that happened, that was part of what I was studying.
And how did that alter or affect the trajectory of your research after that? Like from then on out, obviously you had met Gary and you and Gary had become friendly. But how did that experience going to that alleged crash site affect your mind and your thinking around this whole topic?
Yeah. Okay, so I think that we have to see that this is, in its very most basic sense, this is a belief that would be considered by people in my field as a mythology. This idea that we have parts of craft from extraterrestrials and we're vacuum engineering those for technology. This is actually an old myth. This is, the Greeks had the myth of Prometheus. Prometheus was a, god person who humanity fire, which was a tool of knowledge. So this is like the modern myth. That's how I was looking at it. But it's something more, and that's really what I was trying to figure out. So I was writing the book was incredibly difficult to write as an academic because I felt like this is more than something really interesting is going on here. I'm in the midst of it and write about it. How am I going to write about it? Because Phil is going to write this book that basically says, I was on this journey with these people. They believed this, and they keep their hands. The journey of how I was writing, actually. So even the book itself was not a typical academic book, even though it was published by Oxford. It's a book that explores not just their belief, but also like the interface of me, not even skeptical, going through, seeing the people involved, seeing how the government's really interested in it as much as people are, normal everyday people, and this being kind of a very important turning point in history, really historic. And so I guess here with the second book, I kind of continued on that journey of describing it, basically.
How do you explain what's going on now, like in the public media, like the public facing media with like the Pentagon reports and the New York Times talking about and declassifying all these radar encounters where these Navy pilots are finding and publishing these videos and saying that it's off-world technology. What do you think? Like, I know you said that you encountered a lot of misinformation and disinformation on this topic, and that there's a lot of energy that goes into muddying the waters. What is your take on in the last, however long it's been, like 6 years or whatever, that the U.S. has been trying to make this more public-facing? Why do you think that they're doing this?
Yeah. Okay, so again, if you go back to what I studied, which is the religion, you'll see that in mostly the traditional religions, like the big religions, and since Christianity is my field, I'll use that as an example. The early Christian church was completely different than the kinds of churches that were institutionalized, radically different. And what happens during the process of an institutionalization of belief. So this happened with Roman Catholic Church. They take the Christian belief and then they institutionalize it in the 4th century. And how they do that is they make about Christianity heretical. So you have Gnosticism, for example. Books are burned. We do have Gnostic texts, but
What is Gnosticism?
Gnosticism is a form of Christianity that sprung up in the first 300 years of Christianity. And there's different types of Gnosticism, so different, we would call them denominations. People believe that the knowledge of Jesus or the knowledge that Jesus had is something that they experience themselves, like the Holy Spirit. They feel it. It's more like an experiential knowledge. The way I talk about Gnosticism to my students is I say, take a chocolate bar. Okay, would you rather know the chocolate bar by eating it or by reading the ingredients on the pack? So it's an intimate knowledge of something.
Okay.
That's Gnosticism.
That makes sense.
So the Gnostic Church was like almost eradicated at that point, or it was submerged into the Roman. So this is the type of thing that you see. You see the institutionalization. Institutionalization comes some suppression of voices, and so you're going to expect to find that. That's what I'm looking at, and I look at that in the second book. So I was like, okay, we're institutionalizing this belief now about extraterrestrials. What are the voices that are being not heard or drowned out? And why is there so much misinformation? So it's a control of information that you see happening. And that's what's happening now.
And with early Christianity, before it got institutionalized, it was suppressed, right? Like you explained to me how earlier offline, how Jesus was like spreading this message, and it was like in the Roman Empire, it was frowned upon, and people were punished for practicing this religion.
So being Jewish in the first century was hard, and so there were many groups that were trying to exist, and Jesus' movement was one of those groups. There was another group that were zealots. They believed in armed rebellion, but there weren't enough of them, so they couldn't pull it off. So Jesus was basically teaching Jewish people, his congregation, the people who would listen to him. He would always talk in parables and things like this, basically. He was talking to people who were ready to listen to him. He was okay if not everybody listened to him, by the way. So he had a very specific message. And so he was basically imparting this to groups of people. And his followers loved him so much that they called him the Son of God. Well, at the time, it was Caesar who was the Son of God. So we tend to look back and think that they had this, the people during that time period had this mythology called, they had the Greek and Roman gods, and it was their mythology. That was actually their religion. So Jesus' followers were identifying him as primary and the Son of God, kind of like the head honcho, against treason. And so the punishment for treason is crucifixion. So he was crucified for treason.
So who?
Okay, so God would be, if you look at, God is either Apollo or Zeus, an idea. There were various different forms of belief in God. So obviously Jews had their own idea of God. So yes, it was competing divinities at that time.
I can easily see the parallels in between how the institutionalization of Christianity and the institutionalization of the UFO phenomenon. How it has always been like this incredibly sick, and now they're making it more mainstream so people can. I mean, there's so many blockbuster TV shows that cover this topic. It's almost unfathomable. But that's the thing, that the government isn't necessarily talking about the ancient aspect of it or the religious side of it. They're talking about it as it's just technology or like quote unquote aliens possibly.
Yeah. So I think this is interesting. I think that the thing that shifts this, makes it different
from the Christianity example, I would say that UFOs right now are having a Christianity moment where there's, the institution was going on. But that's different is that whereas the other was the focus on we have divinity, or the Catholic Church is the one who has the access to the divinity. It's an interesting shift in that this divinity is secularized. Secular is not religion. There's no religion here. Completely goes against what I'm looking at. So I'm happy to call it secular if that's what I found. Like I said, I don't care. I'm not here promoting, the existence of this or that. I'm just doing my job, which is basically to see what I see and then make conclusions based on what I know and the data. And so what I find is that the very people who are most immersed in the study of even the quote-unquote technology are having experiences that I would call religious-like experiences. And these are changing data. Is probably, and well, let's just put it this way. I think it's interesting. I'm including it because that's what I see. So I think that the facing aspect of it, not including that data, I think that there are probably reasons for that. One of which probably just aren't trained. They know they miss it. So here's an example. The recent James Fox film about the Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, so love his stuff. He's great.
He is great.
Yeah. So, and I talked to him, I don't know, about 10 years ago. We were at a conference, and he said, so tell me about the religious aspects of this stuff, because I don't see that connection. And so, I kind of, at the time, told him a little bit about it. But
this was 10 years ago, he asked you that?
Yeah, about 10 years ago. However, this last video and people are
Men in Black.
Yeah, and being really creepy, these kinds of things. So all those elements are there. But what's also there, but what generally, is that this isn't a Catholic country. The people that first see the being, they're like, what is it, a demon? It's not human. So they identify it, and they also, there's a lore to demons as well. And part of that lore is that they have a but a person trained in religious studies is going to see that, or a Catholic is going to see. I'm not saying that that's what it is, because I don't do that. 1500, 1600. These are the same things that they would say. They would say it smelled like sulfur. They would talk about the feet, things like that. Now there are a variety of different experiences that have patterns, historical patterns, but this is just one example.
It's a wild example, and like I said earlier, there's really not that many documented cases of actual beings, right? Like this, we're mostly used to seeing like these flying discs. There's a couple of rare instances where there's beings that are witnessed and people that have encountered these things like in their living room or in their bedroom, but there's never been a case where there's been multiple witnesses seeing this thing that was actually taken into captivity.
There are examples in Catholic culture of this happening. Like I met in the Teresa account where she sees a being. But she doesn't record a smell or anything like that. But it more looks like the beings that in Westall or Zimbabwe, yeah, I've seen. So you know.
There's an image of the thing. That's, I guess, in the newspaper. There was an illustration done by somebody in Brazil. Like, how does that thing get here?
Yeah, all I can tell you is how people have seen it for a long time, not just it's been around.
Yeah. Movies and documentaries, I feel like they are memory of this stuff.
They do, yes.
Like people's memory of stuff, especially over a decade, can get ordered. And then take into context that somebody's actually making a documentary that they're going to sell. You know, there's that famous line, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. You talk about this a lot in your book, how you were kind of like in the middle of this world of scientists and this world of like the media and movies in Hollywood, and you were finding like this connection between the two things.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. So, yeah, I spent a lot of time talking about technology in my book, and especially virtual environments and things like. The more virtual something is, the more we place it in our memory. And I've not just in books, but also peer-reviewed, papers and things. And I work with people who are doing this kind of work for good. Like when we see things in virtual environments, we believe them, even if we don't consciously believe them. They act on our bodies as if we believe them. So you can help people with PTSD in virtual environments. You can train police officers to deal with stuff, or even people in space, right? So you use simulations for astronauts, and you say that it's so real that when they're in space, they feel like that's not as real as what they felt in the simulation. So, what does this have to do with us? Just normal people and our constant interface with technology. And I'm basically saying that we're misremembering things, and a lot of that's on purpose and intentional for selling stuff, right? So people want to make a lot of money from their digital content. And so when this is an example, Jacques Vallée had this happen to him. I've had it happen to me. So for Jacques' case, he said that when Whitley Strieber's book Communion came out, there's that picture of the alien on the cover of Communion, and it looks a lot like the James Fox alien. Maybe a nicer version of it, a more friendly version. And so Jacques said that it influenced researchers, ufologists. So ufologists are people who study this topic. And so they would go to a sighting, a reported sighting, and if people had seen stuff that did not look like Whitley's cover of Communion, they would discount it as a legitimate encounter. And Jacques said, he just mentioned it. And I encountered this a lot. So after American Cognitive was published, I had people from all over the world sending me videos of their encounters. And a lot of them were interesting. And of course, now I have friends who look at that stuff and they're like, yeah, that's definitely not our stuff, or something like that. And I showed somebody who is a researcher, a well-known researcher, I showed her a video and I said, and she said, that doesn't look like a flying saucer. And I'm thinking, how do you know what a flying saucer looks like? Because we just don't know, because we've only had drawings of flying saucers, So when you actually do, that's why in my next book, Encounters, what I did was I focused on people, a lot of different types of people too, like trained observers, people in space, people who are just kind of normal people. And if you go back to them and what they saw, it looks pretty different than what we see. There's similarities to what we see in media, but you can see how media is taking it and only focusing on certain types of encounters. And I'll give you an example. there was a really interesting example that happened. It was a UFO flap that happened in Rockport, New York, in the 1960s, and more than 30 people, credible witnesses, witnessed a series of UFOs. The first person to report it, and this report went to NICAP, and this is in '67, was this night watchman, and he went out into the parking lot of where he saw craft parked in the parking lot, and he said he saw these three little beings come out, or maybe two, I can't remember, come out, and he reported. Nobody believed him, and everybody, they thought it was they just didn't. It was a credible report. But immediately after that, all these credible people started to see would look at kind of Steven Spielberg type UFO in the sky. And I interviewed a witness to that event. He was a kid, a teenager, and he and his friends saw it. And a police officer saw it, teacher saw it. And so NICAP then took reports, but completely discounted the first guy. So there's a lot of different stuff that happening in reporting. So, if the report is too strange, people won't take it seriously. But if it's kind of, mystical Steven Spielberg, we're ready to believe it.
A previous view on this whole phenomenon was like it's very technological, and started to mention anything about occultism or that is paranormal. I started to just take a huge step back and be like, okay, I can't take this person seriously. But after reading your book and hearing how people report all these similar experiences, even though they don't understand what it is, but they describe it to you. Like, for instance, the guy, Gray Man, what was his name?
Yeah.
He had a crazy experience with being hovering above him at night, and he described it to you, and you said what he described.
So he works in the same field, but he's not from this country. He's from there. So, and he was really, really cool about things that he's told me. And so he had personal experiences that were of this phenomenon, as like something in the sky, aerial phenomena, and also personal experiences.
Pardon this brief interruption, but I want to take a second to talk about our sponsor, Verso.
So what I found was that a lot of people who have, when there are sightings of things in the sky, like aerial phenomena, some people just see aerial phenomena and that's it. They don't have these experiences. Other people might even have the experiences and not even in that vicinity and not even see something in the sky, but have experiences of it, which I found strange. And again, I'm not concluding right now as to what's going on. There's too much, I just don't know. And a lot of people have to bring data, right? Like, we need more data, basically. And we need more people like looking at this and taking the data and not discounting stuff because it's so weird. I guess, and I'm with you. Like, I used to discount people like this. I think that what we need is someone who's like that, who comes along and says that, I was kind of trained to look at weird stuff because I'm in religious studies. What do people believe in religion? Well, if you look at if you're religious and you're believing some stuff that can't be proven. If you believe in angels, we've never proven that an angel exists. We can't put it under the microscope, so we have no objective proof of religion. So I'm already trained in this method. So looking at UFOs, we have a lot more proof of, we have like radar, we have the government now these things we just don't know, that could present a problem for us in airspace and things like that. And these programs, a lot of the people that study them in programs have very weird experiences not talked about. Even the history of the space program, the Russian and our space program, the American space program, we have founders who had really interesting experiences, like Jack, totally bizarre, and most people will talk about that, especially if they're working for NASA or aerospace.
So,
going to talk about that.
Could you describe briefly people who Jack Parsons was?
Yeah, so there's a couple of people that are recognized as the father of rocketry. They basically created the calculations to get us into space, to get us out into space. And one of these people is Jack Parsons, probably the most effective. Vernon is one, but he actually gave a lot of credit to Parsons and said Parsons figured all of this out. And how did Parsons figure this out? Well, he had a really interesting way. He lived in the early 20th century, and he was working on rocket technology, but he also was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, and Aleister Crowley, and he had this Los Angeles, and he would do rituals in the desert, and he thought that these kinds of things would help him basically download this rocket technology. And it's weird, but as weird is Konstantin Tchaikovsky on the Russian side. He didn't have the same belief system as believed that he was in angelic presences who would also allow him to, create this rocket technology. So that's what I'm talking about, is like the people who are the most valuable people that are doing this, that most people would have discounted because it's so weird.
What was he doing hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard?
They were.
What is?
Okay, well, I don't ever talk about Scientology, to say the truth. I do teach about it in my class, not publicly.
Is that something that purpose, or is it just no one's interested?
No, everyone's interested.
Oh, okay. Right.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, I think he was one of the most prolific science fiction authors of all time. Like, he wrote more science fiction than anyone.
Yeah, and
he started a religion. Yeah.
Kind of interesting though.
Where were we? What were we talking about? I lost track. Okay, we're talking about Jack Parsons.
We were talking about how when you scratch the surface of the UAP and you look at the people who are the most successful at, moving the needle, you're going to find that their lives are imbued with this kind of mystical practice.
And what is it about these people that they are able to do these quote-unquote downloads that they talk about, that you talk about in your book? Like, Tyler has this specific protocol that allows him to connect with nature and this network of nature.
Yes, so a lot of the people, basically, even if they don't know they are, in my field, we also study monastic traditions, like, there's a history of monastic traditions, people who are monks and nuns, and they tend to live in communities with each other and work on their spiritual growth, basically. Do things like pray a lot, study a lot. And so what I noticed about Tyler was that he lived a fairly monastic life, even though he would never know that or call it that. But he had these what I called protocols. They were physical and spiritual and mental protocols. And what I noticed was that a lot of people who were doing the same kind of work followed these protocols. And they enabled them to download information that they were interested in. They could be useful things like technologies, or other things like artistic things, projects and things like that. And so when I finished American Cosmic and it was out there, a lot of people with this ability reached out to me, and I met a lot of very incredibly successful people who were doing this their whole lives, doing this similar thing their whole lives. And so I interviewed them too, because I wanted to know what's going on, what were they doing, why are they doing this? And so what I figured out for the most part is that religions, different traditional religions, were the traditions that held these technologies. And now I see these protocols as like body technologies or technologies of connection. And they would enable people to be super creative and help culture in many ways. Like Teresa of Avila is a doctor of the church. She was able to do this. She was a nun. And a lot of the tradition in the Catholic tradition, the saints, they do the same thing where they have these practices and they believe to connect to their God, but that's just because we didn't have a global society. Now we have a global society. We can actually do analysis of what's going on when people are connecting. Harvard's done studies of people who meditate and physiologically changes your brain structure. Yeah. So, so I think that this is, if I were to say the one thing I learned most from my work so far into UFOs is I learned about these protocols, and I've met a lot of people who do them. And that's what I'm interested in right now, is that, because it seems to me that the other stuff is a huge distraction. Because if we could just focus on this type of thing, it would, where people, they're able to resist being distracted by media and, focus on what they actually are interested in. What are you really interested in? Instead of being hung up on, being distracted by stuff and consuming stuff and going on to the next thing because you're bored.
Right.
So these people are never bored.
There's this thing that creative people, specifically writers and painters, they talk about when they're trying to get into like a creative flow process of doing their work. Is when they start working on something, whether it be a poem or a piece of artwork, they just start by picking up the brush and just like splattering paint everywhere. And then once they start to once time passes, they start to like get into this flow, and some people like to call it the muse, where this thing just sort of comes out of the ether, and creativity and things just flow through you without thinking.
That's right. That's it.
That's similar to what Tyler was talking about, where he has just thoughts that enter his brain that have nothing to do with memory or anything he's ever learned. They're just ideas that come out of the ether.
Yeah. So he's not the only one. There's so many people. There's so many people like that. So yes. So to me, that's the most interesting thing. And I was, and a lot of people were very interested in it. So I gave a class on it, because, and people from all over the world took the class. And a lot of people who were doing it, because they want to know, what am I doing? Are other people doing this too?
But so the idea is that our bodies we're out us, and we're like 90% water, and the idea behind this is that body the right way and eliminate all of these peripheral network.
Yes. So I've talked to a lot of people about this because, at some point my own training fails me, and I need to access people who are really into AI or into, that are scientists. And so I've talked to a lot of them, and there are two different kinds of theories. One is that it's like a network, right? And there was a Jesuit priest in the early 20th century who built this network. His name is Chardon. Chardon.
Right.
And he described it as the noosphere. And so he felt that when he was on the front in World War I, and there's a lot of tension going on there, and he felt like this was going to connect with technology in the future, and he felt like, his work is interpreted in different ways, but I interpret that there's almost like a new form of a human that's going to happen in the early 21st century, and he sees it as connected to this network. Yeah. So I met a lot of people who believe this too. So he's a very well-known philosopher in communities of people who are creating AI. And so the belief systems of people who are creating AI, I interviewed them too, because because really I was interviewing people who were in Silicon Valley believing in aliens and ET and reverse engineering things, for American cosmonauts. Well, the whole world has shifted. AI is something that wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal in that time period, but it's now become super public. And so during the time period that American Cosmic was published and then this book here that I just finished, I focused on people who were in these communities of AI. And a lot of them know about this idea of the organic network that's now somewhat infiltrated with the actual other internet, and how these, how your body's impacted by
It's
each.
competing with the internet, right?
Kind of. I mean, let's put it this way. Some of them said that they do detox from the internet in order to connect to the original, I guess, network, in order to come, which is so ironic. But yeah.
There's a deeper meaning here when it comes to like our evolution. We have the choice to either develop technology as a tool or develop something that is gonna make us sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Or trample us.
Yeah, there's like a fork in the road.
Right, a fork in the road is a good way of putting it.
Chardon saw this. It's one of his warnings, and so the person who is included in the book is this person that we call Moon Gold, right? And so she's one of the major creators of AI back when 20 years ago. And so she's now seeing the fruits of the things that she created, come alive in a sense. And so she's the one who explained a lot of this idea to me, and that that we do have to have a good understanding. There's a lot of talk of the danger right now of AI, and so she's saying that there's a positive aspect that we can take right now and utilize this, and it'll be helpful. But see,
experience some of these paranormal aspects, some of these having these paranormal experiences.
It's pretty well known in Buddhist communities of meditators and also within Catholic culture that if you pray, I mean, we're talking about the monastic traditions. If it's not, not your everyday Catholic, it's not going to be praying and seeing an entity or something like that, but generally no. So if you're doing the practice where you're becoming sensitive to, what happens during meditative or prayer sessions, sometimes you'll see something that like what would be called UFO, and there are communities that help each other. So that's why monks and nuns, they live together to help each other through these spiritual practices. So they would say, I know that in specific Buddhist communities, they say that's just a distraction. That's not your goal. So if you see these things in the Catholic monastic community, you would tell your spiritual director, and they would most likely say the same thing. Don't focus on that.
Now, are there good and evil? Like, are there good beings and evil beings that people report?
Yeah.
And what determines whether these people experience good or evil?
Well, within the Catholic tradition, definitely they would call it good or evil. Within the Buddhist tradition, they would probably have helpful, right? They wouldn't like put a value judgment on it. my opinion. Been around in Catholic culture and is still around. So say, let's take the example of sightings of the Virgin. All right, so people see the Virgin Mary. Go online, they'll do maps of Virgin Mary sightings global.
There's a bank that's right down the street from here. Years ago, there was the sprinklers went off, and it stained glass on the side of this glass building, which was a bank, and it created a stain that looked just like outline of the Virgin Mary, and it was all over the news, and a church ended up buying the building and making it now a church today.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
A church bought a bank.
There would often be the
Really neat.
yeah, it's wild, but it's like it goes back to the thing like believing is seeing. Like if you believe something,
You know this.
here it is.
That it's really beautiful.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes away from here.
Wow. So there are committees at the Vatican that assess these sightings and assess whether or not they're from God or not from God. And so these kinds of tests, and that's secular culture. So if you see something and I saw this, people are like, okay, right. But if you do see this in different religious traditions, there are committees set up to deal with that kind of thing.
Is this similar to you mentioned something in your book that there's a person that you can't remember the name of this person, but there's a person who determines who is a saint?
Yeah, there's a whole committee that does that,
Okay.
and it's called postulator. So
Postulator.
yeah, and I've met one Vatican who I think he's still there. He's not on the internet or email or anything.
Now, what is this spiritual aspect of the phenomenon? What does it have to do specifically with, going back to Gary Nolan's work, brain structure? And he talks about specific brain structure and a specific part of the brain that is developed. It's like what? It's like 1% of the population.
I don't know what percentage it is, but he was studying. I don't know if Gary's talking about it with respect to spiritual, this data that allows them to do downloading.
That's what I meant, yeah.
Yeah. So these are like high functioning people. Information that's really helpful, generally tech. And it's the caudate that he was looking at.
What is it called again?
It's called the caudate.
The caudate.
It's the caudate pudding.
Okay. These protocols that Tyler specifically talks about is not something that should be practiced by everyday people. Try to access this.